census. This year you can start as soon as you receive your instructions if you know where you'll be on census night, Tuesday the 10th of August. Visit census.abs.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra.
That's just to the right. There, he's kicked it. He's kicked the drop goal. 4 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, that is a grand final try to see.
Away from Gutherson into open space. Support. He kicks over the head of Tedesco. Crimson gets the bounce and Crimson scores.
What a tackle! John Nickel touchdown. That's twice. Aaron May got through and scored.
He'll race away. Cook chasing. Munch will score. Into the corner he goes.
Oh, here they come.
This is SEN League, thanks to Macca's Loose Change Menu and Continental Tires.
SEN League. We're looking forward to the kick-off. It's an important game tonight
as we go into round 21 of the National Rugby League. It's the Newcastle Knights up against the Brisbane Broncos. All that coming out of Suncorp Stadium. It's all thanks to Macca's. Celebrate with them.
Of Day 13, SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games. Sam Hargraves here, and we do it all for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert. What a day it's been on so many levels. There is a ton of mixed emotions around the events of today, but we will always start with the positive, and that is 3 medals today, including 2 gold medals that occurred in about the space of 20 minutes. We'll work our way through those and preview a big night ahead. The Matildas in action against the US at the moment in the bronze medal game. We will be able to join that action in about 12 minutes' time. But before we do that, let's get an update from Top Sport.
An odds update for Top Sport, home of the Top Sports betting multi. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Good evening, it's Tristan Merlehan here from Top Sport. About to get started are the Matildas, who are trying to secure the bronze medal when they take on the United States after just falling to Sweden in the semi-final. After such an impressive run through the tournament, the Matildas are $5 to win in regulation time and $2.85 to win the bronze at any time. Then at 8 p.m. we have a huge match where the Kookaburras look to avenge their last campaign when they take on Belgium in the gold medal match, where the Aussies are $1.90 to win in regulation time or $1.52 to win the gold at any time. On the track tonight, Stephen McSween competes in the 1500-metre semis, where he is $15 to win the gold and 4th favourite, while Cedric Doubler continues the decathlon, where he is putting up an awesome display and hopefully can secure some strong results in the javelin and 1500 tonight. And for anyone having a wager, make sure you do so responsibly.
Top Sport, home of the Top Sports betting multi. Download the Top Sport app today. Gamble responsibly. 1-800-858-858.
So it's been a big day, as I mentioned. Love to get your nominations for the Wolf Blast Great Performance of the Day. Wolf Blast IWC Red Winemaker of the Year. So give us a text or a call, 1300 736 736, or text me, 0433 98 11 16 on the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. So the great performances of the day, your nominations brought to you by Wolf Blast, the International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year. So we've got to the night session today equaling our very best efforts for gold at an Olympic Games. So 17 golds at Athens. We now have 17 golds at Tokyo with a few days to go in competition and medal opportunities abound. So our 16th medal was one that I don't know whether we were really expecting. These two, Thomas Green and Jean van der Westhuizen, have only been competing together for about a year. But today, those two best mates achieved something phenomenal in the K2 1,000-metre sprint.
Well, what an unbelievable performance and a sensational celebration too from our latest Aussie gold medalist.
Whoa. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's hear the race first.
So it's Australia, Germany, Hoffenskopf coming at them. Australia might just have a margin at the moment. Czech Republic finishing hard. There's about 80 metres to paddle. Can the Australians lift? They're just in front of Germany. Czech Republic are closing. Still Australia from Germany. Czech Republic getting ever so close, but they're lifting the Australians, and it's green and gold. Fantastic. It is a magnificent gold win in the kayak doubles to Jean van der Westhuizen and Thomas Green. They are the new dynamic duo of the water.
Well, what an unbelievable performance and a sensational celebration too from our latest Aussie gold medalist, Jean van der Westhuizen and Tom Green. Your name's a little bit easier. Boys, tell us that reaction as you came over the line. It was a big celebration.
Well, I didn't want to claim yet until I saw our names on the top of the screen, but then I saw this guy claim and I thought we had it. So it's unbelievable. Seriously, it hasn't even sunk in properly. It's just, incredible.
And John, I noticed you guys both pointing to some coaches on the bank saying, that was you two, that was you two. Tell us who you were talking about and the support you've had here, because there was an awesome response down there.
Oh, look, I think, first of all, I'm a man of faith, so I just thank the good Lord. And then I looked over to my coaches, and guys, they put in so much effort. David Smith and Jimmy Owens, they've been there every step of the way, and all the staff behind them as well. Too many guys to count. Wormy, Dave Aiken, just for special mention, and all the family back home, my girlfriend, everyone. We're just so grateful. An amazing Aussie team. Too many people to thank. It's a world of emotion, and we're just so thankful for that.
Brilliant stuff. Tom, take us into the race. You obviously decided we're not going to die wondering here. You hit the front. You've got those mighty Germans, tracking you down. What's that feel like with that pressure? And obviously that was a clear tactic from you guys.
Well, to be honest with you, I was just trying to focus on the back of his head the whole time. I didn't want to look. But I heard them lift, and I just knew that if we just hold our boat, if we just hold our nerve, we just do what we do, and in the end it kind of paid off. And this guy here thought that we were able to lift from the 250 to go, which is just out of our race plan, and I was just like, let's go. And then it was amazing. It was beautiful, and I love it. And I love you. Thank you, guys.
John, describe the moment standing up there on the podium. You're kind of a new Aussie in a way, but I bet you feel really Aussie when you're standing on top of the podium next to this guy.
I wouldn't want to represent any other country. I'm so proud to be an Australian, and I think just the journey here and the way everybody in this country has backed me and supported me and welcomed me. It's home for me. I absolutely love this country, and it's just I can't even talk right now. It's just it's a world of emotions, and I'm so grateful for absolutely for everything.
Yeah, well, we're bloody glad to have you. I can tell you that. And Tom, just a note for your family back home on the GC. I think we've had a camera there. So what do you want to say to them?
I love you guys so much. Thanks for the support all the years, keeping me level and always making me push harder. And I know you don't understand a lot of things, but you always try. And I love you guys. I love all the support too for everyone that's helped me get to here. It takes a village. It really does. And I can't thank one person in particular, but I thank you all. Thanks everyone. Thanks for the support. Thanks to sponsors. Thanks to everyone. Thank you.
Beautifully said by both of you. Now, I noticed a couple of your coaches have just had a dip, so be careful. I think they're lurking and they're going to try to dump you in there. Maybe take those medals off before they get you. But congratulations again. Thank you on behalf of Australia.
Thanks, guys, so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Australia.
Oh, well, our good luck individually or in a duo has been paramount today, but our bad luck in our teams is going from bad to worse. Megan Rapinoe, one of the best footballers in the world in the women's game, she's just scored from a corner to give America a 1-0 lead in this bronze medal clash over Australia. We will be able to take that in about 5 minutes' time. But it's not a great start to the Matildas. 1-0 lead to the US. Rapinoe scoring from a corner, if you can believe. It was an exquisite finish, though, it must be said. So, well done to Thomas Green, Jean van der Westhuizen, 22 years of age. These guys are best mates. Jean came over from South Africa at the age of 10. He grew up idolising Ken Wallace and Murray Stewart. He wanted to pursue a career and to be trained alongside those guys, and that's what he's been able to do. And Thomas Green started at the age of 10 himself at the Currumbin Canoe Club. So they were the standouts at the Australian Olympic selection, and they are gold medalists now. Our other gold medal today, and it's history here, the first time ever that skateboarding has been at the Olympic Games, and we have one of the very first gold medalists in the form of Keegan Palmer, 18 years of age. He was born in San Diego, came out here at the age of 1. I'm going to speak to him after 7 o'clock. and we'll just work through what was an amazing, just a phenomenal performance. This performance will go down in history, not just through the world of skateboarding, but in Olympic history as well. He started the finals in 5th. That's how he got through. His first run had a 94.04. Now, nobody came close to topping that. In his third run of the day, he decided, I might have it in the bag, but I'm going to go make sure of it.
Now, we talk about headspace. This is going to help Keegan with confidence. He took the kickflip 540, the kickflip body varial 540 to start things off. Something from Keegan we have not seen in competition. We spoke about it in the prelims. We know he's got new tricks, and he just released one then.
You're not going to see that from anyone else. He still has 20 seconds left in this run. He has achieved a great deal so far already, and he is making moves from wall to wall that are going to put him in a position.
Nice little sailfish there. Backside tail slide through the corner.
Quite possibly beyond what anyone else could try and put up a fight against.
Okay, Keegan, put your hands up. Throw your board down. You are doing the whole of Australia proud. I'm trying to calculate right now. I'm nearing tears, but Keegan has locked in a 94.04 as he hugs his teammate Kieran Woolley. He started that off with
It's coming.
Watch this. A kickflip 540, a kickflip body varial 540.
He has to spin a different amount of rotations to his board. He has to kickflip the board while he's spinning those 540 degrees. And he's doing it on a skinny vert wall extension that no one else is even doing. Only one other person is doing a regular 5 on that.
Then we saw him do the kickflip lean.
He's kept it together for the rest of his run. Sometimes when you do so well, you take a huge risk. People can't hold it together for the next 25 seconds. And he absolutely has.
The last score blew us away. This one is, it's got to be higher. It has to be higher.
It literally has to be higher because he executed everything at that same level and then had higher, more complex tricks involved.
Keegan Palmer from Australia locking in a score on his third run of a 95.83. And our very own 18 years of age from Australia, Keegan Palmer, the Olympic champion and gold medalist.
He's done it. An Australian at the first skateboarding at the Olympics has won gold. I repeat, Australian gold at skateboarding's first Olympics. Keegan Palmer.
Oh, what a moment that was, and what a way to do it. Just throwing caution to the wind, could have sat back and played it safe, but he pulls out tricks that he'd never performed in competition before. Just phenomenal. And then a bronze for us today. So I'm going to speak to Keegan Palmer after 7 o'clock. And then a bronze for us today. And this is a wonderful story too. They all are. But in her 4th Olympic Games, Melissa Wu finally gets an individual medal. She has a silver in the synchronised, which I think was from London. This was her final dive today.
Here is a moment for Melissa Wu. Her moment of individual brilliance. A darling of Australian diving with a worthy embrace with her coach. The emotion.
Absolutely running high was the emotion. Her 4th Olympics. Haven't heard from her yet from an interview point of view, but when we do, we will hear that because that's just reward for effort, isn't it? 4th Olympics, first individual medal, and congratulations to Melissa Wu. So our medal tally now, if we go and have a look at the medal tally for Rebel Sport, we're currently sitting 4th on the medal table, 17 gold. We've now got 18 bronze and 4 silver, 39 medals in total. We sit behind Japan, the United States and China on top. The Rebel Sport Olympic medal tally. Sporting dreams start at rebelsport.com. There's medals up for grabs as well tonight, so hopefully we will be able to add to that tally. Of course, the Hockey Roos from 8 o'clock taking on Belgium. Gold medal game. Cannot wait for this. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsports.com. And I suppose the real jam out of the donut story today, the wind out of the sail, however you want to put it, maybe we got our hopes up too high, but I think we just dared to dream that the Boomers will be able to do something today that would rival maybe qualifying for the Socceroos for the 2006 World Cup, or it might just get up there with one of those greatest moments in Australian sporting team history by being able to knock off a USA team that looked like that they might have been right for the picking. But unfortunately, and for 2 quarters of basketball today, we were the best basketball team in the world. But a 32-10 final quarter, 32-10 third quarter, unfortunately put paid to those chances. We led by 15 partway through the second quarter, but it was 4 minutes just before half-time where they clawed back and got within 3. In that third quarter, where we just couldn't keep up with them when we were fantastic trying to close the game out and actually broke even in the last quarter as well. But, that third quarter will probably haunt us for a while. But Australia now through to a bronze medal game. And this was Andrew Gaze and Andrew Bogut, who have both been part of so many gallant efforts for us to get to medal games and to semi-finals at Olympics. This was their post-mortem after the US got themselves through to the gold medal clash at the expense of the Boomers.
Well, it did, and it showed that our best is good enough to compete with the best in the world. We just weren't able to sustain it. The increased defensive pressure by Team USA. There's Patty Mills and Kevin Durant. They're going to be teammates at the next with the Brooklyn next season. But they'll lose a little sleep over this one, but you need to regroup, and it's still an opportunity to win a medal.
Yeah, we're in control in the first half. Played a great first half, and much like USA's last game, they pegged that lead back and felt like they were still in sniffing distance, and then just put the foot to the gas at the end of the game. So, look, our Boomers battled. Credit to them. A better, more talented team won at the end of the day, and we've got to move on and now regroup for hopefully Slovenia.
So, Andrew Gaze and Andrew Bogut with the post-mortem. It's the Kookaburras tonight, not the Hockeyroos. Thank you, DJ. I've made that slip there, but I will speak to Georgie Parker before 8 o'clock, and we might even cross over to the family and friends party before the Kookaburras take to the field against Belgium this evening. I haven't done that all tournament, and we've got a couple of games to go, and I've mixed up the Kookaburras and the Hockeyroos for the first time, and I'm flat, DJ. But it's been a deflating day with the Boomers, but luckily we've got a little bit to boost our spirits, and that's with the boys in the K2 with a gold medal and Keegan Palmer getting gold as well. A shout out to those listening in Melbourne as well. The announcement today of going back into lockdown at 8 p.m. For 7 days is a bitter pill to swallow, and we know we'll have empathy from people in southeast Queensland and New South Wales, and it's another tough ask, isn't it? I think it's a 6th lockdown for Victoria. We're running very close to having more lockdowns in Victoria than there are Fast and Furious movies, which, I mean, there's far too many of those, and there's far too many lockdowns. So, happening at the moment, the men's 20K walk, Declan Tingay and Kyle Swan furiously pounding the pavement. The fencing, Edward Fernan is competing at the moment. Australia-USA in the bronze medal match, which we'll go to shortly. The men's Omnium, Sam Welsford is racing in the cycling at the Velodrome. Water polo tonight, the 5th placing for Australia v Canada in the women's water polo. Carly McCulloch has been eliminated from the women's Kieran. Commiserations to her, and we're all gearing up for 8 o'clock. The hockey, the Kookaburras taking on Belgium. Let's get to a break. We'll come back and we will get involved with the Matildas and the USA. And Australia have just levelled it up at 1-1. I'll bring you the replay of that goal before we get back. So we're back on even terms, and what a good time for us to be able to drop in. We'll do it after the break.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
The Doc Shop is the future of document and data destruction. Where we can, we recycle. At our own secure facility, we destroy the page, but save the paper. Protecting your data from falling into the wrong hands and our environment from unnecessary waste. The Doc Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
thedocshop.com.au.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
There's that celebration for Sam Kerr, who becomes Australia's greatest ever goal scorer outright. Number 48 for her country. That's why she's the GOAT.
She certainly is, but just like that, in the blink of an eye, the US have hit back. So it is a 2-1 lead to the United States at the moment. We will rejoin the action with a scramble in the goal mouth, a cross that's been just fended off by the American goalkeeper. So let's get to the action now. We weren't able to join it officially until right now, so let's head there. Thanks to Channel 7. We're going to have to hold off on that. Apologies, just bear with us. Bear with me here. Apologies for this. Let me see if we can rejoin now.
Got away from Lloyd. Simon. Look at that run being made by Razzo, screaming for it. All the way back to Micah instead. Yallop has to put in to try and beat Kristen Press. It's a few fouls against Kristen Press already in this game, and I think Yallop trying to get that message across, slowing things down and breaking up play a little too much.
Well, it's the last thing you want is a player who's being a little bit too physical against you, and when she's on the same side as Steph Catley, we see Steph Catley hit almost every game. I think she's one of the most fouled players in the tournament, so you need a little bit of protection of her and Yallop.
That time the forearm was raised by Lindsay Horan. Straight into the back of Chloe Lagazo. Those don't tickle.
It's a tough angle for a free kick. It's very straight on. Probably be looking for the head of Sam Kerr because she's got that ability to flick it on.
No blocking going on from Australia. And forward, she just ran around it a little. There's a chance to get on the end of things there. But Australia learnt their lesson after the finicky refereeing against Sweden in the semi-final that there wasn't any offside players there putting any blocks on. Not that it made an ounce of difference the other night.
Yeah, they've definitely changed their tactics. You don't want to risk that. I think the other night the goal would have gone ahead if the blockers weren't there. Those defenders were never going to get to Sam Kerr. Tough call for all Australians and all Matildas fans to deal with, that blocking foul against us that disallowed that goal in the first half. So looks like Tony Gustafson's looked at it and said, let's not take that risk again and just play it open.
Have you moved on yet?
No, definitely not. I probably won't for a long time.
A friend from Honduras, the referee in charge the other night. But we digress. O'Hara under pressure. The double team was on, and there's the disappointment. Kerr and Simon unable to win it back high up the pitch.
Something that we don't talk about a lot is the work rate of Sam Kerr defensively to put that press on. She's defending against 3 or 4 US players there.
Well, they made a couple of good saves. Stood no chance with Rapinoe's second. Mistake for the first. Yallop being pinned into that corner. And it is a US throw. Press able to turn. There's a little bit of room around the corner. She spotted it. Didn't get the weight right for Mewis.
Great idea there from Kristen Press. It was the right ball and the run was on. Just overhits it. And you see the way that Mewis makes her run backwards. It's something that the US have been struggling with in this tournament, is being able to stay on side, and it's something that they would have been focusing on coming into this game, is let's stop wasting chances on goal by being offside, and you see that run overemphasised coming back into an onside position.
Van Egmond told to turn. Drives one out to Ford. And also working hard. Teammate inside, but numbers one out for the US. Looks like Lloyd was straying offside. She can leave it though for the onside Rapinoe now. A clever ball weighted into space. Not a whole lot of support in the middle for Carly Lloyd. Now Crystal Dunn, capable from here. Good block. Great body positioning by Kennedy.
having to do a lot of work at the moment to get back defensively and form that block. Playing three at the back, you have to be so disciplined getting back into your defensive positions so that you're not caught out. It's a lot of work, and a lot of work for players who have played a lot of minutes in the last few weeks.
Space on this left-hand side. Kennedy fires it out to the feet of Yallop. Great movement from Catley, rewarded by Kerr. Numbers in the middle. Sam Kerr tried to bend it, getting there in the nick of time. And there's O'Hara. And Egmont, can she keep it alive? Heavy touch, just led to the foul.
You see the way the US is setting up their block there. They're inviting the ball into Emily Van Egmond, and then there's...
All right, so nervous start to this game for Australia. 2-1 they trail. We've got to get some breaks away. 30 minutes played in this first half, so plenty of time left in it and plenty of time left in this game for the Matildas to fight back. But Rapinoe, one of the best players in the world, has really staked her claim on this game. The opening 2 goals to the US going to her, either side of Sam Kerr's initial equaliser. We'll rejoin the action after this. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. The night sessions brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy. As the Aussie athletes compete overseas for glory, they rely on our supports. It's the same for tyre safety here at home. We rely on the support of Tyre Power to steer us safely on the roads. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and experience the CanStar Blue award-winning customer service. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent, Tyre Power. Aussie-owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
From tennis to the running track, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today and kickstart your sporting dreams. Rebel, sport is calling.
To celebrate 50 years of Macca's, we're bringing back the custard pie and introducing a new birthday McFlurry. Creamy custard pie pieces mixed in with caramel, fudge and sprinkles, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30 a.m.
From rugby to running, sporting dreams start at Rebel.
Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today and bring your sporting dreams to life. Rebel. Sport is calling.
We all know how hard it is to find the right mattress. BedMatch at 40 Winks takes the confusion out of buying a bed by finding the best sleep solution for you. Try BedMatch, only at 40 Winks. Serious about sleep.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the Gold Rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
It's wonderful to have your company on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. The night sessions for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Your texts are always welcome on the Temper text machine, 0433 98 11 16. Off the text, when's the boxing? Harry, ? Great question. He takes on the Cuban Cruz. That's tomorrow at 3:47 p.m. So that's when Harry Garside will be in the boxing semi-final, looking to get through to a gold medal bout. So he's guaranteed a bronze, given how the boxing works. 0433 98 11 16 off the Temper text. Don't forget tonight as well, the men's decathlon, 2 events to go, the javelin and the 1500 metres. The javelin just after 8 o'clock, 8:15 in fact. Cedric Dubler sitting around 20 odd, but Ash Maloney is still in second with 2 events to go. Might be a bridge too far to catch the Canadian ahead of him, but if he's able to stave off those coming behind him, then he will register our first ever Olympic medal in the men's decathlon. So that's one to keep an eye out to as well. Kookaburra's after 8. In the meantime, Matilda's still 2-1 down against the US. Sam Kerr has our goal either side of Rapinoe's couple for Team USA. Let's rejoin the action.
Matters most. On the end of things more often than not, but there's no support. That was decent build-up by Australia.
Yeah, it was. Sam Kerr's got to be one of the best players in the world, male or female, at reading the flight of the ball. And her vertical jump is just amazing. So she's able to get up there higher than most defenders, which makes her so dangerous in the air. Just needed someone running off her.
Carly Lloyd on the periphery so far in this game. Looks to make an impact. Catley cut out the ball intended for Press. Here he goes again here. Kristen Press, did it take a little touch? I think it did. And heard late by the referee, I think. Corner given.
Yes, we just have a little look there. Kristen Press wins out, and you can see just the little deflection off the back of Catley. Kristen Press has looked dangerous for the US.
Shown her variety with corners from this side, including going direct. Rapinoe. Probably going to go into the side netting, but for Catley's intervention. Can't be offside from the throw. Moran able to keep it in. Bending away from Haran that time. Well, shepherded by Catley. A real flurry of goals early on in this contest. Now approaching half-time. Australia playing catch-up.
Just have a look at how high the US is starting there on their press. Really trying to catch out the Aussies.
And there's the mistake. O'Hara on the move. Lloyd. And the strike kept out by Micah again through the legs of her own defender. And she was in the right place. Probably a long-term plan for Australia to play out from the back and break those lines, but it's backfiring on multiple occasions so far. And that's an overhit pass from Haran. Why are Australia sticking to it, do you think, and playing into the US trap?
Yeah, look, I think that it's one of those things that you've really got to pick your moments, and I think in that one, Australia should have looked to go longer. We've done it again here. They're trying to draw out the US and open up space in the midfield, but it's just too dangerous.
Goodness me. Micah gives it up. Rapinoe on a hat-trick was nearly gifted another one. Plenty to dissect after this game for Australia moving forward.
It's heart attack stuff, that. And you've got the likes of Sam Kerr up front. I don't know why you don't opt to go long and just try and find her head. Look for the flick on. You've got Hayley Razzo there, who's quick. Caitlin Ford can run off Sam Kerr. Mix up the goal kicks, and you ask more questions of the other team.
So dived into the challenge with the Rapinoe. And she is again all action. Hayley Razzo. Ran able to face forward. Catley looking long this time. Tony Gustafson hoping that this is the scoreline at worst heading into half-time, and he can rejig a few things. So much to play for, bronze medal on the line, and he's got some weapons on his bench. I'm sure a lot of Australia are screaming out for Mary Fowler. Georgia, do you think she could have started this game?
Yeah, look, I would have liked to have seen Mary Fowler start this game, and I think that she's earned her spot. She's proven that she can do her job defensively, and she's proven that she can score goals and create opportunities. I think that given her youth, would have been good experience for her as well.
Lloyd, the veteran, went along the deck, and Rapinoe goes down claiming she was fouled. Goal kick given, so last touch off Rapinoe, says the referee. VAR will just run the rule over this one. Looks like she got the ball first. If there was any touch from Kennedy, it was minor, wasn't it? Or was it a kick in the back of the heel?
There may have been a little bit of contact on the foot. VAR's having a look at it.
And the US was sunk by a VAR decision that awarded a penalty to Canada around 75 minutes in. And if the replay is conclusive that Kennedy has kicked the back of the leg of Rapinoe, then the referee may be asked to come over and have a look at this.
Very similar situation to the penalty in the Canada game as well. The defender just being blindsided. Kennedy in that situation didn't see Rapinoe running across and has just gone to clear the ball.
Now VAR also from Argentina, which helps out with the language via satellite. And it's okay. No clear and obvious error, according to Mauro Viliano back in the VAR centre.
Alana Kennedy can breathe now.
Last touch off Lloyd. I wonder how long she is going to play in this game. Alex Morgan, an obvious replacement for her. Newis, time to look up. And Catley just stumbled after getting the block in. It led to an awkward step. In the wars again. Australia's number 7.
Yeah, Catley just grabbing at her ankle there. It looks like it's a floppy foot. It's caught the end of her toe and she wasn't bracing enough, and it just sends a sharp pain through your ankle. Usually it's something that, you know, is very painful initially and you can walk off, and hopefully that's the case for Catley here.
BMW.
Oh, little sneaky ad break that they went to on Channel 7 for it. So we might take one of our own and we'll stick with the Matildas here trailing 2-1. Phil Smythe, the Aussie basketball legend, is going to join me too just to wrap up the events of today with the Boomers going down to Team USA. We'll do that at half-time. We'll be back in just a moment. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. We'll continue to go around the grounds of Beaumont Tiles. Shop Beaumont Tiles, tile.com.au. Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dream alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. In fact, they are back from that mini ad break, so we won't take one here. We'll stick with the Matildas and head back to Sapporo Stadium. 0433 98 11 16. Wally from Blackburn, I was asking you what the Wolf Blast great performance of the day was, and Wally says, surely the player of the day is the gold to the skater boy. Yep, Keegan Palmer gets our first ever gold in the first ever time that skateboarding's been part of the Olympics, a skateboard park. Phil Smythe to join me at half-time. So let's take in the last of this half. And when we come back from the ad break, Phil Smythe will be with us.
Lettuces. These athletes are really pushing the pace now. Look.
Simon tried to be careful. Straight into the back of her opponent. Brought up the milestone of 100 caps in her previous game, Kaya Simon. Had a terrific tournament after an injury-riddled past 18 months, and even more for Kaya. Interesting to see where she plays her club football once this tournament is over. Loses out here. Poked through from Lloyd. Carly Lloyd has hardly had a sniff in this first half, but she is all class and hoping to go out a winner tonight. The 39-year-old, a hat-trick in a World Cup final and now on target in the bronze medal game.
Well, that's a beautiful goal there from Carly Lloyd. Unfortunately, Kai Simon losing out there, but look at this touch and the finish. To be able to find that space at the far post, Carly Lloyd is a superstar, and that's what she brings when she's on the field.
Now, what a way to go out. 312th game for her country. It's nearly one full year of playing international fixtures for the US women's national team, and now 127 national team goals. That's 80 more international goals than Lisa Devanna and Sam Kerr before this game started. Amazing how many games the US play. And She Believes Cup every year, and a whole lot more. Going deep in so many international tournaments. She's made a mistake here, though. Gave it up to Simon. Now robs it off opposing number 10. Run back by Catley. It's all getting a little ragged here in first half stoppage time. Lagazzo didn't get the angle right. Rapinoe trying to stay on side. I think she just did it. Casual switch. Cut out by Yella. One last surge from Caitlin Ford, but across in time, the veteran Sauerbrunn. Time whistle is imminent. Well, three of the biggest names in world football are goal scorers in this first half. Sam Kerr pulled one back for Australia, but Megan Rapinoe has a brace, and Carly Lloyd pounced on another Aussie error to make it the US 3, Australia 1 at half-time in the bronze medal game.
We will rejoin that action when the second half gets underway, but it looks a long road back to Australia. 3-1, but let's not give up hope. Stranger things and bigger comebacks have occurred in Olympic history. We weren't able to mount one today once the US got out ahead of us. Australia, the Boomers went down to Team USA. So much hope coming into that. Unfortunately, now we'll go through to a bronze medal playoff. We'll play either France or Slovenia. I'll speak to basketball legend Phil Smythe on the other side of this.
From football to basketball or serving an ace with a tennis ball, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel, sport is calling.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the MY22 Sonic from $23,490 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro Hybrid and Electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Australia, meet your new McCafe blend. Smoother, richer and expertly roasted in Melbourne for Aussies who love great coffee. You know, like you. The new McCafe blend. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie. Available at participating restaurants.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Recording receipts, but in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box, but storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
It's time, Australia, to wake up to sleep, because it is incredible. It's scientifically proven to give us more energy, clearer judgment, and better memory. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now. Including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
We'll get back to our coverage of the Matildas in the USA. Matildas down 3-1. Thanks to Channel 7. Know the news with 7 News when it impacts your community. Knowing matters. To know the news, watch 7 News at 6 around the grounds for Beaumont Tiles. Shop beaumonttiles.com.au. Our basketball partner throughout the Olympics has been City Venue Management, Base Compression. Crafted compression with a conscience. Power through training, performance and recovery. Discover crafted compression with a conscience. Basecompression.com. Well, for a half of basketball today, Australia were the greatest basketball team on earth. 15-point lead over the US in about the midway part of the second quarter. Led by 6 points at quarter time. Got out to 15 during the second, as I mentioned. It was just the last 4 minutes of that second half that turned the momentum, and then a third quarter that we will probably be haunted by. A 32-10 quarter for the US, and we broke even in the last quarter, but the damage was done either side of half-time. And I'm as devastated as we all were. One man who's experienced this heartbreak before. He went to 4 Olympics and captained Australia at Olympic Games in basketball. One of our greatest ever, Phil Smythe's been good enough to jump on the line to work through and commiserate with us. General, what did you think?
No, that's a pretty good summary, Sam. Been great talking to you, mate. No, look, mate, it's disappointing, isn't it? You know, we feel like we're so close so many times, and we looked at the group we've got on the floor. You touched on it beautifully, mate. Joe Ingles hits those first 2 threes, and we think, here we go. Here we go, boys. We're away. Get up by 15. The only one problem, I reckon, that we faced in the game, mate, is that we didn't have Kevin Durant. If we had had him, I think we were going to be okay. So he pretty much carried USA on his back for the first 2 quarters of the game. And when we looked like we could get enough to break away, you know, he kept them in the game. And then the last 3 minutes before half-time, you touched on the third quarter, they opened us up. I reckon if you get a chance to look at that third quarter again, you can see Popovich on the sideline. Now, Popovich normally not a real animated coach. You know, he's been around a long time.
Yep.
He is yelling and screaming at his players to lift their intensity defensively. He is on it for about 5 or 6 minutes, really hard at the start of that third quarter, and that's where they got us. You know, we couldn't get a flow going again, and then they were able to open up the lead, and then, you know, it was pretty much to see out the end of the game and to them get ready for the gold medal. Hopefully we can regroup enough now to get ready for the bronze.
There were some real positives for us, and I spent a lot of the game watching the US get offensive rebound after offensive rebound. I thought, oh, yeah, we're really missing Aaron Baines here. We're really, really missing Aaron Baines.
You are 100% correct. I passed that comment to a couple of people I was watching the game with, going, just we had Aaron Baines. If we just had Aaron Baines, I know they could say, well, if we just had Steph Curry or if we just had LeBron, but I think that was where we were struggling. Before the game started, I'm sure you agree, Sam, we would have said the 2 things we want to get out of this is limit the number of turnovers, because the Americans are so good at scoring off the turnover and dominating on the boards, and they got us in both of those. And there was probably the game.
The other thing I thought that America did really well, and we don't often praise them for their defensive work, it seemed like they really had a mindset defensively that they haven't had for this whole tournament, and they did the scout really well too. I mean, the work that they put into Paddy Mills is the ultimate show of respect, wasn't it? I mean, he didn't get a single open look, I can't remember, for the game.
I reckon you're right. I think Paddy was 4 for 15 for the game. So it's, without doubt, he's carried us in some other games, got us through to this game. But you're correct in your assessment. And I reckon the 4 he made, I can remember 2 of them being over 2 US defenders. I thought, wow, he wouldn't have even been able to see the basket on 2 of those 4 that he made. So they did a great job on that. The way they were able to extend us further out in the third quarter, force us further away. They got the shot clock down 4 or 5 times, you know, where we had to get into a rush shot. In fact, but it's funny, we did that to them in the first quarter. We made them do that with our defence, but they were able to take it up another notch, and we just couldn't find a way to crack through. And that caused us huge problems in that third quarter.
And Phil, uncharacteristically, I reckon too, when we watched that game again, the amount of missed open looks that we had, when I think we started to get a bit excited where we're at, a lot of missed layups and a lot of missed open looks. As proud as we are, when they review that, will that be something that you think will come out in the wash?
No doubt. No doubt. I reckon we started the third quarter, Delhi had a layup and missed it.
Yeah.
And, you know, uncharacteristic for Delhi, because that's normally bread and butter for him. If he missed a 3, we'd probably go, oh, well, he's a bit hot and cold from there. But normally going to the basket, he finishes really well. So you're right. And the open looks we did get, maybe we just relaxed a little bit. We were up by that 15 and we missed a couple. They came back. And then, you know, you've seen enough in any sport. When the other team gets that momentum in the run, you start to tighten up a little bit. And Joe Ingles just couldn't get free to get a shot, and so then we were struggling. We were struggling to get a good open look.
There just seemed, and we're going to run into a hard out here, Phil. So it'll be a 1-minute ad break, and we'll get you to hold on and come back on the other side. It's just we've got some audience joining us from other parts of the network. So, mate, stay with us, and we'll come back to you on the other side of this 1-minute break. Phil Smythe joining us just to walk through the events of today. The Boomers, we dared to dream, didn't we? Like we had. There was so much anticipation, and there was so much belief, and I don't know about you, but I think that today was one of those moments that I think everybody was around our office. Everybody was either in front of a TV, or if they were at their desk, they had a tablet, or they had their phone, they had the radio, they had something for them to be able to experience this. And for the first half, I think the whole of Australia was as one. But we're going to come back and talk more to Phil Smythe after this.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons will be confiscated.
All-new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
It's wonderful to have your company. If you've been sticking with us for the first hour or just joining us now, thanks very much for tuning in. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. The night sessions brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. So however you're finding us, wherever you're finding us, right around the country on the SEN network, a big welcome to you. And I hope you've enjoyed the day. It's been a day where we've had 2 gold medals in the men's skateboarding to Keegan Palmer and to the duo of Green and Van der Westhuizen in the K2 1,000 metre sprint. And Melissa Wu, in her 4th Olympics, gets her first individual medal, bronze in the 10 metre platform dive. Phil Smythe has been good enough to stick with us. We were chatting to him just before we had to go to the break, and we'll rejoin the Matildas in the US very shortly. Matildas at halftime, trailing the US in the bronze medal game 3-1. Phil, thanks so much for sticking with us. There's a text here from Dean that says USA went to another planet in the last half, and that's pretty much spot on.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good text. Again, if you looked at it at the start of the game, where we thought Australia a really good chance, I think we forget how athletic and how skilled the USA team are. We beat them in Vegas, so we're feeling pretty good about ourselves. And then the longer the Olympics go, the better the US get at playing together, because they're pretty much thrown together just in Las Vegas, then they come to the Olympics. So they were able to turn it up in the third quarter. And I mentioned to you before, Popovich was really animated at that first 5 or 6 minutes of the start of the third quarter. And because he's held in such high regard, I mean, Sam, you've played, mate. If Popovich was telling you to play D, you'd get after it pretty hard, wouldn't you? So I reckon that's what he did. And I'm sure he was pretty solid with him in his address at half-time as well.
Look, we could have used Greg Popovich in the B men's final that we won back in 2004. So lucky we were able to scrape over the line. It was either him or my inebriated housemate who took the clipboard, but we got there in the end. On the one hand, we're really disappointed because we dared to dream, but on the other hand, the amount of pride that I was feeling in that first half, where we were disrupting them defensively, we were in their face and aggressive, we were hitting our shots, we were breaking them down on their defensive assignments, moving the ball so well and cutting and finding each other. I want to know from you, as a man who's been to 4 Olympics wearing the green and gold and helped set the culture that the Boomers is now founded on, what were you feeling in those moments?
Oh, exactly that. You know, the brotherhood was going to work. We were all over them. The rotations defensively, I think Andrew Gaze and Andy Bogut were terrific in the commentary, you know, saying that the way we're scrambling, the effort to challenge them, we weren't taking a step back, and we were making big threes on them. I think they were caught by surprise. I thought they came out saying, we respect Australia, but we know we're better. And I think we got them asleep. Then we woke the sleeping giant. That was the problem. And, then we couldn't contain them. But that first half, we were just brilliant. And maybe therein lies the problem. We weren't able to sustain it going into the second half. And that last 3 minutes was a killer. It was like watching the Spain game again. I don't know if you watched that one, Sam, where Spain were fairly similar to us. And then with 3 minutes to go before half-time, it was like, okay, this is the money 3 minutes. Let's crank it up, and they were able to do that to us.
Yeah, they were. we're still alive for a medal, though, Phil. And I suppose now the big question is Brian Gorgon and the coaching team and the senior group, Paddy Mills and Joe Ingles and Matty D, they've really got to, I suppose, pick this team up off the carpet because they'll be feeling it and they'll be hurting. But there is still a job to do. There's still a medal to be won, either France or Slovenia await. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good point you make. I actually heard the commentators debating how they would handle it after the game. You know, I think Brian and Matty Nilsson, the boys, have done an amazing job to get this far. You don't want to waste all the work you've done now because of that emotion. You know, I was watching the faces on Joe particularly and Paddy at the end of the game, and they were just devastated. So they've got to pick themselves up. It's one of those ones now, do we review the game and think that there's more negatives in that than positives, or do we go, let's forget that we've even played that game, straight on to Slovenia and France as soon as we know what we're playing and pick ourselves up? We could probably learn a little bit from the Opals in this one, Sam, in that I think they expanded a massive amount of emotional energy after they beat Puerto Rico to get the opportunity to play the USA, and they came out really flat. So I think the Aussies, the men are the other way, where they could come out really flat, you know, because they're so dejected. They need to forget that. And what you said at the start was really important. There's still a job to do, and that's to get a bronze medal, which makes them the best team yet to come out of Australia for the Boomers.
Well, we will just keep our fingers, toes and everything crossed, Phil. I'm still flat as a pancake about it, which is, not the ideal place to be when you're broadcasting on air, but I think that's just representative of every basketball and sporting fan. So if I'm feeling like this, I can only imagine how you're feeling as well. It's a mixture of pride and what might have been and all of that. But, mate...
We're gutted, Sam. I think we're all gutted and feeling that, but now we've got to get the Aussie spirit, get up, get about. Let's get up after this bronze medal and get that, and then we can come back and say we did something really special.
Beautifully said. Thank you so much, mate. You've been so generous with your time to myself and all of SEN throughout these Olympics and in the lead-up, and we really do appreciate it.
Pleasure working with you, mate. Look forward to catching up sometime.
Oh, that'd be brilliant. That'd be brilliant. You might regret that, Phil. You might live to regret that statement.
Catch up soon, mate.
Thank you very much. Phil Smythe, he's a national treasure, that man, and it's a joy to have him on. Oh, it just felt like we were so close, didn't it? It just felt like we were so close. Hey, we've got a big hour as we build up to the Kookaburras taking on Belgium in the gold medal clash. We're going to head in to the family and friends watch party. We're going to speak to Keegan Palmer, Olympic gold medalist, and we'll catch up with Georgie Parker as well. We're going to keep checking in on the Matildas. We haven't given up on them. We will rejoin the action in the opening stages of this second half. They trail the USA 3-1.
Because the referee didn't see anything wrong. Australia hopes that the Argentine VAR will weigh in, and we're pausing for a moment here after the foul on Lloyd. What happened here? Whose hand did it strike, if anyone? It was kicked up by Ertz into her hand and maybe Kerr's.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's as clear-cut as the Aussies thought in the moment.
Taking a few more risks, though, the Matildas, with Kennedy staying forward a moment ago and really inventing that opportunity for Kerr. Now back in her normal role, and it's deflected off Kennedy. And, not sure why the assistant has weighed in to give that a goal kick. If anything, it has to be a corner if she's putting the flag up. Put that in the annals of pretty ordinary officiating at this tournament.
Very interesting call, that one.
Oh, Iran was solid on Van Egmond. Didn't appreciate stance were raised there. You can see why Van Egmond's upset about it.
It's a really dangerous challenge there. Don't want to see any players going in with raised studs just because of the kind of injuries that it can cause if you slip over the ball and you catch someone's planted leg.
Dragged down by Press. Foot race on between Lloyd and Kennedy. And Lloyd tracking it down. Micah backed off. Big chance for number 2 for Carly Lloyd, who looks like going out a winner with a bronze medal around her neck. The American veteran. And it's another monumental mistake at the back. Kennedy and Micah not on the same page at all.
Yeah, this is a tough one here for Alana Kennedy. She's not too sure what to do with that one. Tries to head it back, and Tegan Micah's not stepping out to read that one. Cool, calm finish there from Carly Lloyd.
You can see Kennedy appealing to her goalkeeper, thinking, where were you? There was a long way between Kennedy and the edge of her penalty area when she elected to head that back towards goal. And Australia in a massive hole in the bronze medal game against their bogey team for decades, the United States. Changes need to be made to freshen things up, you sense.
Yeah, look, I'd like to see Mary Fowler come onto the field. Give her a good amount of time. She's got X factor. She can create opportunities.
And here come the US again. Look at Mewis all alone in the middle, hoping Press can find her. She drives at Catley instead. And again, they struggle to keep up with Press, the American veterans. Game getting really stretched here. The US confident with that 3-goal buffer. And Australia chasing goals in a hurry. Catley. Will she go for goal here? Looking for Kerr instead, who's straight offside. Here come the changes. Mistake by Dunn. Simon spotted forward, and Australia do pull one back. It's a special link-up between Kaya Simon and Caitlin Ford, and it's back to 4-2, and who knows?
That's a great ball in there from Kaya Simon. You see the way she settles it, gives herself time to put in the pinpoint cross onto Caitlin Ford's head, who just needs to send it goalward, and gee, she's done well with that one, lobbing it over the top of French. No chance of getting a hand there. Caitlin Ford, not typically a goal scorer with her head, and she comes up good.
Well, there were some crazy games in the group stage of this Olympic football tournament. There was a 4-all draw in the group stage, and we'd love to see another one here. Yalla, dealt with by Davidson that time. But there's a rush of adrenaline for the Matildas after Ford's goal. How open is this game? Rapinoe around Polkinghorne. Still alive for Megan Rapinoe on a hat-trick. And dragged her shot wide under pressure from Kennedy. That was a desperate lunge from Australia's centre-half.
Yeah, a lot of tired legs out there for both sides here. That's why we're seeing the kind of end-to-end football that we are. A lot of attacking flair. And just players struggling a little bit defensively to get back into position. You got to think that there's a lot more goals in this game, the way that it's going so far.
Let's hope they're at the right end. So we saw that triple change was being plotted just before Australia brought it back to 4-2. So here's Tony Gustafson holding off on those changes. We'll wait and see. Van Egmond with time. Razzo with speed. Lovely touch nearly, which showed too much to former Portland Thorns teammate in the end. Rapinoe dropping one into a dangerous area. Catley reading it well. what's left in the tank for Sam Kerr. Australia's captain just on her haunches a moment ago and struggling, limping in back play. Now finds her second wind as she does so often, Sammy. And they find her in the middle. Razzo punches it in. Kerr! Oh no! Quite remarkable how that one stayed out. It would have summed up Sam Kerr if she put this in off the post. How on earth did that stay out? It should have been 4-3, surely.
What luck there for the Aussies. Unfortunately, Sam Kerr finding the post. What a great delivery in from Hayley Razzo to find Sam Kerr in amongst all of those defenders. It was a great delivery, and unfortunately Sam just not getting the touch on the header.
Hit the goalkeeper on the way back out and could have gone in for the same price off French.
Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. Australia, never say die, but 4-2 down, and how that header from Sam Kerr stayed out. It hit the left post flush, ricocheted across the face of goal. They've just gone at it again, but a good save from the US goalkeeper denies Australia again. So 4-2. Caitlin Ford got their second, but Lloyd's got a couple, and so too Rapinoe. So it's going to take something almighty from here. We've got to take a break, and we'll come back and stay with that. I've got a chat that I recorded not that long ago with gold medalist Keegan Palmer that I want to play for you. And we've got to catch up with Georgie Parker ahead of the gold medal game for the Kookaburras. And we are going to try and cross to the family and friends watch party as well. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games and night sessions for tyre power, your trusted tyre experts.
To celebrate 50 years of Maccas, we're introducing the Mac family. And with every medium or large, Mac Junior, Big Mac or Grand Big Mac meal, you'll get one of 6 free Maccas glasses, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30am while stocks last.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Hi, Jared Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch, and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team, and I reckon you will too. Red Energy. That's real Aussie energy. Hi, Jared Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch, and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team, and I reckon you will too. Red Energy. That's real Aussie energy.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons
will be confiscated.
All-new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Hey, it's Jordan Lewis here. You don't get to play in 4 AFL premiership teams without starting somewhere. And as a rookie, I was mentored by some of the best footy brains around. In business, it's easy to find your gun rookie just by calling MEGT. As Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, MEGT is your local apprenticeship expert. Whether you're an employer wanting an apprentice or you're looking to kickstart your career as one, MEGT's got you covered. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 13MEGT.
Take the confusion out of buying a bed with BedMatch at 40 Winks. Our exclusive system calculates your support needs so we can find the best mattress from our range of leading brands. BedMatch, only at 40 Winks. Serious about sleep.
Hi, Jared Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team, and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
To celebrate 50 years of Macca's, we're bringing back the custard pie and introducing a new birthday McFlurry. Creamy custard pie pieces mixed in with caramel fudge and sprinkles, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30 a.m.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
So 62-minute mark, our Matildas in the bronze medal game against the US, trailing 4-2. We're going to keep an eye on that, and if we were able to peg one back, we will jump back in on the action there. But we did catch up earlier today with gold medalist Keegan Palmer. So the first time that skateboarding's ever been at the Olympics, and we have the first ever gold medalist in the men's park. And Keegan Palmer, I caught up with just a little earlier on today. I thought I'd play that chat for you now, and we'll get back to the Matildas and Team USA as soon as we can.
And our very own 18 years of age from Australia, Keegan Palmer, the Olympic champion and gold medalist. He's done it. An Australian at the first skateboarding at the Olympics has won gold. I repeat, Australian gold at skateboarding's first Olympics. Keegan Palmer.
Oh, yes, indeed. Remember that name. It's one you won't forget. The run, the moment, and now the gold medalist himself. Keegan Palmer has created history, the first Aussie to win Olympic gold, the very first year that skateboarding is part of the Olympic Games. And didn't he do it in absolute style? Mate, congratulations. Thank you for joining us. You are a star.
Thank you guys so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Keegan, let's just go through this day. I watched you in the heats coming through, and you got into the final in 5th place. You came off in your first run. I think you missed the nose grind off the transition, and you saw Kieran get through really strongly. And then, mate, you just exploded in your first run of the finals, a 94.04. And you thought, geez, no one's going to top that. How were you feeling first after the first run?
Dude, I was actually astonished. Like, I didn't expect it to be so high myself. And when I saw the score come through, my jaw dropped because, like, all you can be thinking is, I don't know who's going to beat a 94. But I wasn't you can never say it too soon because I'm feeling it's the best in the world, so you never know what's going to happen. But it's just, like, it's been crazy. Like, I'm in complete shock still. Like, it's not even settled in yet. Like, I can't, like, believe it.
Keegan, why I think you're going to go down in folklore, not only for the history you've made, but the way in which you've made it. Now, in a lot of sports, people, there's a bit of a work smart, not hard kind of thing in terms of you've posted that score, nobody came even close to it, and in your last run, you could have just taken it easy, but you went even bigger. You wilded out, you showed up, you showed out. It was extraordinary. You nailed every single trick with barely even a tremor. swimmer. Starting off with a big 540 kickflip. I love the backside tail slide. All of it was just seamless, and you went even bigger than your first run. You rolled the dice, and it paid off incredibly. A 95.83. Those kind of scores just don't often get posted, mate. When you look at X Games, you look at competitions all around the world. That was just insane. What prompted you to go, okay, well, I might already have this one, but I'm going to go make damn sure of it?
Well, like, my first run was, like, it was kind of just, like, my solid run. Like, I just wanted to get it done and, like, make sure I got a good score on the board. And then, like, my whole intentions were to do that last run. But then when I got my score from that first run, I was like, damn. So I was like, you know what? Let's just put on the show on my last run. And I tried to go as big and as hard as I can with some of the new tricks that I've learned. And it ended up landing it and just put the icing on the cake almost, as I would say. And I can't believe I pulled away with it. Even on my third run to be even a higher score than a 94. It's incredible, and I can't believe it.
Keegan, I've spoken to Ian Thorpe before, and he's explained to me that there's a place, and I've told this story a few times, but he says there's a place in the water that swimmers look for where they feel totally weightless, and swimming is effortless. And when you can find that, and he's found it at Olympic Games before, he's broken world records from finding that place, and he said it's all just easy once you find that place, but finding that place is the hardest thing. Does that sort of ring true for you, a place that you found yourself in where you were just in a zone, like everything just fell perfectly and you were just fluid and everything worked and everything was just tied together beautifully? Does that sort of ring true for you from in a skateboarding point of view?
Yeah. No, I would for sure agree that, like, when you're, like, so focused, everything silence out. It's not like you're in the flow, but you're so, like, focused on, like, you're so mentally focused that everything else goes quiet around you, and it's just you and your skateboarder just focused on going and skating, and I can't believe it. And it just, like, ended up working out, and I just knew it was my time to show everybody what I've been working on, and it ended up working out. So, yeah.
So, Keegan, how does a young man who's born in San Diego, moves over to Australia, to Currumbin on the Gold Coast, how does he find himself at 18 years of age at an Olympic Games winning a gold medal?
I don't know. Like, 5 years ago, no one would have ever thought that was even a possibility in skateboarding, and now that it's happened, it's, like, incredible. Like, can't even words that can describe it. Like, it's insane.
Well, how old were you when you moved over to Australia?
I was 1.
You were 1 year of age, and how old were you when you first picked up a skateboard?
I would say probably maybe 2 or probably 3 years old, and then started getting real good at it around started getting super into it around 4 and 5.
4 and 5. That's amazing. Now, you've only turned pro in the last couple of years. I think 3 years ago you turned pro. How much of a whirlwind has your life been in the last 3 years to now?
Yeah, it's crazy. It was a lot of hard work and dedication, and as cringy as it might sound, hard work does pay off. And my everything that I've been blood, sweat, and tears, it worked out good in my favor today, and I was glad to put it all down.
Have you spoken to your folks yet, or the family back home?
I've had little message conversations, but it's there's so many things happening right now, and when I get to sit down and be able to have an actual conversation, I haven't talked to them yet, but I will soon.
Well, mate, I'm not going to keep you too much longer, but I just want to ask you, the build-up for you guys as a skateboarding team was quite tumultuous. You had people testing positive in the US before all the qualification had been done, so that would have really rocked the team. How was the build-up to these Olympics for you guys?
It was a lot of hard work. I went to Australia at the start of this year in Sydney and Melbourne areas, and we put in a lot of hard eight weeks. And with the hard work that we put in Australia and the hard work that we did when we got back, it was insane. And it showed today, and I'm glad that everyone liked it.
Mate, there was a few eyebrows that get raised when sports like surfing and skateboarding and BMX park get included in the Olympics. Some, people that are traditionalists will say, oh, those aren't really in keeping with the Olympic spirit and the Olympic tradition. I've always argued that for sports like that, if you haven't been around them, they absolutely are what the Olympics is all about, because you guys are so supportive and encouraging of your fellow competitors. Like you guys, banging the coping when you're boards, when someone nails something big, you get around each other after a huge run, you pick each other up when you fall. It's not just within your own team, but the fraternities of these sports are incredibly supportive of each other. They get right behind each other, and because you guys all push each other to make the sport better. I've always held firm in the belief that these are Olympic sports, because the spirit in which they believe the Olympics is founded on, you find it in these sports in spades.
Yeah, no, I never would have thought of it like that, but it's like when everyone sees like an Olympic sport, I hope they think of skateboarding, and because it's like no nations really, it's just like a huge family, and I can't believe it like that. I got to do it with all my best friends, and was on the podium with two of my best friends, and it's just like it's incredible that because it's just like a huge family really.
So, mate, when I say to you, you are the very first Australian in the very first Olympics that skateboarding has been a part of. You are the first ever gold medalist. How does that sit with you?
It still doesn't register. Like, I can't believe that. Like, every single time I get that said, I'm just like, I don't know how to feel. Besides just like, there's so many different emotions that I can't believe it. It's incredible. And I really, and like when I sit down later and look at everything, I'm gonna definitely realize how much it like is gonna change like the way skateboarding is looked and the way everything is done now.
Well, mate, we're incredibly proud of you. Congratulations, you and Kieran were sensational today. You really represented the country with absolute aplomb, with honour, with pride. You guys are stars, and Poppy yesterday and the other guys in the team as well who went last week. We're exceptionally proud of you. Well done and enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for having me.
Keegan, thank you, mate. That was fantastic. Go and enjoy. That was a little earlier on today. We recorded that just before we went to air, so you just got the little tale of us saying goodbye as well. But that's a phenomenal performance and a history made. So that was our 17th gold medal, so we've equalled our tally at Athens, and there's still plenty of time left for us to go past that. The Rebel Sport Olympic medal tally, Sporting Dreams start at Rebel, rebelsport.com.au. Unfortunately, it's not looking like the Matildas will add to that for us tonight. Sporting Dreams start at Rebel, shop the biggest range with the best brands in store at rebelsport.com. So 4-2 still at the moment, 73 minutes just about played. And we will head to a break and come back. We're going to speak to Georgie Parker ahead of the Kookaburras gold medal match tonight at 8, and we are going to try and just crash the family and friends party before the Kookaburras take the field against Belgium. You're listening to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. For Made Internet and Mobile, Australia's most satisfied customers, NBN from $59 and zero online accounting to help you do business, but better.
The Doc Shop. Make space to make the world a better place.
Is your office overrun with documents? Make space with the Doc Shop. We'll store your documents and data, protecting them from the elements. Our purpose-built, environmentally compliant facility is clean, secure, dry, pest-free, and fire-protected. The Doc Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Doc Shop. Make space to make the world a better place.
TheDocShop.com.au.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're not sleeping on a Tempur mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA-certified mattress. NASA-certified, if you don't mind. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA-certified? Visit the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
Coach Nick's strategies for business growth are proven.
If you're working too much in your business and not on your business, before you know it, you could miss your opportunity for success. I can give you more time.
For more guidance, advice and direction on where to now in business, get on to Coach Nick.
Business owners, if you're ready to take advantage of the current incredible opportunities, then let's take your business to the next level. Your first consultation is free. Visit coachnick.com.au.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide, all starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Hi, Jared Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're like me and you experience ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Made in Denmark, the Tempur geniuses over there have included on their bed system an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function, all at the touch of a button. Once you own a Tempur mattress and base, you are on an absolute winner. View the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
We're always keen on your text, good, bad or indifferent. 0433 98 11 16 off the Tempur text. Tempur, a mattress like no other. The night sessions, SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Still 4-2 down Australia, the Matildas against the US with 78 minutes played in that game. We'll drop back in on that in a minute before we turn our attention to the Kookaburras gold medal match against Belgium. Off the text, James in Mundura says the tea and the unsportsmanlike fouls didn't help us pre-half time. That's referencing the Boomers' loss to the USA today in that semi-final. They'll play either Slovenia or France now for the bronze medal. Wally from Blackburn South said the third quarter, first 5 minutes killed us. We couldn't land our shots. If we landed a few, the momentum wouldn't have shifted too much. The US got on that roll and we couldn't stop that. Let's get on the Aussies for that bronze. John in Greensborough, loving the coverage of the Olympics, but please find some time for footy. Put a smile on my face and tell me that Don Pike's the likely incoming coach at Collingwood. Carlton usually take the leftovers. This should be no different. Let them take Clarkson. Keep up the good work, SEN. John from Greensborough. tomorrow. John, we are fully dedicated to the Olympics for the duration of it, the night session, of course. But, mate, don't worry, there's plenty of time throughout the course of the day. You'll be able to talk some footy with Kane on SEN Flip, with Gary and Tim on SEN Melbourne Breakfast. And for those who are listening around the country, your local breakfast shows will keep speaking about the sport that you want to hear for their breakfast shows. And I think we're doing a ripping job of balancing both. That SEN app at the moment is chock full of action. So if you haven't downloaded the SEN app, make sure you do. You can jump around to different coverages on different sports. We've even got the cricket going, England and India. That's on SEN Fanatic at the minute as well, starting from about 8 o'clock tonight. So there is plenty to wet the beak from your sporting wants and needs. Off the text as well, love your work, but maybe ask him more questions instead of doing all the talking over the kids. Thank you very much for that feedback as well. I didn't think I spoke over the top of him, but if you think I did too much talking, I'll certainly take that on board in reference to our interview with gold medalist Keegan Palmer today. Another one off the text. Gorge lost that game solely on the coach and the coaching staff. Nothing to do with our players. They left it all out there. So people just giving their view of what unfolded today from an Australian point of view. So 80 minutes played, still 4-2 down. USA ring the substitutions now to try and get some of the players on that maybe haven't had a heap of time. Carly Lloyd, who's scored 2, one of the greatest ever, has just been substituted out to a standing ovation. So we might even take in a little bit of this before we have a chat to Georgie Parker about the Kookaburras tonight, searching for their second ever Olympic gold medal after 2004's effort in Athens. But we'll rejoin the Matildas for a little while anyway.
It's very, very impressive to see what some of these athletes are able to do. Morgan, definitely a role model for women everywhere.
Good use of the body here by Ford. Nudged Davidson out of the way. Cutback was awkward and wound up being a back pass that you can get away with when it shanks off the outside of the boot back to French.
Yeah, an unintentional back pass there. Doesn't count as a handball. Becky Sauerbrunn will be glad to see her goalkeeper picking up that one. Could have been very awkward for her.
Lavelle was moving into the space where she thought she could pick up the second ball, and she did. Really smart footballer.
See, with Alex Morgan coming on the field and playing in that striker position up against Alana Kennedy, two very good friends, spent a lot of time together at Orlando and then again at Tottenham as well.
O'Hara staying down after this clash with Ford. Not a whole lot in it. May have done the damage when the head slammed into the turf.
Yeah, I'm not sure Caitlin Ford did anything wrong there. O'Hara was trying to lean back on her. And with Caitlin Ford pulling out of it, she's lost her balance, and that's what's made her fall.
There'll be a changing face in this US team over the next couple of years heading into that World Cup. Carly Lloyd departing tonight. And the new face that they thought maybe could have come into this squad, Trinity Rodman, daughter of Dennis, who was the second pick in the NWSL draft. For those who don't know, Dennis Rodman played for the Chicago Bulls, and his daughter Trinity is an amazing player coming through the ranks. First season in the US domestic comp after electing not to go the college route. Keep an eye on that name in the lead up to the World Cup.
Yeah, definitely a name to jot down. She's a future superstar that's coming through.
Still time for Australia. And look at all the attacking weapons out there trying to get on the end of Catley's service. Yallop to put it back in there. And didn't get the contact she was after on that right boot of hers. Understandably a little fatigue in that one.
So America doing their best just to milk every precious minute. We're ticking up to 84 now. So you heard from Brenton Speed. There is still time, but a 4-2 deficit. At the moment, it looks like we're going to come back into that game. If we do, we will. I promise you, we will take you back there. We're going to catch up with Georgie Parker, though, to preview the Kookaburras gold medal game against Belgium. We are getting across to the friends and family party as well. The moment of truth for the Kookaburras as they do battle for the Belgium for Olympic gold in the men's hockey. Tokyo 2020 live free and in HD on 7 and 7 Plus. The only place to see it all, the only place to hear it all is right here on SEN. Duna, thanks for your text. Geez, tough crowd, Sam. I thought you did okay. Thank you, mate. But as I said, we'll take all the feedback, good, bad or indifferent, and we'll take it all on board, and we appreciate every text that comes through off the Temper text 0433 98 11 16 to get involved.
Coach Nick's strategies for business growth are proven.
Communicating in a family business can be difficult, especially when it involves succession planning and future growth. I can help facilitate those discussions and take out the emotions.
For more guidance, advice and direction on where to now in business, get on to Coach Nick.
Business owners, if you're ready to take advantage of the current incredible opportunities, then let's take your business to the next level. Your first consultation is free. Visit coachnick.com.au.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Hey, it's Jordan Lewis here. I was lucky enough to win 4 premierships, but I still remember my first game as a rookie. I needed all the advice I could get. So, if you're after an apprenticeship and need the same kind of expert help, you can't go past MEGT. MEGT is Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, making them your true local apprenticeship experts. With MEGT, a winning career could be yours. So check out their free job board today. Just go to MEGT.com.au or call 13MEGT.
Hi, Jared Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Time expiring on this Olympics for the Matildas, 2-4 down, but they've been immense and we are incredibly proud of them. They have been a team you can count on for one classic lager, one standard drink and a big 500ml can available at Dan Murphy's and BWS. So 4-2 down, ticking up to 88.5 minutes. Tonight, Australia with such a rich Olympic history in men's and women's hockey, but sadly our women haven't been able to get through to a gold medal game, but our Kookaburras have since 1956 when they started playing at Olympic hockey, in Olympic hockey. Australia haven't finished lower than 6, so we've had bronze medals in Tokyo, Atlanta, Sydney, Beijing and London, silver at Mexico, Montreal, Barcelona, and 1 gold medal in Athens in 2004. Ranked number 1 coming into the Olympics. We take on Belgium, ranked number 2 in the world. It has all the hallmarks of an Olympic classic. No better person to talk us through it than an Olympian in her own right. Hockey superstar, Georgie Parker, hello.
Hello, I'm looking forward to tonight. It's been a nerve-wracking day. It's somewhat even harder calling it and watching it than it is playing it. So I can't wait to watch tonight. And as you said, it's the world number 1 team taking on the world number 2. So you could not write this better. They're the 2 teams that I thought was going to get to the final at the start of the comp, and sure enough, they've both got there. So it's going to be a cracker tonight.
In terms of medal matches, it's fascinating, isn't it? I spoke about the rich history that we've got. Obviously, Rio didn't quite go our way and weren't able to get through to the medal stages. That silver medal in London... that bronze medal in London, but there's only one player who has hockey Olympic medals in our team, and that is the legend Eddie Okenden, who I think is about to play game number 376 or something like that for the Kookaburras. So it's for all our experience at Olympics, this team is probably less so, but they've got a chance to create their own tonight.
Yeah, definitely. And it's always been a little bit of a taboo, the Olympics for the Kookaburras. They've gone in ranked world number 1 multiple Olympics, and they've gone in as the world champion in multiple Olympics as well. So 2010, they win the World Cup and they only get a bronze in London. 2014, they win the World Cup, and convincingly as well. They win the World Cup 6-0 in 2014. They go into Rio and don't win a medal at all. So they have experience of being the number 1 side and going into that, but it doesn't mean anything at the Olympics, and that's what makes the Olympics so special and makes what winning an Olympic medal so special, is that no one's guaranteed it. No matter where you sit in the world ranking or anything like that, you've got to perform in a 2-week period, in a 4-week year, in 4 years. So it's really difficult to win. And Australia, they finally got through that semi-final stage, and it's been a little bit taboo for them. And Eddie Okenden, he's got a couple of bronze medals up his sleeve, and he'd love to finish his career with a gold one as well. So it's a pretty inexperienced team, only 10 debutants into this team, and Olympic debutants I'm talking about. So 6 were there in Rio, and Eddie Okenden was there for a couple before that. So he'll be leading the team. He's a leader in his own right. Zaluski would be the captain, I'm sure, tonight, but Eddie Okenden will be leading that from the back, I'm sure. It's just that finals experience, and it's going to be an interesting one. We're going to have to jump out of this at the moment, and we'll come back to Georgie momentarily, but Australia have just gone 3-4 down now. There's about 2.5 minutes of extra time, so plenty of time for them to equalise. We thought it was all sort of done and dusted, but we need to give this match the respect it deserves and actually head back to Sapporo for the final stages of this bronze medal game. Australia still a chance to get back on level terms.
Can they make it 4-4?
Just having a look at that strike again. Full stretched of French. Can't get a hand to it. And it's just because of that power. She finds the corner so well in that situation, does Emily Gilnick. And it does give so much hope for this Australian side.
Very unfortunate to see Morgan going off like this, and you saw Tony Gustafson getting the attention of the ref. How much stoppage time are we going to add on here? Play stopped about 30 seconds into the extra time period, so add another 2.5 on. We should go to at least 96, 97 minutes.
As much as you never want to see a player taken off like that, the frustrating thing for the Australians is it changes the momentum of the game. We've just scored, all the hype's with you and the momentum's with you, and then you get a bit of a stoppage like that. So the Australians need to make sure that they keep the momentum going, they keep that belief.
Foul throw could have been cracked down upon as well. Bouncing ball, Micah can let it come to her inside that area. And Australia want to get it down the other end in a hurry. Second ball picked up by Ford. What a game she's had. Kerr kills it. Helped on to Gilnick. Catley inside to Sam Kerr, who winds up, gave it everything. Moran was in the road. Let's play on. An advantage here. What can Brock do with it? Deflects out for the throw. Catley, what a touch at this stage of the game. Gilnick can turn inboard. Just got away from it. Allowing Lavelle to tidy up. And that ricochets for Sonnet. Ford so careful not to give up the free kick. That's clever. Plenty of advice coming from the coaching staff. Ford picks up the second ball. Brock changes direction. Catley drags it out of the sky. Closed down by O'Hara. Then the tangle. It's going the US is way there. And Catley disputes it.
Yeah, I have no idea how Steph Catley's been called up for a foul there. The leg of O'Hara clearly tripping her up. The referee sees something different.
The US were running for the corner a moment ago. They gave up possession. Australia pulled one back. There's still time, but not a whole lot of time. Van Egmond. Can she pick the pass? It's off O'Hara. May as well send Micah forward right about now, at least up to halfway. Tough one for Nevin. Clips it around one. Driven in low. And Van Egmond, the last line against Lavelle. It's Australia's throw. 6.5 minutes maybe. About 40 seconds or so for a miracle. In Kashima. Cooney cross hangs it up. Franch punches. Catley stays down. Fowler on the stretch. Earns a corner, does she? Australia complaining about something. How has the referee seen this? Has she given the corner?
Look at that touch there from Mary Fowler to be able to bring it down. It's definitely come off the leg there of Emily Sonnet.
And it's actually the attacker kicking the back of the leg of the defender. And that is full time. The United States take the bronze medal. The Matildas go home empty-handed after a thrilling campaign. The Matildas furious with the referee again after the lack of stoppage time added. But it's the US who take Olympic bronze for the first time in their history. Full time after another epic involving Australia. It's the USA 4, Australia 3.
Just heartbreak again for our Matildas, and there was certainly a claim there for either a corner to finish or even a penalty with the drag down on that last shot with Fowler. But, doubles to Rapinoe and Carly Lloyd did the damage. Sam Kerr got one for us, Caitlin Ford as well. And then we got a late one. And then the injury, though, to the US, I reckon they called for 4 minutes of extra time. I reckon she went down about 30 seconds into the extra time. And it got ticked up to over 4 minutes or around 4 minutes once play had resumed. So I think they're right to ask the question about how much extra time they actually received after that fortuitously timed injury to the US. But commiserations to our Matildas. We're feeling for them. It hasn't been a great day for our Aussie teams, although the team of Green and Van der Westhuizen were gold medalists today in the K2 1,000-metre canoe sprint. But the Boomers going down to the US and now our Matildas going down to the US, and it was our Opals going down to the US. And, geez, we're really just not liking the US. Right about now, they've been dream crushers over the last couple of nights for us. But hopefully And luckily, our Kookaburras don't need to play the US. They're playing Belgium. So this is number 1 ranked side v number 2 ranked side. Australia number 1 coming into this game. Belgium ranked number 2. We're going to cross to the family and friends party. The anthems are happening at the moment at the Oi Hockey Stadium. And because they can't be family and friends there, we will go to where there is, over in the west, I believe. We're going over to Perth for the family and friends party. Is that right, Julio? Yep, that's where we're going. So we will go over there and see who we can have a chat to on the other side of the break. Modern pentathlon heading around at the moment. The first discipline of that is the fencing. Edward Fernan is competing for Australia in the modern pentathlon. Carly McCulloch was eliminated from the Kieran and finished 9th overall. She was eliminated in the 7th to 12th. She went through to the 7th to 12th placing races and finished 9th overall. Sam Welsford finished 11th overall in the men's Omnium. In the cycling, our cycling update, by the way, is for City Venue Management, Camino apparel for the modern athlete, Camino apparel, creative and sustainable cycling and triathlon apparel for the modern athlete. So later on tonight, Cedric Double, Ashley Maloney still in the men's decathlon, but it's Ashley Maloney that's going to be in second place with the javelin and the 1500 to go. Speaking of 1500, the men's semi-finals are on at around 9 o'clock. So given we're going to be in the Kookaburras match at that time, we will review those races with a man who used to have the Australian record in that particular event. So it's been fantastic to have Ryan Gregson as part of our coverage of the track and field events. We'll speak to him about those races as well as we continue to work through night 13.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Hey, it's Jordan Lewis here. You don't get to play in 4 AFL premiership teams without starting somewhere. And as a rookie, I was mentored by some of the best footy brains around. In business, it's easy to find your gun rookie just by calling MEGT. As Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, MEGT is your local apprenticeship expert. Whether you're an employer wanting an apprentice or you're looking to kickstart your career as one, MEGT's got you covered. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 13MEGT.
Live across Australia on SEN and New Zealand on SENZ. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket. For the Henley Everyday Advantage, up to $90,000 premium inclusions. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
SEN Test Cricket, Day 2 at Nottingham. Adam Collins with you, Isabel Westbury with me. James Anderson has bowled the first delivery of the morning, left alone by KL Rahul. India resume on 21 without loss. They're 162 runs in arrears, having bowled out England for 183 yesterday. Outstanding work by all 4 Indian seamers, taking the 10 wickets between them. 4 of those for Jasprit Bumrah. His opposing number, Anderson, on the way here, bowls to KL Rahul, who again is able to shoulder arms, and the ball ends up with Joss Buttler. As I welcome former Middlesex captain and journalist for the Telegraph over here, Izzy Westbury, to the call for the first time today. Izzy, it has been a morning for trawling through the newspapers and reading about the carnage that was England's first innings yesterday, all out 183. There must be some perverse pleasure you take in that as a journalist, mustn't there? Yeah.
A post-mortem following day 1 of a 5-test series does not bode well, Adam.
Anderson bowls and KL Rahul is beaten outside the off stump, short of a length. Went back in the crease to defend. It just sailed past the shoulder of his blade. Yes, it's almost like a pre-mortem, foreshadowing what might happen over the next 7 weeks.
I think this is the biggest sadness, should I say, from an English perspective, is that this isn't really a surprise. take nothing away from India. I thought they bowled superbly. I thought they had the right combinations. There was a bit of conjecture rather around them omitting Ashwin.
Anderson from the pavilion end, 3 slips, and Rahul just pulls out at the last moment. Looked to play, good delivery.
So leaving out a specialist spinner. They've got Jadeja there, of course, slow left armour, but we've seen what Ashwin can do, both as he did in the World Test Championship and also in county cricket recently. But other than that, they've got a well-balanced side, and all their seam bowlers are a point of difference as well. You've got the height and the pace, someone like Bumrah, the skiddiness of Shami, and then Tucker as well, that's slightly slower but still nipping away and off the seam, and just too much, really, too much class, too much precision, too much movement for any of England's batters, really.
Anderson passes umpire Goff and bowls, and that's down the outside edge, albeit on the bounce down to third slip. Well played in the end to Zach Crawley with soft hands by Rahul.
I mean, the only sort of straw to cling to as far as England are concerned is that I think this bowling lineup, Anderson, Broad, Ollie Robinson has been so impressive in the small stints that we've seen him throughout this summer. You know, they are a very class bowling lineup. A little bit older now.
Anderson, last ball of the first over of the morning. He's left alone as well. A maiden to begin. India in 21 without loss. Yes, going through the coverage overnight, I mean, as one of our colleagues from Cricinfo, George Jabel, put it, it's the iceberg that's been coming for years. And if you're surprised, as he said, you've not been paying attention, going through how predictable it was that England could falter in this way. A collapse like this has been hiding in plain sight in some respects, because it's been happening away from home.
And at home.
And at home to an extent. I mean, yesterday was the lowest first innings score England have had in a home test match against India ever, in the 37 tests they've played in this country. They're glaring stats. I mean, the lack of preparation for red ball cricket through the last couple of months since they played against New Zealand in that 2 test match series. And you go back to all the players who are at the IPL who weren't available for that as well. Robinson will start off from the Radcliffe Road end. His first delivery of the day is just outside the off stump and left alone by Rohit Sharma.
You know when something bad happens in the world and then you see a lot of people take to social media and go thoughts and prayers? I kind of feel like that is England's approach. It's a wing and a prayer. It's like we know that there is absolutely nothing in place in terms of personnel, in terms of preparation, in terms of structure, fixtures, white ball dominance or red ball dominance in the fixture list, etc., etc. Let's just have a go. Let's see what we can do against India. And you can't do that. And I think that's... Well... Are we starting to realise it?
Robinson bowls and Rohit Sharma defends. There was a line in your newspaper, Shield Berry, indeed a story you were a co-byline on, which posed the question, would have Owen Morgan accepted this kind of preparation if it were a T20 team? Would he accepted a squad that was playing Test cricket last week? In the case of this particular group, they were in the 100. Or they've not had any red ball prep to speak of. Would that be acceptable to Owen Morgan, the white ball skipper of England at the moment? And if the answer is no, then why is it acceptable to Joe Root? Robinson bowls. Oh, on middle stump. Good shout for leg before. Turned down by umpire Kettleborough. Maybe just sliding. Or a fraction high. Joe Root, a decision to make. The DRS timer counts down. He consults Joss Butler. Doesn't look like they're going to send it upstairs. Robinson returns to his bowling mark. But beating the inside edge there, as he does so often when hitting the seam, watching it back, it would have hit just about on the line of leg stump, but right not to review it, as it would have just trended down the leg side.
England lost a review yesterday, I think, in the 13th over, for one that was missing in the end. So
that's right.
Right to turn it down.
Robinson again, this time going outside the off stump, and Rohit Sharma leaving it alone. Yeah, that query you as Shield were posing in the paper about, does Owen Morgan allow this to happen to his white ball team? I mean, it almost answers itself, doesn't it?
And you know what, I feel as though the prevailing mood in the press box as well is just a feeling of pity almost. We just feel really sorry for someone like Joe Root, who is the outstanding batter of his generation, and from what I understand, a great leader of men as well, respected in the dressing room.
Robinson bowls and Rohit Sharma gets tangled up a wee bit, hits his back thigh pad going over the top. Yeah, and I should say, I'm not sort of piling in on Root here either. These are circumstances largely beyond his control.
And that's it, is that the problem Root has is that just out of circumstance, he is going to always be compared to his white ball counterpart, because it's the same era, it's the same, it's going on simultaneously. Owen Morgan, hugely successful, one-day World Cup winner, with a very good chance going into the T20 World Cup as well of making it a double. And then poor old Joe Root just hasn't got the resources that Morgan has.
Robinson completes his over with another delivery outside the off-stump. Back-to-back maidens to start day 2 on SEN Test Cricket. The Henley Holmes delivering value. India 21 without loss.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're not sleeping on a Tempur mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA-certified mattress. NASA-certified, if you don't mind. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA-certified? Visit the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
James Anderson to continue from the pavilion end. Trent Bridge morning 2. Nice morning as well. Weather might be a factor later, but all clear for the time being. India 162 runs in arrears, but only 183 runs that they're chasing after initially, after England were bowled out cheaply yesterday, outside the off stump. Again, Rahul able to shoulder arms, no threat there. So there's a question about the prep, but also I suppose the longer run here and the broader decision making that's being made around this red ball team, that this group can be in a situation. I acknowledge COVID times complicate this yet further, but and the congested schedule that the 100's only added to, and that's not taking a pot shot at the 100, it's just the reality of the situation. Anderson bowls and Rahul shoulders arms. The fact that Johnny Bairstow, England's number 5, was playing for the Welsh Fire last weekend.
So a conversation that I seem to have had quite a lot over the last couple of days is, well, England have obviously decided, post 2015, leading into the 2019 World Cup, to really focus resources into white ball cricket. Right, that's happened. Why can't they have a concerted white ball effort and a concerted red ball effort, and kind of split these camps up, really focus on what needs to be done to win in both different formats?
Anderson to Rahul, wider of the crease, but the result's the same, leaving alone.
And I just don't think England have the personnel to do that. And that's because your leading players in the white ball formats and the red ball formats are the same players. Your Ben Stokes, your Jofra Archers, your Johnny Bairstows, your Joss Butlers. You either have to take quite a conviction stance and say, right, let's decide which way these players are going to go, or you're going to have to settle for what I guess we have in front of us. And we can't compare ourselves to India, who are doing that as well.
Anderson bowls and Rahul pulls inside the line. Probably the most threatening delivery we've seen so far this morning from Anderson, a fraction fuller.
So for the first time we've seen a completely separate Indian side, a white ball side, go out to Sri Lanka. Not their strongest side, but a side that competes, certainly. And then they've got their test squad here. And the truth is that India have the resources to do that. They have the depth, the strength of players. Still didn't win, though, in Sri Lanka. And I think we've got to make tough decisions.
Anderson bowling with 3 slips. Just squaring up KL Rahul, spitting out towards Rory Burns at backward point, albeit on the bounce.
Maybe England do step back and say, actually, we do want to win the T20 World Cup. That's the next thing that we want to achieve. But then if that's the case, you've got to be all eyes open coming into this India series, which, I predict at the start of this that England would lose 3-1. I think you were even more bullish, but I'll put that aside to the Australian in you. But I think, I hate talking about the Ashes when we've got a really big series here, but I think England haven't got a chance in hell.
Anderson to Rahul on middle stump, pushed out into the onside. Will complete the third over of the morning. All of them will be maidens. Party to begin. 21 without loss. India. I think it's possible that England will lose all 10 test matches. 5 against India at home, then 5 against Australia away. And Australia aren't a particularly strong test team.
And then the saddest thing about that is that I want to put that down to the Australian EU and being sort of bullish and anti-English, but it's not.
No, it's
That's
not.
A perfectly reasonable stance to take.
I would love nothing more than to have a competitive test series, a competitive Ashes series rather, in Australia for the first time in my lifetime. It's never happened in my lifetime.
And it's only the sort of the patriot in me that's saying, no, we're all in a win at least one.
Robertson's got a short leg now, starting his fresh set to Rohit Sharma. Down the leg side, can't quite catch up with it. It ends up with Butler, who takes it moving to his left. Let's look at Butler in this conversation.
Another one who I want to give a big hug to.
Well, in his how long have we been waiting for Joss Butler to crack the code at test level? I mean, he made his test debut against India in 2014. So you could say that for 6 years we were waiting for it to all click for Joss. You know, be it as a specialist bat or as a wicketkeeper batsman at number 5, number 6, number 7, just for it to work for a sustained period of time. Such a prodigiously talented player. Robinson to the crease and bowls, and Rohit Sharma defends into the offside. In Butler's 7 test matches before he took his break, so including Chennai against India back in February, he was averaging 65. He had, by definition, statistically, cracked the code. They had found a way for red ball cricket to work for this very capable, generational cricketer. He's not played a red ball game since then. Half a year later, not a single red ball game. At the prime of his career. Robinson arrives to Rohit, who defends with bat and pad very closely together.
But this is where I do think those hard decisions need to be made. And I mean, it has to be taken, obviously, with the full consent of the player in question. Joss, obviously, is a wonderful white ball player, can achieve a lot both for England's white ball team and also on the domestic circuit. We know what a might he is in the IPL and other domestic leagues around the world. This is the prime of your career. What do you want to use that prime for?
Robinson arrives and bowls, and Rohit off his hit. Can he find the first run of the day? He can't. It's stopped out there at mid-wicket.
I don't think there should be any stigma if he decides to go white ball. But
you know, he nearly did. This is the thing with Joss. He nearly did this. I interviewed him before the 17-18 Ashes when he wasn't in the squad. In fact, it was the day before the squad announcement, and he told me, I'm not going to be in the squad. And he was gutted. But he also acknowledged that might be the catalyst for him becoming a white ball only player.
Yeah.
In the same way that Alex Hales only has a white ball contract. For a time, it was the same for Adil Rashid. Robinson bowls, and Rohit is beaten outside the off stump. That's the best ball of the day so far. Had to come forward, had to offer a shot, hit the seam, decked away. That's Robinson at his best. But in the end, Ed Smith comes along, says they actually want him to play Test cricket, and then he finds a way to make it work. They're proud of being Test players. I don't think we can deny them that.
I agree, but I'm worried that is the only thing that is keeping them there. And I think for the longevity, sustainability of Test cricket, both in England, considering that Test cricket is still very popular here and is perceived as a pinnacle of the game, the only thing really is this guilt almost.
Robinson on the hip of Rohit Sharma, who pulls him round the corner and does it so well. Gets himself a boundary. The diving effort of Sam Curran couldn't prevent the ball reaching the rope in front of the new stand. 17 overs gone. They're the first runs of the day. India 25 without loss.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you. This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Well played by Rohit Sharma to complete the previous over, moving into double figures from 52 deliveries. He's 13. That familiar stroke of his with his front leg in the air, whipping through the onside, making solid contact. Back to Anderson and KL Rahul. short of a length able to lead. This is not a good start from Anderson, isn't it? He's bowled 2 maidens, but I think he's only made Rahul play once or twice.
And this is one of the things that we saw, the differences between the 2 bowling performances between India and England yesterday. Obviously, we only saw 13 overs from England bowling, but while both India and England had comparable lengths, and they were both moving the ball away from the batters, the right-handed batters, the channel that India were bowling in was much more disciplined than England.
Anderson once again to KL Rahul, and the result is exactly the same. I mean, this is Anderson would acknowledge that he needed to come out and threaten the off stump. Yep. He's failed to do that so far.
And what India did so well, and you could argue this because they have such a strong bowling lineup behind them, is that the moment that a bowler did start to lose their line, they got rotated. We saw it with Jasprit Bumrah. It was really interesting. He bowled 20 and a bit overs yesterday. But he almost bowled what was sort of a white ball innings, in that he bowled front up, 6 overs to start.
Anderson to KL Rahul, finds the outside edge on the bounce for third slip. Just soft enough hands there, which meant that Crawley was never in the game. In the end, the third slip saved 4 runs, moving to his right.
So where Bumrah was obviously very potent because he struck in his first over, trapping Rory Burns LBW. So that's sort of an opening bowler slot if you're looking at the white ball game. And then he bowled 10 at the back end, so that, death overs, the finisher, where he blasted out the England tail. He only bowled 4 overs in the middle overs, and he was quite wayward then. And Kohli went, right, not now.
Anderson to Rahul, no run, out towards the offside.
And that's what India have at their disposal. I mean, Anderson's our leading striker. He's a brilliant bowler. Maybe not quite bowling the lines that he wants right now. But you take Anderson off, you've got Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul just getting going. Ollie Robinson's been bowling potently, Broad as well, but that, Curran's a good bowler, but he's a 5th bowler, really. Where does England go from there? India has so many options.
Anderson to KL Rahul, that's Fuller. And that's Rahul's first run of the day, pushed out towards extra cover. He moves to 10, 26 for none. 1 ball to come in the 18th over.
One of the pieces I was asked to write yesterday as part of mass coverage of Test cricket, the Telegraph, was a guilty, not guilty verdict of each of England's batters. And I hate those kind of pieces. It's horrid. No batter goes out there.
I'm just trying to think what the...
and wants to, willfully loses their wicket.
I probably shouldn't say this, but we're on Australian and New Zealand radio. I wonder, the Standard Telegraph reader, guilty.
Yes,
they'd be saying when they're roaring at the paper, I'm sure.
My immediate response was that none of them were guilty. I just felt tremendously sorry for them, but that didn't quite pass the buck.
They also want to bring back hanging. Anderson to complete the over outside the off stump, left alone by Rohit Sharma. 18 gone, 26 for none.
And my general view is that India's bowlers are better than England's batters. It's not a particularly sort of juicy view, or one that you can get a lot of conjecture and debate and pub talk from, but to me it just seems the reality. India have some very good bowlers, bowling very well in English conditions, and England's batters just aren't good enough.
And then the question becomes, how has it been able to get to this? I mean, we're talking about an England team that a generation ago had one of the most solid top 6s in world cricket. In fact, if you go through it, I know this is easy to do when you've got a poor team and you reflect on a better team that came before them, but it's not that long ago. This isn't saying, well, Peter May's side of the 50s were pretty useful. This is saying that the team that Andrew Strauss oversaw one generation ago were the number 1 team in the world. Robinson starting a new over, Rahul way outside the off-stump shouldering arms.
Well,
and again, it's not necessarily fair to compare generations, but T20 cricket existed when Strauss and Hook and Trott and Bell and Collingwood and Peterson. I mean, and I acknowledge that T20 cricket at that stage, the IPL wasn't, with the exception of Peterson, wasn't part of their lives. But we're not a million miles away from that point in time.
But it is prioritisation. It's deciding what is important to focus on over a period of 3-4 years.
Robinson bowls and on leg stump. It hits him on the thigh pad and spills down to short leg, no run.
And maybe we're just asking for too much. I mean, cricket is not the number one sport in England for whatever reason. Well, for a number of reasons that the ECB are probably culpable of, but won't take responsibility perhaps. But that's a situation that we're in. You can't... England, with the resources, with the status of cricket, with the declining uptake, especially before it's come back to free-to-air television for the season.
Robinson bowls and Rahul has to play off the inside edge, hit the seam, took one hand off the bat, ended up in front of the newsstand at deep backwards square leg. Rahul through for a single, he's 11, India 27 for none.
It's a fantasy to think that we can dominate or compete at the top in all three formats.
But it's not impossible for other countries to do it. So this is where you feel for Joe Root, isn't it? He's made 28% of England's runs this year. And that's a staggering figure.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Top scoring again yesterday with 64. The 50th time in Test cricket he's fallen between 50 and 100. Well, think about the pressure that he's batting under so often. Robinson bowls. Oh, that's really close. Shouldering arms is Rohit Sharma. Strikes him on the pad. It was a fair way outside the off stump. It would have needed to have been doing plenty. And Joe Root is going to test it out on the basis that because Rohit Sharma did not play a shot, it does not matter where impact was. The whole ball game is, was this ball hitting the stumps? Technology will tell us. Your thoughts, your first impression, Izzy?
Close, and again, like the New Zealand first test that England played earlier in the summer, it was the test debut of Ollie Robinson. He outbowled Anderson and Broad, and he looks the most potent once more. Got that late in-swing, bowling good lines, and he comes from a lovely height as well.
Missing. They would have hit a fourth stump, but not a third one, not the off stump. So they lose their review. Two of them are gone. Umpire Kettleborough can stick with his initial decision.
Just asking for the ball to do a little bit more than it did perhaps there. It's one of those where you look at the Hawkeye and you think, in real life I reckon that probably actually would have come in even more. But you can't really give that out with the stride so far outside off stump.
It's one of those that pre-DRS got given more than it didn't, I think.
Perhaps
My
so.
sense is that you were penalised for not offering a shot to such an extent that you might fall on the wrong side of that verdict. But post-DRS, I think umpires are a fraction more conservative, and batters are shouldering arms, as Rohit Sharma does again here, very close to that off stump. Excellent bowling from Robinson, up at 84 mile an hour as well. When he was in the England squad last year, there was a lot of talk that he may not be quite quick enough. I mean, we were watching him last year at county level, weren't we, in games that we've called together, and he looks at a handful given his height, his trajectory, and now he seems to have found an extra yard as well.
I was literally about to say that. He does, doesn't he? He's competing, he's up there. High 80s.
Last ball of his over. On the way here to Rohit Sharma. Arrives and bowls, and he leaves again, albeit from a fraction shorter of a length there. End of 19 overs, SEN Test cricket. The Henley Holmes delivering affordability. India 27 for none.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
6 overs this morning, 6 runs added for India without loss. James Anderson to continue. He's bowled 6 overs so far, 3 yesterday, 3 today, none for 10, his analysis. Yet to really find that dangerous line and length that's been such a feature of his work at Nottingham over the years. 3 slips in position, conventional 6-3 field. Makes a small tweak here to shuffle mid-wicket, a fraction straighter. and sets off here towards KL Rahul from the pavilion end. And Rahul plays outside the off stump, tries to flay him through the offside, off the back foot, doesn't make contact, and it misses the edge as well. First time we've seen KL Rahul really look to play an expansive stroke this morning.
That was a lovely ball, just watching back. Anderson finding that line again. It's been a good pitch to bowl on. Seeing that from India.
Anderson to Rahul, who's able to leave this a fraction fuller, but still a long way outside that off stump.
Just saw the former British Prime Minister John Major in attendance.
He should be at the Oval, shouldn't he? Given that Surrey are playing there today.
There's a Royal London One Day Cup going on at the Oval. Have the crowd out down there as well. But yes, Major.
Anderson bowls, and on the back foot defending is KL Rahul.
Major matches.
He's written a book, hasn't he, or wrote a book when he finished as Prime Minister about the game here at the Oval.
Yeah, a couple of books on cricket. One about the sort of history and the evolution of cricket from how it started, how it evolved. He busted the myth about women inventing overarm bowling because of their skirts. Which is
you still hear that quite a bit, don't you?
Very apropos.
Nearly there. Wide of the crease is Anderson and shouldering arms. It's KL Rahul. Apocryphal.
I'm getting there. Spit it out. But yeah, one of those that keeps on doing the rounds.
Yes.
But it's very much, unfortunately, not true. Well, very, very unlikely that women, because of their billowing skirts, I'm not quite sure what the correct term was for them, because they couldn't bowl underarm as the bowling was at the time, therefore invented overarm bowling.
Anderson delivers here. Rahul defending, albeit from the outside portion of his bat, out towards Rory Burns at point, no run.
Makes for nice reading, but
yes.
It's more likely that actually overarm bowling, surprisingly, rather not, is actually a little bit more potent than overarm.
We have a historian with us in Jared Kimber who'll tell us all about it later on the broadcast, I'm sure. Yes, cricket-loving prime ministers. There have been a few over the years.
Yes, each country, it seems, dabbles.
Anderson here, KL Rahul who defends. The end of his over, 20 gone. Another maiden there for the veteran, 27 without loss. I'll let you ponder that. Prime Ministers who've loved the game. And you can pick up that conversation as I make way. For the first time today, Vikesh Regani is going to take over on commentary.
Trying to think, Theresa May, the Prime Minister before Boris Johnson came in, apparently used to have, I think she may have had a poster of Geoffrey Boycott, which is slightly alarming on many levels. It does seem to go hand in hand. But Major was he's a real anorak. He likes his cricket, good man. India then wicketless, or at least England wicketless. India yet to lose a wicket. And these two at the moment, KL Rahul and Rohit Sharma, both trying to make a statement at the top of the order, show that they're true test match openers. And proving a foil at the moment to England as Robinson is through, just outside off stump through to the keeper, and there is no run. Again, just losing his line there. Rahul able to stay in his crease. There's Nikesh Regani to my right.
Good morning, is it?
Over from Adam Collins.
How are you?
I'm feeling slightly better at watching Robinson. I always feel slightly cheered at watching him bowl. We haven't seen him that often or that much.
And he comes once again, and this is well defended by Rohit Sharma. 27 without loss then, the Indians trailing by 156 runs after that fabulous bowling display yesterday. The sun is shining in Nottingham as well.
Yeah.
Which, it always does a bit, regardless of the overhead conditions. But from an Indian point of view, perfect conditions to make a few runs and maybe try and bat once.
Yes, the forecast is sort of patchy, isn't it? But it's one of those forecasts where it looks as though it's going to be showers and thunderstorms and no sort of big bands of rain.
Robinson is fuller and driven beautifully down the ground, past mid-off for 4 runs. Well, that is Rohit Sharma at his absolute best. Great bit of timing there, and a nice pause, a pose for the pictures as well, with the full face of the bat showing. 31 without loss.
Yeah, that was the first one really that Robinson has just over-pitched, hasn't he? And Sharma, we know what a good white ball batter he is as well as red. He's too good to let that one past him. And that was a lovely strike, lovely click off the bat as well, we heard. Full face. And that's, yeah, it doesn't look great for England. But Robinson he's a bright spark amongst a lot of gloom at the moment, regardless of that one.
He's doing a bit with the ball, creating a few opportunities, and he comes this time outside the off stump and left well alone by Rohit Sharma. We've seen him play and miss a couple of times this morning. Rohit always gives you that opportunity. He's an attacking batsman, looks to play his shots. Played very sensibly yesterday evening, though. 17 from 60 balls at the moment this innings. It's not a typical Rohit Sharma innings, but in these conditions in England at Trent Bridge against this England bowling attack, you've got to bide your time, especially when you have got plenty of time, weather permitting.
That's one of the benefits of batting second, is you can see the pitch, you can see what it's done to the batters before you in the opposition team.
This is straighter and an inside edge from Rohit, past the short leg fielder, and they're through for a single.
I think that's certainly true, is that, you know, for all of England's travails, the Indians, they do respect this bowling lineup. This is a world-class bowling lineup. Anderson, Broad, Robinson now as well. And I mean, take nothing away from Curran, who again might not be your sort of frontline bowler, but he's a man that does things, makes things happen, I think is his tagline, almost.
Yeah, and India know all about that. As we said yesterday, that 2018 series, it's still very much a scar in Indian Test cricket, the way that performed there and saved England on a number of occasions. Robinson this time finds the outside edge of KL Rahul, and did it drop just short of Rory Burns at third slip? I think it may have done. It was a sigh from his fellow slit fielders. We'll take a look at the replay in just a moment. Here it is. Genuine edge there from Rahul. Soft hands, and yes, well short of Rory Burns in the end. So that's the end of the over. India 32 without loss.
Hey, it's Jordan Lewis here. I was lucky enough to win 4 premierships, but I still remember my first game as a rookie. I needed all the advice I could get. So, if you're after an apprenticeship but need the same kind of expert help, you can't go past MEGT. MEGT is Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, making them your true local apprenticeship experts. With MEGT, a winning career could be yours. So check out their free job board today. Just go to MEGT.com.au or call 13MEGT.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Back for the action at Trent Bridge. India trailing by 151 runs. They're 32 without loss in their first innings. Rohit Sharma unbeaten on 18. KL Rahul on 11. It's going to be Anderson once again. This is well defended by Rohit Sharma. This will give the Indians a lot of confidence. You would have seen that World Test Championship final, is he against New Zealand, playing that swinging ball early on. I mean, to be fair to them, in the first innings there, India got into a decent position. They were 130 odd for 3, looking pretty good, and then from then on they really did struggle. They looked all at sea with the swinging ball, with that great New Zealand attack, of course. This has provided them with a really good base here. 32 without loss. Ooh, just past the outside edge of Rohit Sharma, that one, and straight through to Butler. No run. They've got Pujara to come next. He's a man low on confidence as well, but he would have rather been coming in a situation like this with hopefully a few more runs on the board before the first wicket falls, rather than sort of 3 for 1, 4 for 1, something like that.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, although that was a loss to New Zealand, I mean, the conditions were just so difficult to play in against 2 world-class seam attacks.
This is left alone by Rohit. No run once again.
So, I mean, I think it was Virat Kohli. I think he got 40 odd in the first innings. I mean, that was better than many hundreds that I've seen him play in terms of the calibre, the patience, the concentration required of it. And that's as good a test as any coming into playing in English conditions. I mean, you hate to say that a final is a warm-up, but it was the perfect preparation, really, for an English Test series and against a team that is not quite as world-class as New Zealand currently.
Anderson in once again, and this is a little bit straighter, but just defended back down the pitch for no run. 32 without loss. India, another very good crowd at Trent Bridge. You can, I'm sure, hear the hum of the crowd in the background. Lots of England fans nervously anticipating what could happen today. Good Indian presence once again, which is good to see. They've sometimes been accused of being lacking in numbers in Test cricket when it comes to matches in England, certainly. They've turned up in big numbers here for days 1 and 2. Anderson is fuller this time, and Rohit pushes at this one, but straight into the covers and fielded for no run.
And that'll be interesting to see as well in the next 5-10 years is how India's mindset continues. Will that continued prominence of Test cricket remain? Because I think a lot of it, at the moment, really is down to Kohli. The way in which he prioritises and emphasises the importance of Test cricket and has instilled that in his side. It's once Kohli retires, and I'm not saying that's anytime soon, he's 32, obviously prime, top of his game, loves it, as intense as ever, really. But once that generation leaves, will that still remain when you've had the IPL going for 15 years or so?
Anderson is a little bit shorter, and this is just worked away, but straight to mid-wicket, no run. Good question, and that is the end of the 22nd over, with India 32 without loss. Yeah, I mean, Test cricket was actually a high priority for India from around 2008, because that is when MS Dhoni took over the captaincy from Anil Kumble, who had a short reign, and lifted the ICC mace for the first time. And all of a sudden, India thought, oh, we're quite good at this Test cricket stuff, aren't we? Let's put some more money, more resources into this. And it kind of took off from there, and that's when they started playing longer series against the likes of England. Before it would sometimes be a 3-match series, a 2-match series against England or Australia, and it was always 4 or 5 from that point onwards, and they took it very, very seriously. Yes, they didn't have the best results travelling overseas during some of those years that followed, but it has been a high priority even before Virat Kohli, and I think he's just sort of carried that on, taken it to the next level. Ravi Shastri is very much on board as Ollie Robinson continues full to KL Rahul and defended into the offside for no run. So I think the board is fully behind these ambitions in Test cricket, and as you were saying earlier to Adam, it's just the depth that India have got.
Yeah.
They can afford to do that. They can afford to have a Test side in England. They can afford to have a white ball side in Sri Lanka. Yes, they lost the T20 series in Sri Lanka, but that was only after the COVID break. I mean, they were dominating Sri Lanka up until the end of the first T20.
In that final match.
Yeah, I mean, they had to isolate, I think, 8 players or something. They only had four available batters in the final 2 games. This one is left alone outside the off stump, no run. India still 2 without loss. So yeah, they've got the resources, they've got the depth, and even if they were allowed to perhaps call some more replacements into Sri Lanka, which wasn't possible because of COVID and everything else, they probably could find another 11 who could play pretty competitively. I'm not saying they'd win everything. England don't have that luxury really at the moment. White ball side is fantastic. Finding these red ball cricketers who can do it at the top level, another issue. This has just worked into the onside, straight to the mid-wicket fielder again for no run.
And perhaps, one thing that we do pin a lot of hope on, I guess, is that cricket is slowly but surely returning in England to free-to-air television. There's a very concerted effort to reach out to demographics of our population that have been neglected, I think, before, whether it be women, whether it be South Asian communities, of which there's a huge presence in the UK. Just doesn't really translate into playing high-level cricket. It's very much grassroots fans watching white ball cricket in the IPL, but not following counties.
He's wrapped on the pads this time, KL Rahul, but it's outside the line of the off stump. So there'll be no run. 32 without loss still.
And then the ECB's favour defence, whatever you might call it, they are starting to turn towards that. There are, and also in Black Afro-Caribbean communities as well. There are outreach programmes there, so it is happening. Perhaps too late, perhaps not enough concentration towards these demographics. Also state school people that haven't got subscription television. So it is happening, but again, it's something that you're probably not going to see the effects of for another 15 years, and that's if we sustain that investment.
Robinson continues into Rahul on his pads, and he just flicks this away down to fine leg, and they jog through for a single, 33 without loss. Yeah, it's a really interesting issue, and it's sustaining that effort, isn't it? Because there have been programmes in the past, certainly amongst the South Asian community, that's a question that not only cricket has to really find an answer for in England. Football as well has been trying to do that for a number of years, and it seems as though these boards, these organisations, they announce something, they announce a new project, it'll be quite strong for 2 or 3 years and then just fizzle out, and you need to sustain it over 10, 15 years at least, and then keep it going as well. And you're not going to get that influx of, say for example, South Asian players if you don't have enough role models to look up to. Robinson is in to Rohit Sharma, who defends into the offside for no run. 33 without loss. We'll pick up that point after this.
Coach Nick's strategies for business growth are proven.
Many prime business locations are now becoming available. I can show you how to move or expand your business to take advantage of the current climate.
For more guidance, advice and direction on where to now in business, get on to Coach Nick.
Business owners, if you're ready to take advantage of the current incredible opportunities, then let's take your business to the next level. Your first consultation is free. Visit coachnick.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Back with the action at Trent Bridge. Nikesh Ragani alongside Izzy Westbury, with India 33 without loss on day 2 of the first test. KL Rahul 12 not out. Rohit Sharma on 18. Jimmy Anderson to continue. India trailing by 150 runs at this stage after skittling England for 183, and this one is just left alone at the last minute by Rahul outside the off stump. No run. As we were talking about, say for example, South Asian outreach programmes in England. Yes, they've got a couple of role models to look up to at the moment, thankfully, in the England white ball side, in Moeen Ali and Adil Rashid,
Moeen Ali,
Cup
who
winners.
should be playing in perhaps the test side as well.
There are calls for that as well. He's currently playing in the 100 competition instead of being in the squad at Trent Bridge. But in terms of the actual county system and how they get more of those players in, this one's left alone again outside the off stump by Rahul. That is a big question. I mean, I'll give you an example. I'm from Leicestershire. I was in the Leicestershire Academy up until sort of my teenage years, till about 16, 17. There were a lot of Asians in that academy. Leicester is a heavily populated area full of a lot of members of the Indian community who would have migrated to England in the 60s and 70s. A lot of them from East Africa, originally from India, of course, but living in East Africa for a number of years. Ugandans, Tanzanians, and they loved cricket, and a lot of that community took it seriously, played club cricket. The academy was full of Asian players. But you just didn't see that breakthrough at the top level. This one's cut away by Rahul, but straight to the fielder there at backward points, and no run. Rory Burns with the fielding down towards his left. So migration to the UK from places like East Africa, large Indian community coming over from the late 60s onwards, and it took until 2006 for Leicestershire to field their first British Asian player who was born in Leicester, came through the academy into their first team. 2006, it's a long time, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that was one player, and there's not really been an influx since then. This was Jigar Nayak. He's an off spinner who did a pretty decent job for a few years for Leicestershire, but there just hasn't been anything since. This one is inside edge onto pad. I think there's a big appeal for LBW. Jimmy Anderson is pleading with the umpire there. There certainly was bat involved. Was it pad first? I think that is going to be the question. Joe Root just having those conversations now. He doesn't fancy it. I don't think he's going to go for it. He's turned his back. There's only one review remaining for England, and he doesn't want to take it at the moment. Anderson can't quite believe that. Let's have a look at the replay. It just nips back in, and I think it was inside edge onto pad, so looks to be the right call. We'll get that confirmed with the ultra edge in a moment, but it's one of those that almost jammed between the inside edge and the pad, and it's difficult to tell on ultra edge actually. I think it may have been a slight spike, Izzy, just before.
I think what happened was the bat was so close to the pad, it went bat, pad, bat.
Well, this one's left alone outside the off stump by Rahul. 33 without loss still.
So if you only caught the last 2 touches, you would have seen pad then bat, but I think there was a bit of bat in there first. So yeah, poor old Anderson feeling a bit aggrieved, but that shows you as well how important it is and how well India played with their reviews yesterday. Is that England now, they haven't yet got a wicket and they've already burnt through 2 reviews. India have all 3 left. So it's that's why it was such a difficult choice there for Root. Really had to think about this, and they are going to lose out going through this innings, almost certainly.
Seems strange to say India use their reviews well. They've been very bad of late, as this one has been left outside the off stump once again by KL Rahul, and there is no run. That is the end of the 24th over. India 33 without loss. As Isabel Westbury makes way in the commentary box. And in the next few moments we will be joined by the Black Caps legend Jeremy Coney alongside me, with Rohit Sharma 18 not out, KL Rahul unbeaten on 12. It's been Anderson and Robinson so far this morning for England. We've seen 2 or 3 plays and misses, an LBW shout as well, but other than that, these Indian openers doing a solid job for their side. Nothing spectacular. It's 24 overs for their 33 runs. Had a difficult passage of play yesterday evening with the lights on at Trent Bridge, lots of cloud cover, the ball was swinging. Managed to survive that session. And they're batting in the sunshine now. In comes Robinson to Rohit Sharma, who gets it past the short-leg fielder with a flick. And they jog through for a single. Sharma on to 19 with that. And the conditions look pretty good for batting at the moment today. The ball will always swing at Trent Bridge. It's only 24 overs old at the moment. The sun is shining. No extravagant movement. It's just been fairly gentle swing so far this morning from the England bowlers. Robinson into his 10th over of the innings. It's Fawley's wrapped on the pads. There's a big shout for LBW. Umpire thinks it may have been heading down the leg side. It looked to be a close one, that, but again, England with just that one review remaining. Joe Root has a little conversation with Ollie Robinson. They turn their backs on each other eventually, and they are not going to go upstairs. Jeremy Coney, I think that was probably heading just down the leg side, but it shows you the importance of having those reviews in the bag.
Yeah, well, England have used up 2 in the first 18 overs, so it doesn't give them too much room to play with, obviously, when you only get 3 until the next new ball. So, I mean, Robinson has been bowling he's a tall bowler. He hits the pitch hard. He does get bounce. This one's come back in a little bit. It's down leg side over. That's definitely missing the leg stump. And a lot of his deliveries, you'll find, have been going over the stumps.
This one is straighter and just defended into the leg side for no run.
His natural length as a seamer is just back of a length, and because he is quite a strong bowler and because he's so tall, he's getting a bit of extra bounce today. He's gone past the edge a couple of times. He's found a couple of edges to go to third slip. He's got a bat pad in because of that bounce. That's Lawrence in there. So, and he does nip it back, so that's a good position to have, I think, in the field.
Rahul takes his guard once again and drives this beautifully through the offside past the point fielder, and that races to the boundary. Lovely bit of timing. It was floated up. It was very full outside the off stump, and Rahul just leant on it beautifully. And there's a few verbals there between Robinson and Rahul. I'm not quite sure what that was about, but India moved nicely onto 38 without loss.
Yeah, well, I think we made the comment yesterday that the Indian openers just look more organised, really, than their English counterparts. They've let the ball go well. They've got straight back lifts. You don't see their back shoulder. They get a good stride, and once they decide to go forward.
Robinson this time is a little bit shorter and straighter, and it's just defended dead into the pitch.
You don't,
Rahul. There's something going on between the two of them, isn't there?
Oh yeah. Robertson has it's a no ball. Robinson has the reputation of chuntering away quite a bit, quite quietly. Anderson does as well, actually. So it's, but they do it very carefully and quietly and so on. So. But I haven't had the feeling that the Indian openers are necessarily chasing the ball for runs. You can see from the run rate at the moment, which is probably about 1.5. They don't have to rush, of course, if they don't want to, having bowled England out.
Robinson in again, and Rahul defends to point for no run.
But you do get the sense that they are aware. And they're ready and they're poised in the sense that if a bad ball comes along, they'll pounce on it. As we saw then, a little fuller from Robinson, Rahul was into it. So that's been the difference so far between these sides. It's very similar in terms of the run rates. I mean, 2.6 runs per over yesterday throughout the day. Only 78 overs. That's pretty bad, isn't it? That's 12 overs short. That's almost an hour.
You might allow the two for the change of innings. That's about it. In comes Robinson once again. This finds the outside edge of Rahul, but he plays with soft hands and it bounces well short of the slip cordon. And that brings to an end the 25th over. So 25 overs gone, India 39 without loss.
The Kogan Money credit card is full of value with no annual fees, amazing rewards and a complimentary Kogan First membership giving you cheaper deals and free shipping at Kogan.com. And right now you can earn up to $400 Kogan.com credit when you meet the spend requirements. Plus earn up to 2 cents worth of Kogan.com credit for every dollar of eligible spend. So make the switch to a better value credit card today at koganmoney.com.au/footy.
Offer ends September 30th, 2021. T's and C's credit criteria apply.
Product issuer and credit provider Citigroup Pty Ltd.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes delivering affordability. Back with the action at Trent Bridge with India 39 without loss in the morning session of day 2 of this first Test match against England. They're trailing them by 144 runs, and a huge cheer goes up around Trent Bridge as the local boy Stuart Broad is introduced into the attack for the first time this morning.
Yeah, well, he replaces Anderson. Anderson was a little wide and took some time, I thought, this morning to find some rhythm. And we spoke yesterday about the batsman.
Broad charges in, delivers outside the off stump. It's left alone by Rohit Sharma, no run.
For England, the batsman for England, you know, being some of them not playing for maybe 7 or 8 months with the red ball. And I'm afraid Test cricket is just too difficult to not, you know, you've got to be, it's hard enough when you're playing. You know, you're practicing all the time and you come straight from it into a Test match. That's hard enough. But to not play for 7 months, that's asking too much. And that's how it looked yesterday.
Rohit Sharma takes his guard once again and again leaves this outside the off stump, straight through to Jos Buttler. 39 without loss, the Indians. Yeah, I mean, I heard Marcus Trescothick talking, the England batting coach, following yesterday's 183 all out, and he was asked about the lack of preparation for his batters, and he defended it, saying they've had a couple of net sessions, but surely that's not good enough, is it?
Oh dear, certainly not. Certainly not. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily blame.
This one is fuller and driven through the offside, past point by Rohit Sharma. It's not been timed particularly well, but they'll get a couple of runs. 41 without loss.
Just an outside middle, wasn't it? That's why it went a bit squarer between the two fieldsmen. It's a couple. I didn't think necessarily short form shots were the problem. I mean, we didn't see any big shots other than from perhaps Curran right at the end of the innings. It was all pretty much players getting out because of defensive errors. That was the cause, and that's where it sort of shows they just couldn't stay in.
Broad is straighter this time, and it's defended down to mid-off by Rohit Sharma, no run.
And that's despite the fact that it was a lengthened batting lineup for England as well. So, you know, they just couldn't confront the movement that they had yesterday. And there was some decent bowling, to be fair. I mean, it wasn't... I wouldn't say that India were brilliant. I think they'll get better. I thought they looked short of a gallop, actually, in perhaps the first session. I thought maybe instead of setting batsmen up, it was in-swing, outswing, straight one, outswing, in-swing. It was show them everything rather than outswing, outswing.
So it's just guided past the slip cordon by Rohit Sharma and all the way down to the third-man boundary for 4 runs, 45 without loss. It was intentional, maybe went slightly finer than Rohit Sharma would have liked, but played it nicely with soft hands, and India move on to 45 without loss.
Yeah, just again a scrambled seam, and he was deliberately trying to run it there. It was wide of the slip cordon, a little bit aerial, but certainly deliberately played there, and picks up a boundary. India can always accelerate here if they would need to.
They've certainly got the firepower in the middle order, haven't they?
They certainly have. I mean, if they set a good platform here.
And as Broad respond, he's straighter and beats the outside edge of Rohit Sharma that time. Much better line there from Stuart Broad, just drawing Rohit Sharma forward, and that brings to an end Broad's first over of the morning with India, 45 without loss.
And that's a decent start from Broad. I'd be quite happy with that. Just taking the seam and moving away from the right-handed Sharma. Feeling for that one. But yeah, I mean, I like a bowler if he can bowl outswing, 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 keep going, outswing, and then suddenly the in-swing. So you actually set a player up, and they're not accustomed to that. They haven't had a look at what you can actually do. You haven't shown your range of skills to them very early. Whereas I think giving one, then the next ball is the in-swinger and so on, it's a wee bit hit and miss and a slightly panic, you know, with the bowlers. And that's what I felt India were doing a lot yesterday, a wee bit, apart from perhaps the dismissal of Burns early on.
Absolutely, yeah. But again, that was just 5 balls into the innings, so he already went with the in-swing. It worked on that occasion. But you're right, they were trying quite a few things early on. As Sam Curran is introduced into the attack, immediately finds swing into KL Rahul, who just works him into the leg side for no run. Yeah, this will be interesting.
Yeah, he was quite interested there, wasn't he? How Rahul came out and played. The front leg was really placed across to off stump and beyond, so he had to get out and get the bat around the pad, and that always interests the left armers. Can he get one through? Is he quick enough to get one past the edge of the bat into the pad?
There certainly won't be any issue with him finding swing in these conditions, at least. This one is outside the off stump. He does beat the outside edge. Slightly straighter delivery there from Curran, just angling across the right-handed Rahul.
This is a good start from Curran too. Just a little bit of early swing, but then perhaps just straightening a tad as well.
Yeah, just off the seam, that one after pitching. Straightening just a touch, enough to beat the outside edge of KL Rahul. He's unbeaten on 16, Rohit Sharma 25 at the other end. This is on that leg stump line again and worked into the leg side by Rahul for no run. India 45 without loss. They trail by 138 runs. And we talked about acceleration, Jeremy. I mean, these two are no mugs as well. Once the platform is set, they like to play their shots.
Yeah, but you get down to punt and then Jadeja as well. I mean, there is some power in this. I mean, we haven't even mentioned Kohli, you know. So there's plenty of runs there. Pujara probably will have to work. It'll be one of those innings, workmanlike.
Nice delivery, just left outside the off stump by Rahul. Straight through to Butler. Yeah, Pujara is the only one who, you know, especially given that he's low on confidence at the moment, I feel, taking that little bit of extra time to get himself set at the crease. So that'll be interesting to see how he goes.
Yeah, and he's kind of had slightly, perhaps diminishing returns, and just recently.
Yeah. Going in again, leg side-ish and flicks down towards deep backward square leg by Rahul, and the jog through for a single. India 46 without loss. I mean, KL Rahul 17 from 88 deliveries, Rohit Sharma 25 from 75. It's not normally the kind of strike rates you associate with players like this. They're both highly successful in white ball cricket as well, but they've been very sensible, haven't they?
Right, they've watchful.
One ball remaining in this over from Sam Curran, just the one run from it so far. Hasn't quite settled into his line yet. This is just outside the off stump and defended back to him by Rohit Sharma. So that's the end of the 27th over. India 46 without loss, and in a short couple of minutes Adam Collins will take over.
Hey, it's Jordan Lewis here. You don't get to play in 4 AFL Premiership teams without starting somewhere. And as a rookie, I was mentored by some of the best footy brains around. In business, it's easy to find your gun rookie just by calling MEGT. As Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, MEGT is your local apprenticeship expert. Whether you're an employer wanting an apprentice or you're looking to kickstart your career as one, MEGT's got you covered. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 13-MEGT.
An hour played on this second morning at Trent Bridge. Drinks are on the field. England have not been able to make a breakthrough. India making their way to 46 without loss. So 25 runs added across the first hour of play, where 14 overs were bowled. KL Rahul has moved to 17 and Rohit Sharma 25. Both men were 9 overnight. Adam Collins with you and Jeremy Coney with me as we work our way into the second hour. A reminder, you can stay in touch with our commentary box by texting in. If you're in New Zealand, it's easy, just 4 digits, 8833. That's it, 8833 on the text line, and you'll come through to us. And if you're in Australia, 0433 98 11 16. The first hour, a very solid one for India, but felt like England didn't make them play enough, certainly in the first half an hour.
Correct. I think I mentioned Anderson just couldn't find that rhythm we normally associate with him, and as I was also saying, we talked about the batsmen being out of rhythm for England yesterday. Bowlers can be out of rhythm as well. The last time he played would have been against Kent, I guess, when he got whatever the record was. But he didn't really seem himself today, short and wide, and for a swing bowler, of course, you want who interrogate last second batting, if you like. You've really, if you pitch it short, it makes it very much easier to leave any swing bowler. If you see it and it's short, then you can let it go, Levy, and out beside. And so that's really the problem he had. And then when he overcorrected, he ended up bowling quite wide on the crease, and then it was going sort of too straight, and you're being picked off a couple of times down to the leg side. So he just struggled within himself. I wondered whether he was bowling the right end. He should be bowling, if he bowls his outswinger, from the other end of Trent Bridge. Okay. The wind's coming from the left to right on the screen at the moment.
Yeah, he's been bowling from the pavilion end so far today. He'll be frustrated by this, Anderson. He said after the New Zealand Test matches that he felt just a fraction rusty.
Well,
he hadn't played quite enough cricket.
3 wickets in 2 tests against New Zealand.
And he sort of made the point that just the way that he built up to that first test against New Zealand, 2 washouts for Lancashire, it just didn't quite get the overs in the legs. So that's why he did bowl a lot when England's white ball team took over the last couple of months. He did loads of extra work. He, of course, played in those championship games with those 2 rounds that were sliced into July. Picked up his 1000th wicket. His best figures in professional cricket, 7 for 18, and what was an unplayable, astonishing performance, really. So yes, he'll be doubly frustrated not to be as potent as he was there on this much bigger stage in the first test of a series.
And it was a newish ball. So you've lost the opportunity, perhaps. Although, to be fair, I think the use yesterday was that the ball swung the majority of the innings, didn't it? And so that may still be available for Anderson to come back and still get some movement.
It was conventional swing, very deep into the England first innings, indeed, all the way through.
Well, and Bumrah to the left-handers, he really is difficult, isn't he? He got Burns in the first over, and then, of course, later on in the innings, he picked up Broad and Anderson coming the other side, coming around the wicket.
Speaking of Broad, starting the second hour here, outside the off-stump, Rahul shoulders arms. So Broad's only bowled 6 overs so far out of the first 27. That would be fairly rare for him, getting his first opportunity just before the drinks break on this second morning.
Yeah, so, it's been slowish going, hasn't it, really? Quite. It's basically it's not 2, is it? Not 2 runs and over yet for India. But they don't have to rush. They've got plenty of time, having bowled out the opposition quickly.
Broad to the crease, full. Driving is KL Rahul from the outside portion of the bat down towards third man and reaches the rope. Frustration for Broad. But Rahul moves into the 20s. 21 from 90 deliveries. And India, in the process, bring up their 50. 50 without loss.
Yeah. Well, they're going to be around about, you would think, maybe just a little less than 100 at lunch, depending on what the bowling is like. They haven't had many to hit, I've got to say, this morning, because of those wide ones. They're looking to preserve their wickets and make that foundation for the lower order, which is precisely what you need at this, in these conditions, the ball just nipping about a bit.
So Broad again to Rahul, delivers here. Rahul driving. Can't beat Broad this follow through, diving away to his left. They take a quick single, but Broad probably saved 3 there in his follow through.
Another example, I think, that they're poised and ready to attack, but not searching for it. And there is a difference.
Rohit Sharma has faced 76 deliveries for his 25. Really has the ability to go up and down the gears. We see him in white ball cricket, one of the most explosive openers in the game at different parts of his career. But trying to find a way to be a long-term test opener here as well. On strike to Stuart Broad. 3 slips in position. Rohit Sharma, nice high front elbow, punches out to cover, no run on offer. His old mate James Anderson does the fielding, wipes a bit of sweat from his brow and rubs it on the ball. Of course, no saliva these days in the COVID era, I suppose we'll call it. And a retrospective no ball signalled here by umpire Goff, which means that they've gone upstairs after the ball has been bowled. Richard Illingworth will be toggling on his little machine, not too dissimilar, I suppose, to the equipment we're using here, but in his case, trying to see whether the foot's behind the line. Broad re-bowls the delivery, and the result's the same with Rohit Sharma defending out into the offside. And then the responsibility is for Richard Illingworth, in that case, to buzz down to umpire Goff and say, mate, he's overstepped. And then Goff can unfurl the arm retrospectively, and they have another go, which is a far better way of sorting things out than how it was before, when umpires effectively stopped calling no balls after that, the Doug Bracewell incident at Wellington back in 2016, which of course we were both at Jeremy at the time.
That was quite a costly one, wasn't it?
It was about 200 runs.
Yes, it
cost New Zealand on that occasion. Here's Broad wide of the crease, and wide enough when it reaches Rohit Sharma that he can shoulder arms again.
Of course, it means that the batsman doesn't have any chance whatsoever nowadays, do they, to hit the no ball?
Yeah, do you think that came out of the game owing to the fact that no balls were so infrequently called? I mean, we're talking, degrees of magnitude less than when you would have played, for example, or when Bob Willis was bowling, for example.
Mm-hmm.
That it means that when a no ball was called, it wasn't in the DNA of a modern player to go, oh, right, I've got the early call, I'm going to swing. I think that might have sort of filtered out of the game a little bit.
I think it has. Well, it certainly has now.
Yeah.
They haven't got that chance.
Broad bowls to complete the over and past the outside edge. Rohit just feeling for that one. Broad saves his best delivery of the morning for the final ball of that set. He's bowled 7 overs, done for 21. 28 gone in the innings. India 52 without loss. And, well, I'll take it back. Another no ball. Another one of these no balls called after the fact. And just to re-loop on what we were saying before about the Doug Bracewell intervention, that was when Adam Voges was bowled by Bracewell for about 9 or 10 after New Zealand were doing pretty well. I think they'd taken 2 early wickets. That would have been Australia sort of 40-odd for 3 Instead, Vogue just came back the next day and made 230. And that was the end of that. Of course, the point here being that the no ball was called, but Bracewell was behind the line. The technology later showed. And that served as something of a disincentive for umpires calling no balls thereafter. Like, well, we don't want that to happen to me. It was actually Richard Illingworth, this third umpire, who was the man in the middle on that occasion. And he was mortified after.
Well, so he should be, really.
Yeah.
It changed the game, didn't it?
Changed the series.
Yeah.
It was the first test of the series, and New Zealand were beaten at Wellington, and that was that. So Broad goes again to complete his over. Rohit Sharma defends to backward point. Burns does the tidying up. No runs the call. 28 gone for real this time. India 53 for none.
Little surprised there isn't a gully there. They've got 3 men in the covers at the moment, so a backward point cover and then a mid-off. I just wonder, with the way that Broad is beating the bat and he's bowling foolish, he's drawing the Indian openers forward. So if you are going to try a drive, which we've seen a couple of times, that you think that gully is in with a chance if you get that thick outside edge or perhaps a sliced drive. You can be in different positions at gully, but I just think an extra I mean, England need to get wickets here, don't they, in this morning session. I don't know what the cloud cover is like up in Nottingham, but if it does clear, it certainly got easier, I felt, for Bairstow and for Root yesterday.
So Sam Curran, left arm over, bowls here to Rahul, who was able to leave this alone outside the off stump. But Sam Curran 3 years ago in this series was the kind of guy who could do just that. He could get you a wicket and change the game a little bit. Has that knack, as they say, the cliche, a busy player, be it with ball or bat. Was useful yesterday, an unbeaten contribution for 23 towards the end, I think it was. A couple of boundaries. India trail by 130. Curran bowls and nearly past the edge of Rahul, who just pulls inside the line at the last moment. The ball ends up in the gloves of Butler. No concerns there.
Well, it'll be interesting to see also just how the bowlers who have been used in 2020 cricket, how fit, how ready, how the long spells, the concentration, how long it can last.
It's a good point, isn't it? We talk about batsmen being ready for Test cricket, coming straight from the shortest form. As Curran arrives at the crease and delivers here, it's full and driven by KL Rahul. Out through extra cover, gets himself a boundary. On top of the bounce, well placed, bisecting the two fielders on the offside. He moves to 26 and India 57 for none.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about that. It's a kind of a squarish drive, isn't it, really? It's a good stride in towards the ball with the open face of the bat. So he kept control of it, but Curran shouldn't be too worried about that. And as I say, that's the sort of stroke that might go to gully.
Yeah, well, they've got that backward point.
Yeah.
So it went between backward point and cover, conventional cover. Had that skewed off the edge, the gully would have been exactly where it landed. Instead, the change of field is, instead of a gully, they've taken backward point and moved Rory Burns out to deep backward point to sweep. So a more defensive move.
Absolutely, yes.
Curran to Rahul, who cuts hard out towards that deep backward point. So it saved runs. Johnny Bairstow, actually, the designated sweeper. They take a single, 58 for none. Rahul now 27. But surely they're not in the run preservation mindset quite yet. I mean, yes, they were all out for 183 yesterday, and India are only 125 away from a first innings lead, but they've got to take wickets.
Well, they are. They're in run preservation mood. That's a move to prevent boundaries and to mop up a drive or a cut.
Fraction odd. Curran, full toss on off stump, but isn't punished by Rohit Sharma, who knocks it down to mid-on, where Stuart Broad's fielding. No run.
So we've seen a bit of licorice all sorts this over. The full toss, the short ball that was cut, the drive outside the off stump. So different lengths coming from Curran at the moment. He hasn't settled into perhaps that sort of bowling on a towel kind of area. But I think I was a great fan of getting the bowlers to aim at the towel and then move the towel around.
How
Do you
big
know
was
what I mean?
it
was a tea towel.
Hanky, no, tea towel.
Oh, you could make it smaller for Hadley.
Current to complete is over. Goes past the outside edge of Rohit Sharma. Just bending at a ball, beaten on the angle. End of 29 overs. India 58 for none.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the MY22 Stonic from $23,490 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro Hybrid and Electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
SEN Test Cricket, the Henley Homes delivering affordability with Adam Collins and Jeremy Coney on the call. Bit of cloud cover now in Nottingham. Not a particularly warm day either, despite the fact that it's still very much the summer here in the UK. Stuart Broad about to start again. A lot was made of the change in approach from Broad a couple of years ago, bowling a lot fuller. And it worked, especially against Australia in the Ashes series of 2019. That's going to have to be his approach here. Get it fuller. Try and bring the slips into play. Starts here with a ball that's outside the off stump and left alone by Rahul, but not far away from where he needs to be. Not far away from that little tea towel that you had out for Richard Hadley.
No, well, I think the length has to be always hitting the stumps, doesn't it? That's really what you're looking for, and that's what Sharma did yesterday.
Yeah.
He slowly got the ball inch by inch closer to the batsman, ended up getting a very important LBW, and given out because it was close enough to the batsman and beat him. And obviously you give the ball a chance to move a little bit more in the air prior to bouncing because you're fuller. So I think that last delivery it looks pretty.
Broad bowls and Rahul tries to drive through the covers but can't beat the man doing the fielding there, which is Dom Bess, the sub at the moment. It's a no run.
And it does. I mean, you beat the edge of the bat and everyone says, oh, you're bowling great, but how are the figures going? None for 30. You know, and while you're awkward, you haven't got anybody out. And I think you've just got to be prepared to be driven. I remember New Zealand were playing England, and I think it was Ollie Pope, the anointed, was in the last innings, got to 20 very quickly with a lot of lovely drives, but then straight out LBW.
Broad to Rahul, delivers here wide of the crease, and Rahul's able to leave outside the off stump.
Because New Zealand quite intentionally bowled very full to him, very full, and so he picked them off 3 or 4 times to the boundary and was going very nicely in terms of a run rate, but that didn't really matter much in the game. But he was out also. Finally they got one to beat the edge of the bat and he was out LBW. So that's the sort of length I think you need to be prepared to be driven. And you can always, if you're worried about it, you have a chat to the skipper and he says, look, I need a man out, I need a man covering this for me if you want me to bowl that full.
Brought to the crease, bowls to Rahul, who drives. Did he beat cover? He does. That's a really nice shot. In the previous current over, he went between cover and backward point. This time he's gone between cover and mid-off. That's a better shot. Rahul to 31, India 62 without loss.
Yeah, more of the blade from Broad this time. Slightly sliced, wasn't it? But nevertheless, all along the ground, and because everything else is right, the bent front knee, the head and the shoulder moving as a unit together over that and controlling the stroke, even though it wasn't timed to perfection, pierced the gap and that arc of fieldsmen and through to the boundary because of it.
His 5th boundary, 31 from 99 deliveries.
Yeah, he's caught and passed Rowan at this stage.
Going through the gears, KL Rahul perhaps. Broad towards him here. Rahul able to leave alone.
Well, his last innings, wasn't it, in 2018 was 100 actually out at the Oval.
It was a stunning 100 too.
Yeah, and then he got 100 that you saw, I think, and was it in the county match? Were you doing the county match?
I don't think I was doing the game where he made 100.
Just recently. Just recently in the county match.
I didn't have that game.
Okay.
But yes, I mean,
he got 100 there as well.
Up at Durham. That's right.
In the middle order.
In the warm-up game. That's right. Yes. The KL Rahul story is an intriguing one, really. When you look back at his original stanza in Indian Test team. He's facing up to Broad here, pulling his back inside the line of a more threatening delivery. Ends the 30th over. India 62 for none. And he was so consistent. That Border-Gavaskar series of 2017, which Jared and I covered, he made a half century in 6 consecutive innings. I mean, he was laying the foundation for India as they came back through that series and eventually overtook Australia and won 2-1. And within 12 months, maybe 18 months, within 18 months, he was jettisoned. He was no longer getting a game in the first team. And when Shubman Gill burst onto the scene in Australia earlier this year, you could have been right to have asked the question, is KL Rahul's Test career kind of over? And owing to the fact that Gill's not here, Mayank Agarwal copped a whack to the helmet in training last week, gets his opportunity alongside Rohit Sharma, and here he is, part of a very solid foundation. Rohit facing Sam Curran here, fresh over, defending a delivery that just tailed back towards his pads. Good starter there from Curran.
Yes, he probably wasn't going to open in this game. I would have thought that the guys in charge of the Indian setup probably felt he was going to play in the middle order, maybe in place of Rahane if he wasn't fit. So, but now with the Agarwal injury, of course, he's come up to open, and a good chance for him. He's grabbed it.
Curran left arm over to Rohit, who pushes him into the onside with soft hands.
He looks solid, doesn't he?
Yep.
He looks a good base to play from. He put the curse on him, but he to me, everything looks kind of moving in the right time and the right order.
And the fact that he is a prolific short form player, KL Rahul, be it in the Indian Premier League or for the Indian national teams, one of the first names on the team sheet much of the time. Curran staying left arm over to Rohit Sharma in the block hole, clipped away, doesn't quite beat mid-wicket, good diving stop. They think about a quick single anyway, then return to where they started. Good bit of fielding. Dan Lawrence doing the work in there. He was out for a duck yesterday, but still has a job to perform in the field, and maybe with the ball as well, given that England don't have a spinner. And we're at the stage of the innings where spin might be part of the conversation.
Well, yeah, they've got 4 seamers, haven't they? But they're nothing really.
Curran bowls, and it's short, and Rohit Sharma pulls it. Doesn't get all of it, but does well enough to get it wide of Stuart Broad at mid-on. They get through for a couple. Rohit moves along to 27. India 64 for none. So a couple of balls left in this over. Sam Curran, who had his hair done like Phil Foden after the Euros. I must admit, that wasn't something I was considering, the bleached blonde hair. But it seems to work for Slam and Sammy Curran arriving at the crease here, bowling to Rohit Sharma, who pushes out past point. There's still that backward point sweeper, which is confusing both of us, and that's why they get an easy single. Rohit's 28, India 65 for none. So 118 runs in arrears, India. A very solid.
They could be between 80 and 90, couldn't they?
Yeah, they should be.
That's right. And if they haven't lost any wickets, that's a useful sort of little foundation there.
Well, suddenly it puts the pressure all on England in the middle part of the day. Curran bowls here, last ball of his set, and again the easiest of singles at the deep backward point. KL Rahul retains the strike. He's 32. Will bid farewell to Jeremy Coney for the time being, with India 66 for none.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
The Doc Shop is the future of document and data destruction. Where we can, we recycle. At our own secure facility, we destroy the page, but save the paper. Protecting your data from falling into the wrong hands and our environment from unnecessary waste. The Doc Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
thedocshop.com.au.
66 for none, India. A bit of a team consultation between overs. You can see the brains trust of Stuart Broad and James Anderson having a conversation with the captain Root. How do they find a way to prize out one of these Indian openers between now and the luncheon interval, which is 34 minutes from now? Adam Collins with you, and I welcome to the coverage for the first time today author, writer, broadcaster, documentary maker, man about town, Jared Kimber. It goes without saying that India have done well to consolidate here this morning, but yeah, the absence of a spinner for England, it's all a bit samey at the moment.
It's a bit unfair on Joe Root.
And Dan Lawrence, really. I think Lawrence is a better spinner than Root.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying for a while now that Joe Root is a very good Carl Hooper style spinner. In that he could bowl a lot of overs and never look terrible, but he's not going to get many wickets, is he? There's going to be some occasions when the pitch is very lovely and he takes a couple of wickets, but he averages in the 40s for a reason.
I think you've just sold Carl Hooper short there.
Carl Hooper was an incredibly talented bowler who never took any wickets.
Brought to KL Rahul, started a fresh over, leaving outside the off stump. What's that old bit where Carl Hooper was the only cricketer until Jack Cullis joined him on this list to have 100 wickets in both forms, a double 100 in Test cricket, a century in one-day international cricket, 100 catches in both formats as well, and 100 caps, of course, too.
Does he still run a cafe in Adelaide? That's the important thing.
I don't know. Well, maybe we can find out. Let us know on the text line, 0433 98 11 16.
Did you not know about that one? Did that grab you by surprise, the Carl Hooper Cafe?
How have we not been there when covering Adelaide Test cricket?
It's in North Adelaide. Is it O'Connell Street in North Adelaide?
It's
right around the corner from the ground.
Two slips, broad bowls, finds the edge, through, and down to the rope for 4. Had there still been a third slip, I reckon that would have been in play. But instead, Dom Sibley moving to his right. Couldn't do enough with the right mitt. And Rahul survives. He's 36, but that was a genuine edge, Jared Kimber.
Yeah, soft hands, though. It wasn't in the air for very long. I reckon that's landed about a metre and a half. Wobble ball seam. Batsman just a little bit on the move, wasn't he? He wasn't standing still there. It wasn't that he went forward. He was sort of walking towards the ball. But, soft hands going to get them out of a lot of these problems. A lot of the Indian players are very good with those soft hands when they need to be.
Broad to Rahul, and 36 leaves it alone. A bit of extra pace on it from Broad in response to the previous delivery. Yeah, maybe it wouldn't have quite carried the third slip, but on the stagger, you would have had a chance to have maybe come forward.
You should always have more slips, except for the fact that it's having the ring fielders that usually brings about the edges in the first place because you can keep more pressure on.
It's having the... Right, so, yeah, you want both.
You basically, what you want is 5 slips and 9 ring fielders. I think that is the perfect combination. That is, if you listen to any drunk cricket fan, that's basically what they ask for.
Broad bowls, and Rahul tries to clip past mid-wicket, but Dan Lawrence is there, no run.
So, I think I started noticing this maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, that teams were going with far more fielders on the leg side. So we had a period where you would have almost 8, but generally 7 fielders on the offside. We had the Steve Waugh period where there was a million slips all the time waiting for that mistake. And then teams have gone back towards really 2 slips. And then having someone at mid-on, mid-wicket, maybe even square leg to keep the player on strike. The same as the offside. It's very rare you don't have a cover anymore.
Broad arrives and bowls, and Rahul defends out to cover. Is there a gap there? There will be. Just enough of a gap to get a single. 37 goes the opener, and 71 for none India. 1 ball to come in the 32nd over.
I think they've got a bit of a weird extra point there that looks like a weird tactic, so that's why there was a bit more of a gap in cover. But they still had the 3 players on the offside ring, and they have the 2 on the leg side, although it's a little bit more attacking here. But if you have a point and a mid off and a mid on, all right, you can have as many slips as you want. The minute you start to cover mid-wicket, square leg and cover...
Broad bowls, last ball of his set, defended by Rohit, out towards mid-off. End of it, 32 gone, 71 for none. So Rahul's 37, Rohit's 28.
And you're changing the way you're trying to get wickets. And I think Australia maybe was one of the first teams that really cottoned onto this. So we had the era of Steve Waugh where there was 83 slips. That's what it felt like at times.
Yep.
We then had the Michael Vaughan era where sweepers went out on both sides of the wickets. And now what you're seeing is a ring field with a couple of slips because bowlers are attacking the stumps a lot more too. So you hear a lot about batters now walking across and playing outside off stump or even on off stump with the way they bat. That's because we were bowling in the channel. So batters have adjusted to that by taking the channel away, by bowling on, by moving
Shuffling
it across.
over.
Yeah, and that means though that they're going to hit the leg side more, which means you then need the other fielders. So suddenly you have this ring field. So it's a different way of attacking. It's not the cricket that we saw in the 90s, and it's not the cricket we saw in the 2000s, or the aughts. What are we calling that period?
Yes, I don't like using noughties, really, so we'll avoid that.
So yeah, and I think we've come to this other, period now where you really have a ring field and then you attack with that.
Curran bowls in the block hole and squeezed out by Rahul out towards point no run.
So the channel outside off stump is probably, I can't imagine in the last, since World War II, I can't imagine a period where people have bowled less, probably outside off stump, and have tried to attack the stumps and gone for that more. So the old, the Queensland line, the corridor of uncertainty, wherever you've grown up and you've got your own nickname for it. Do you remember Bill Laurie always used to call it the Queensland line? Like everyone in world cricket had been doing it for 30 years, he'd still call it the Queensland line.
Curran bowls
the Queensland line.
The Queensland line outside the off stump. Arms are shouldered by Rahul.
But you remember, you used to watch South Africa from about 2005 to, actually maybe from 2000 to about 2015. They would just bowl 1.5 foot, 2 foot outside off stump, stack the offside field, have a bunch of slips and go, well, eventually he's going to play a shot and nick off. Just not how test bowling is done anymore. Attacking the stumps, Sam Curran and you got someone like Robertson in this match, Bumrah.
Curran bowls, and Rahul's able to leave a delivery that does do quite a bit on that angle after hitting the seam, but doesn't quite make him play.
Just really, really going at the stumps, trying to get LBWs and bowls, and a lot of this just comes from, we're probably going to have more different eras now, just because analysis is going to catch up and the batters move and the bowlers change, whereas before it probably, it would take generations for anything to change.
Yeah, that is interesting, the idea of that running alongside the change in batting techniques. Curran bowls and defending with soft hands is Rahul out towards that deep backward point. Got an easy single there, and they've been taking advantage of it. 72 for none now the score, with Rahul moving to 38. There's been a lot of debate in the UK especially this season with batters not just getting across in front of the off stump with their back leg, that trigger movement, but with their front pad.
Yeah.
To account for the fact that on English pitches, where it does do quite a bit early in the season, you are trying to do two things really. Get across to take the channel out of play a little bit. Curran's pushed down at the ground by Rohit Sharma for a single to mid-off. Well bowled and well played, and well fielded by James Anderson as well, sliding away to his right. Keeps it to a single. The deficit's 110. And the correction was made in order for top order players to stop nicking so much. If they're over on off stump when the ball comes down, they know they can leave. They no longer get caught in two minds playing on the fourth stump line because they're already there. The problem, of course, being the nip backer, and suddenly your pad is a massive target.
Yeah, I just think a lot of those players have moved into that theory a bit late.
Curran delivers. End of the over. 33 gone. We'll have a change in commentary after the break with Nikesh Ragani replacing me. India 73 for none.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons will be confiscated.
All-new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
With the action at Trent Bridge, SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. India 73 without loss, trailing now by just 110 runs. Rohit Sharma 29 not out from 90 deliveries. KL Rahul 38 from 112. Stuart Broad will continue. This is exactly what India would have wanted after surviving that difficult period yesterday evening. In comes Broad, it's short and just steered round the corner. Down to fine leg by Rohit Sharma for a single, 74 without loss. Surviving yesterday evening, these two, batting sensibly for the first hour or so today, have just started to play a few more shots of late. This is a brilliant foundation for the rest of the Indian lineup, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, any start, realistically. I don't think even India knew exactly what they were going to get with Rohit Sharma once they brought him to England. The ball was swinging around. Everyone was, I think, hopeful. And KL Rahul wasn't supposed to open. I know he's opened a lot in his career. I've been calling him a makeshift opener.
Oh, he's beaten outside his outside edge. KL Rahul by Stuart Broad, straight through to Butler, no run.
And by that, really, the reason I'm calling him that is because he was not supposed to be opening in this particular series. He's, being groomed as a sort of back 3 or 5 if one of the, someone loses form or someone is injured. He's probably here as much as anything because they thought one of Rahane and Pujara might not have made it all the way through the series. So for both of them to give this kind of start, I mean, this is, even just take away the 74 runs, the 33 overs is incredible.
This one is an attempter outside the off stump, but left alone by Rahul. No run once again. Yeah, I mean, even in the warm-up match at Durham against the County Select 11, he batted in the middle order, made 100 in that. But and once the injury to Shubman Gill happened, obviously Mayank Agarwal was there. He's on the tour. They call for Prithvi Shaw from over in Sri Lanka. He's obviously having to quarantine, won't be available until the 3rd test. And then, yes, with Mayank Agarwal being hit on the head in the nets by Mohammad Siraj, has to miss out on this test as well. Might not make his way back in if KL Rahul continues like this. This is driven and edged down to 3rd man. It's going to be down all the way to the boundary for 4 runs past a diving Rory Burns in that backward point gully region. 78 without loss.
Yeah, that's a loose shot. We've seen him play this a little bit. His hands quite away from his body, almost pushing at the ball. And you called that as an edge, but I'm wondering if he didn't almost scoop it up off the face, didn't it? It did look like an edge originally. He was clearly trying to get it fine. It was never going to quite carry to Rory Burns, but England was upset. I would assume that is why they bowled that sort of wide line to him at times. That perhaps is where they think there is a weakness there. But yeah, not every other time he's played a shot. In general, he's looked very decisive. That one looked a little bit of a late decision, and he followed his hands, or his bat followed his hands, as they generally do.
He moves on to 42 with that, in any case. Stuart Broad not happy with the fielding by Rory Burns. I think that was a little bit harsh. It was way to his left, full dive was put in. And he is once again, and this time left alone. And deceiving Butler behind the wickets, who just fumbles. No run though.
I'm now starting to wonder if Joss Butler might be holding a broken finger or a numb finger in his left hand. That's the 3rd time when the ball's gone into the left glove. He struggled with it. There was one earlier today, and there was one last night as well. That's hit right on the end. That's exactly where he got hit last night. I'm not sure if the one earlier today hit there again. And when the ball is hitting that part of the gloves, it is just bouncing off him, and he's wringing his hand.
This time he does take it cleanly, as it's left alone by Rahul, and that is the end of the over. So 34 overs gone. India 78 without loss. Scoring rate certainly has moved on a little bit in the last half an hour or so. There was one, I think I remember him, a leg side take late last night, or yesterday in the evening session. Hit him on the end of the fingers. Maybe that has done some damage as well.
Well, the good news is that they came into this match with a spare wicket, or 2 spare wicket keepers if you want Rory Burns to have a go. So they've got, wicket keepers galore. They can afford to lose a wicket keeper.
Indeed. Johnny Bairstow fielding just about everywhere this morning. Sweeper in the covers.
I would say that Butler's a better outfielder than him anyway. Could argue that
you could.
Bairstow's probably a better wicketkeeper than Butler as well, but that's not how things go at the moment.
Yeah, it seems as though they made their decision a couple of years ago, didn't they? And they've been reluctant to change that. Sam Curran to continue.
Well, when Butler came into the side, remember it was as a specialist number 7 batter. And the only other 2 I could find in the 10 years previous in Test cricket was that JP Duminy had done it a few times, although I'm assuming they thought when they picked him they thought he would bowl, but in those matches he didn't need to bowl. And Bangladesh had played a test where their batting was so poor they brought in a specialist number 7. It's just not a thing. So they had to give Butler the gloves at a certain point.
This is full and driven past point by Rohit Sharma. It's heading down towards the boundary there and will reach with ease in the end. Lovely looking shot as Rohit moves on to 34. India 82 without loss. And this is the thing, there's been too many loose deliveries. I know they're trying to tempt them, they're trying to get the outside edge, but these two playing the square drives with ease at the moment.
Yeah, that's a much more complete shot. Rohit's just looked a little bit more in control of his movements over the last couple of overs as KL Rahul played some looser shots. That is the shot that KL Rahul should have played when he scooped broad last over.
Curran round the wicket this time and down the leg side. Has he got anything on that, Rohit Sharma? It's going down to the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs and 4 byes signalled by the umpire. That's harsh on Butler. It was way to his left-hand side. Poor delivery there from Curran.
Left arm around the wicket. Has it swung? Yeah, and it swung, and then it swung further after it's pitched. I'm very, very brutal on the quality of modern wicket keeping. Not sure how many wicket keepers ever in the history of cricket would have gloved that safely. Anyway, probably better for Butler that he missed it, because that would have hit him right on the end of the fingers again.
Absolutely. India 86 without loss now. This time Curran on the off stump line and defended into the leg side by Rohit Sharma for no run. Going for this different angle of attack here, and it's a no ball, so not quite finding his rhythm from around the wicket yet. Sam Curran, one way down the leg side, no ball, second up. Another run onto India's total, 87 without loss now. Another go then. Curran, the top of his run up, charges in, delivers full, very full. Yorker length outside the off stump, dug out by Rohit Sharma into the offside for no run. So England's lead now, less than 100. India trailing by just 96 runs. You can see some of the emotions on the England players' faces there. Joe Root, not very animated. Sam Curran looks a frustrated figure. There's not much chat out in the field at the moment. Always a sign that a team is up against it. Wicket needed desperately here for Curran as Rohit works him down to fine leg off his hip for a single.
I mean, the ball is still moving, even that the byes that went down the leg side. There was movement on that. Last couple of balls from Curran, maybe not quite as much. I'm trying to work out what his current tactic is. I'm not really sure how he's trying to get these two guys out by coming around the wicket at the moment. But the ball is still moving. We saw the broad ball scooped up towards gully. We saw another edge fly not far from where a third slip might have been. If they continue to put the ball in the right area, I think they should be able to chip away and get wickets. What we've seen, though, is a reluctance to keep the ball in one area. So Sam Curran's now back over the wicket. It's this constant change, and they've been doing it with lines and lengths and now around the wicket.
This time it's Rahul who's beaten on his outside edge with the angle from over the wicket there. Straight through to Butler for no run.
I mean, straight away, that just looks like a better form of attack. So that is just curved in a little bit, and then after pitching has gone straight on. And that's a very hard ball to play. A minute ago, he's basically bowling into their thighs and giving them one to fine leg all the time. You put the ball in the right area for a consistent time, which is, I think, really what India did enough yesterday, and then England eventually collapsed.
I think the problem is he's struggled to bowl that line consistently. He's often strayed wide of the off stump. This time it's a better line again and defended down into the pitch by Rahul. So dot ball to finish off the over. A good one from India though. End of the 35th. India 88 without loss.
For many businesses, the stats don't lie. Coach Nick's strategies for business growth are getting results. Turnover of 500k plus, right up to 20 million. Coach Nick is steering businesses to the next frontier.
Business owners, get in touch today. I have ready to share with you 3 exclusive options and business growth packages. There is a suitable program for your business. Your first consultation is free. Together, let's take your business to the next level.
Visit coachnick.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability back with the action at Trent Bridge. India 88 without loss in their first innings. Just heading towards the lunch interval, 15 minutes to go until they take that. These two, Rohit Sharma on 35, KL Rahul 42. I'd dearly love to take India through unscathed to that break, as we see another change in the bowling. Ollie Robinson back into the attack. It's going to be Rohit Sharma taking guard. In comes Robinson, delivers down the leg side, taken by Butler, and there is no run.
So in the last 7 balls, we've had 2 balls absolutely fired down the leg side. Both of these guys are around 80 miles an hour. One's in the side because he's tall, the other one's in the side because he's left arm. So they have test skills. That's the why they're in this team. But if you're bowling 80 miles an hour and you can't regularly keep the ball roughly where you want it to go, how do you keep pressure on the opposition?
Here comes Robinson again, and this is on the off-stump line, defended back down the wicket by Rohit Sharma for no run.
Vernon Philander, Muhammad Asif, Stuart Clark, those sorts of guys who are a bit slower, they keep the ball exactly where it needs to be, because that's how they build up their pressure. And you've got 2 80-mile-an-hour bowlers. You really, at 80 miles an hour, you should be able to drop the ball roughly on a spot consistently, unless someone's doing something remarkable to you at the other end. And neither of these players are really putting them under pressure at the moment. They're just waiting for the poor balls, of which they're getting a lot of.
That's exactly what the Indians were doing, albeit with a little bit more pace, as Robinson comes in, and this is again defended into the offside by Rohit Sharma for no run. I mean, Shardul Thakur's an example, similar sort of pace to these two guys, and he was generally on or outside off stump. Yeah, the odd one strayed, but he did build up that pressure. He was tempting them outside the off stump, and then the odd variation, the odd straighter one, did the damage for him as well. Yeah, well, he was bowling to one side of the wicket. He probably isn't that. He's probably not that accurate, but he's the 5th bowler, which Sam Curran usually is. So you can be a little bit less accurate if you're the 5th bowler. You can have a bit more fun. But yeah, I think you're right. This is on the pads of Rohit Sharma, heading down the leg side though. And there is no run. So that hasn't gone past the leg stump. It's hit his pads instead. He's gone for the in-swinger. So I don't know if the earlier one where he slipped down the leg side, he was going for the in-swinger as well. But that's twice now he's going to be missing the leg stump with a delivery. In the middle there, he bowled 2 very, very good. One was an not so much an outswinger, but 2 balls that sort of faded away a little bit around off stump. He built up the pressure and he's now gone for the magic ball again. And it was a good ball if he 3 or 4 inches outside off stump where he just bowled it. It would have been a great ball. This is again on the legs and flicked by Rohit Sharma backward of square. And they are through for a leg by, I think it's been signalled as. But again, your point, just that wrong angle, heading down the leg side once again. And they've got to be careful because, of course, these two want to survive until lunch. But you bowl like that in the afternoon session and a set batsman will just keep flicking you away for easy runs. I mean, so far he's bowled 3 poor balls that are going to miss the leg stump in 5. And the other 2 balls were really good. He'd actually... I don't want to say he'd built up a little bit of pressure, but he made Rohit Sharma, work a little bit harder for those 2 balls, and the rest of the time he hasn't. This time he is outside the off stump to KL Rahul, and it's left alone, so that's the end of the 36th over. India 89 without loss, and that's where he wants to be, that final delivery. So let's look at the last 2 overs. You've got Sam Curran deciding to bowl around the wicket while he's still swinging the ball in to the right-hander. I'm not quite sure how he's trying to get them out at that point. Because he's bowling around the wicket, he's probably not going to be able to get a LBW. Caught behind's probably less of a chance as well. Plus, when the ball was swinging, it swung further down the leg side, so it went for 4 byes. And when he got it right, they picked him off for singles on the leg side. He then comes over the wicket and looks more dangerous for a couple of balls there. That's fine. And then you've got Ollie Robinson, who has bowled basically 3 balls that are going to miss the leg stump and 3 very good balls around off stump. Now, I'm not saying don't try other things, but there is a certain point where they have to build up the pressure. What you say, when you work with bowling coaches, they talk about earning it. You have to earn the in-swinger. Instead, he's gone for 3 magic balls in that over, and that's 2 wasted overs from these guys. Curran in again and beats Rohit Sharma on his outside edge with the angle from over the wicket this time. Through to Butler for no run. So what is wrong with that? So we've now seen he went back over the wicket about the 4th ball, the 5th ball last over, and he's beaten about twice since he's gone there. Now that's neither here nor there, but he's putting them in pressure. Right? Straight away they're having to make decisions about their off stump, whether they're going to leave, whether they're going to play. That was not happening in Sam Curran's previous over. Can he back it up here? And he comes on the off-stump line once again, defended into the covers by Rohit Sharma. And there is no run once again, 89 without loss. Yeah, this is exactly where he wants to be. I wonder if that, in the previous over, it was just a reaction to that rubbish ball. He bowled way wide of off-stump and he was square driven for 4 and immediately came around the wicket to negate that angle, rather than admitting to himself that he just bowled a loose one.
Yeah, it just feels like the 89 for none. The ball is still doing something. Both of these bowlers have the ability to take wickets normally with their stock balls.
This is again on the leg stump line and flicked down to fine leg by Rohit for a single. In fact, I was quite kind saying leg stump line. It was outside the leg stump and swinging further away before that contact. 90 without loss now.
And if you have that ability and the ball is doing something, I think you stick with that. You stick with your best skill set and you say, I am going to just try and pin this guy on the crease for as long as possible, make as many decisions as he has to do, and make him rethink the way he's playing. They haven't allowed that because they bowl a bad ball every couple of minutes and tension goes.
This is full and driven down the ground by KL Rahul with a bit of a flourish as well, down to the boundary for 4 runs, over-pitched and given the treatment it deserved. Rahul on to 46, India 94 without loss.
So we've now seen him in this over pitch one outside leg stump that was swinging further away and a half volley. The half volley I'm not too worried about because it swung and it was an okay delivery. But what is his plan at this stage is my question to you. How is he trying to get these guys out? Because it seems every couple of deliveries he comes up with a new idea, whereas he's a left-arm swing bowler who can hit the top of off-stump all day. That's what he should be aiming for here.
And he comes again, Curran, to Rahul, who just defends one straight into the covers for no run. Is that responsibility, obviously, you know, a lot of it relies on the bowler's shoulders, of course, but when the bowler is struggling like this, or both bowlers in this case, the captain, one of the senior guys, Jimmy Anderson, doesn't look too vocal at the moment, isn't doing a lot out in the outfield. Stuart Broad, you know, should they be going up? Should they be in the right fielding positions to be able to talk to the bowler about the plan and about what to do and what tactics to use? Is it Joe Root's responsibility?
I would have thought that someone senior, and Anderson would probably almost be the best one because he's so good at this, to have a word.
This is again on leg stump line and flicked past mid-wicket. They're going to get at least one, and they will settle for the single. 95 without loss at the end of the 37th.
I mean, the problem
Australia, meet your new McCafe blend. Smoother, richer and expertly roasted in Melbourne for Aussies who love great coffee. You know, like you. The new McCafe blend. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie. Available at participating restaurants.
Calculating GST.
Help.
But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your BAS.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Back with the action at Trent Bridge, and Sam Curran into Rohit Sharma to complete that over because he bowled a no ball, and this one is left comfortably outside the off stump for no run. So India 95 without loss. We've got about 6 minutes until the tea interval.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just to go back to your point on who goes up to him, it does look quiet out there. I think you've mentioned it a couple of times already. There doesn't seem to be a lot being said, which is quite interesting because they seem to be trying a lot. These two young bowlers, and they're both younger players, they seem to be trying a lot without there being a lot of conversations involved. I think the bigger concern for me would be, especially with both of these guys, is right at the moment they don't look able to keep the ball in one spot, which at that stage I'm not sure what conversation you can have. These two players are too good at hitting loose balls for you to be able to give them as many loose balls as this. So if you're bowling to Rory Burns, or if you're bowling to Dom Sibley and you're having a bit of a bad spell like this, you just bowl 2 foot wide of off stumps and you just say, he won't punish me, and I can get back in a rhythm and I can work it back. Here, if you're too straight, they'll pick you off.
Robinson in to Rahul, who flicks him past a short leg kind of position. They're through for a quick single. There was a shy at the stumps by Crawley at the keeper's end. May have been close. I think he was home in the end. It was a good call from Rohit, at the non-striker's end.
really interesting the way his bat turned in his hand as he hit that. But yeah, I think every time they're being a bit too straight, that would have been out, wouldn't it? That run out.
Actually,
it's a good pickup by Crawley. He came from in front of square, dived behind square, and in one movement throw. He doesn't look like a natural fielding athlete. He looks a little bit awkward at times, but he does move quite well.
Yeah, it would have been very close. Would have been probably just out from the angle we just saw. Robinson into Sharma, who just leaves outside his off stump. I suppose that's the last thing India need, is a run out a few minutes before tea after such a good effort from these two. 97 without loss, trailing now by just 86 runs with all 10 wickets still in hand. But again, that line from Robinson just drifting towards the leg stump.
Can you imagine what Twitter would have done if Rohit Sharma had run himself out there? Because he was not motoring.
He never motors.
He does not have a motor.
He pulls this one down towards deep fine leg, and he's caught on the boundary. Well, he has got his man eventually, and it's Ollie Robinson who picks up the wicket. Catch taken by Sam Curran, who sighs a breath of relief. And we know he's an impulsive puller there, Rohit Sharma. I'm not quite sure it was part of any particular plan. It was just a short one dug in halfway down the track. Rohit could have hit it either side of that fielder and it would have been 4 or 6. But he's hauled out India 97 for 1 on the stroke of lunch.
The ball just above his head, probably a bit higher than he would have wanted it. We talked about this. He almost went out hooking when he played very well in one of the Indian tests on a flat pitch where he was batting brilliantly. He tried to get himself out hooking there. I'm not sure that was a plan. I'm not sure how England were trying to get him out at that point. And they've gone for that high bouncer, and he's completely fallen for it. And just maybe a little bit higher than he thought, but that's what happens when you go up against someone who is so tall, who has a very high release point. They get that little bit more bounce, couldn't get on top of it, and that's out. But very, very disappointing for India, because they have absolutely bossed this innings so far. They had 2 set batters. He's almost run himself out in one ball, and the next ball he's going out hooking. Perhaps better for Rohit Sharma to delete his Twitter account for the next 24 hours, just to be safe.
Absolutely. So the players are going to take lunch. So India 97 for 1. They trail by 86. Rohit Sharma gone there off the final ball of that session for 36. Ollie Robinson with the breakthrough. Sam Curran with the catch. Just on Sam Curran's catch quickly. It's interesting. It wasn't the English style. It wasn't the Aussie style. It was the old crocodile hands. He held on to it, though.
He didn't quite make the correct decision with his fingers, did he? And then at the last minute, he went, I'm just going to have to take this. It was very much the style of an 8-year-old rather than a Test cricketer.
Well, he held on anyway. So from an England point of view, that is an important breakthrough. Might just lift morale through the lunch break. India still very much on top during that session. They'll be the happier of the two sides, certainly. England 183 all out yesterday. India, after one session on day 2, are 97 for 1. The players will take a lunch interval, and we'll be back with you on the other side.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're like me and you experience ongoing back concerns, Temper mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Made in Denmark, the Temper geniuses over there have included on their bed system an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function, all at the touch of a button. Once you own a Temper mattress and base, you are on an absolute winner. View the Temper range and Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons will be confiscated.
All new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you. This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
The Doc Shop. Make space to make the world a better place.
Is your office overrun with documents? Make space with the Doc Shop. We'll store your documents and data, protecting them from the elements. Our purpose-built, environmentally compliant facility is clean, secure, dry, pest-free, and fire-protected. The Doc Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Doc Shop. Make space to make the world a better place.
TheDocShop.com.au.
It's time to make the call and switch to Kogan Mobile, because right now you can get started with Kogan from just $4.90 for 30 days. Yep, just $4.90 for 30 days. Thousands of Aussies have already made the call and switched for unlimited calls and texts and a big 40 gig of data at award-winning prepaid prices. Get started now with Kogan Mobile from just $4.90 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.com.au/footy.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons will be confiscated.
All new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Hey, it's Jordan Lewis here. I was lucky enough to win 4 premierships, but I still remember my first game as a rookie. I needed all the advice I could get. So, if you're after an apprenticeship and need the same kind of expert help, you can't go past MEGT. MEGT is Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, making them your true local apprenticeship experts. With MEGT, a winning career could be yours. So check out their free job board today. Just go to MEGT.com.au or call 13MEGT.
The AFL season is building. The huge moments are becoming huger. And the stars of the game continue to shine.
He plays on, he's put it through the middle, there's 2 points the difference.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
How's your latest energy bill looking? It's time to flip the switch and experience the amazing value at Kogan Energy. Want proof? Just upload your electricity bill on koganenergy.com.au and find out how much you could be saving on Kogan's incredible energy rates. See why thousands of Aussies are already saving with Kogan Energy. Visit koganenergy.com.au. Kogan Energy, powered by Power Shop and does not operate in all areas.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the gold rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
For many businesses, the stats don't lie. Coach Nick's strategies for business growth are getting results. Turnover of 500k plus, right up to 20 million. Coach Nick is steering businesses to the next frontier.
Business owners, get in touch today. I have ready to share with you 3 exclusive options and business growth packages. There is a suitable program for your business. Your first consultation is free. Together, let's take your business to the next level.
Visit coachnick.com.au.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
The Doc Shop is the future of document and data destruction. Where we can, we recycle. At our own secure facility, we destroy the page, but save the paper. Protecting your data from falling into the wrong hands and our environment from unnecessary waste. The Doc Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
TheDocShop.com.au.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're with a super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a Mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the MY22 Stonic from $23,490 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro Hybrid and Electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au.
LMCT 114. If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
We're joined now by Brent Boomer Harvey for his regular Thursday preview, proudly brought to you by the Watchdog app, where you can see vision of every Victorian greyhound race live and free. Thursday night racing is at Sandown Park, Boomer.
Yeah, so it's another newcomer that's taken my eye this Thursday night at Sandown Park. A young greyhound that's only had 7 starts, but already has 4 wins and 3 seconds. That's first or second every single time he's raced. This dog's name is Big Fonzie, and not only is his record absolutely superb, he's also got some amazing margins to his name. At Warragul just 2 weeks ago, he had a 10-length win over his closest rival. Everything stacks up. Good distance, good box, equals good chance. And I reckon there are more happy days ahead for Big Fonzie. Thursday in race 9 at Sandown, jumping at 9:13 p.m. Good luck, punters.
Okay, there we have it. Boomer Harvey's tip, Big Fonzie, this Thursday night at Sandown Park. You can now watch every Victorian greyhound race live and free by downloading the Watchdog app or follow Watchdog Racing on Twitter or Facebook. Please gamble responsibly.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the MY22 Stonic from $23,490 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro Hybrid and Electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're not sleeping on a Tempur mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA-certified mattress. NASA-certified, if you don't mind. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA-certified? Visit the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Coach Nick's strategies for business growth are proven.
If you run a business and have grown quicker than you expected, creating the right infrastructure is critical. The business may well have outgrown you. You don't need to do this alone.
For more guidance, advice and direction on where to now in business, get on to Coach Nick.
Business owners, if you're ready to take advantage of the current incredible opportunities, then let's take your business to the next level. Your first consultation is free. Visit coachnick.com.au.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
It is wonderful to chat to Colin Funky Miller, all the way from Las Vegas. Funky, thanks for joining me on the Friday Focus. I'm going to get straight to it. Our listeners will want to know, and Australian cricket, the Australian public want to know, how did you end up in Las Vegas, mate?
Gilly, how are you, buddy? It's great to speak to you. I married an American, and that's what happens. You end up in the desert in Las Vegas. Yeah, my wife Cindy, she works for MGM over here, and she was building a huge. At the time we were sort of getting together, and it was just easier for me to pack up all my stuff and move to Vegas and let her do her thing over here.
So, where did you meet?
We met in Teddington. During the Ashes in 2000.
You remind me. I remember the day. The event.
That's right.
Of course, on the Ashes tour,
yes.
2001. Describe
you on her team instead of me. Exactly right.
Yeah, and then so you continued that relationship and ended up in Vegas. That was her hometown, or it's just where she was working.
No, she was based in London when we met. She was over there building golf courses and country clubs for the company she worked for, and then we did a long distance thing for 8 years, and then I finally popped the question. We got married in 2008, so it's 13 years this year.
Yeah, no, fantastic, mate. And what? Tell me. And there's a bit of suggestion around or opinion around what you were doing when you first landed in Vegas. What was your first job when you touched down there in the city that never sleeps there?
Look, it's my first job is what I do now, sort of. So now I run the facilities for the Marriott Grand Chateau in Las Vegas. But my very first job was Cindy's best friend was the president of a timeshare company, and they just made a job for me because you go from being a former cricketer in Australia to doing the sporty circuit and a bit of corporate speaking, some media here and there. Then you move to Vegas and not one person knows who you are. So you've got to find something to do for the next 15 years of your life. So I became what they call over here an engineer, but it's really a handyman in a resort. So my first paycheck was $12 an hour for 40 hours of the week, which was $400 take home pay. And I said to Cindy, I said, look, I can't do this. This is ridiculous. I used to earn 10 times that just for telling stories for an hour. I need to be in charge. So within 2 years, I worked my way to be in charge of that property, and then moved to the Marriott just over 7 years ago. I've been there ever since.
Yeah, right. Well, Funk, the legendary stories was that you were working concierge at a few of the hotels, which would have led to would have been right up your alley, I reckon, Funk, given the way you carried out your test match career. I reckon, the coloured hair, blue, pink, white, whatever it was, would have fit nicely down the strip.
One of the stories I read in a Melbourne paper, and I think it might have been started by Mark Ridgway, was I'd married a casino heiress, and I was just hanging out in the casino playing blackjack.
No, I think that's Warnie, isn't it, doing that?
Yeah.
So, mate, we were talking just before we hit record, mate, about Vegas and what's happening there. What's the situation with COVID and obviously the world lockdown? Is it up and running again? Where's it at?
No, it's been an amazing 15 months ago. But you were here probably 15 months ago.
Yeah.
And the city was vibrant and it was full, and we were aiming towards almost 55 million visitors, which Vegas is just one street. And then COVID hit and we shut down completely. Like every single thing in town was shut. It closed. Everyone lost their jobs, got furloughed, and it was like a ghost town. It was amazing. My resort stayed open the entire time. So, we were working. We had one person at one stage in the hotel of 1,200 rooms. We had one guest for 3.5 months. It's crazy. And then last night at midnight, the city opened up 100%. So Vegas is back. All of a sudden.
Baby, fully
Vegas is
open.
Back. It was Memorial Day here on the weekend, so it's a long weekend. The hotels are 100% occupied. Day clubs and nightclubs are running amok, and no one's wearing a mask except people who live here.
Really?
But the good thing is we're all vaccinated here now, so it's a different world.
Yeah, that is a different world compared to, still so many positive cases. You mentioned turning up, whereas in Melbourne, a few cases sent it into lockdown again. It's obviously getting a little bit more serious there at the moment, but that's extraordinary. So Vegas, they know the commercial realities and that it just the world can't stop.
No, we couldn't. We literally couldn't stay closed any longer. There's where we live in town, where we're very close to the strip, about a mile and a half away, but we're sort of in suburbia, in a little pocket of town, and all the local restaurants have closed, all the local bars have closed. You can't get an Uber these days because it's just all the driver stuff stopped working. It's crazy. It's going to take this town probably 12 to 15 months to recover again.
Yeah, I don't think it's on its own either around the world, globally. There's going to be a long recovery out of this one, isn't there, mate? But that's really interesting.
It's been sad.
Yeah, very sad indeed. But I made the suggestion that with your coloured hair that you might have fit nicely in down the strip there. Can you tell us? It ended up with quite a cult following, didn't it? And I was challenged for my Friday focus to we spin the big wheel and it comes up with a letter, and that's the person, a sporting personality that I've got to go and pursue. And it was letter C, and it wasn't because of Colin. It was because of cult hero. Why I focused in on you for this week, mate. You really did get a cult-like status, didn't it? The hair. What were the origins of turning up in Test cricket, international cricket, with coloured hair?
It was, well, it was two things. So I never played one-day cricket for Australia, which was always a dream. And that year that I did the coloured hair, I thought I was a Monty to play for a one-day team. And I'd always had this dream of, playing on a Friday night at the G, in front of, at the MCG, not the SCG, in front of like 80,000 Victorians, being a Victorian by birth.
Yeah.
And then maybe having yellow hair with the canary gold uniform on. I thought this would have been a really cool look. And I just remember Steve Bernard coming in at the end of day one of that Test match in Sydney and saying, "Hey guys, here's the one-day squad, so you can all get ready to tell your wives and your girlfriends to pack your bags for you, and you're up on the circus again." And he read the squad out, and I wasn't in it. And I thought, oh my God, I'm not in the team. That's unbelievable. I just had a high opinion of myself, obviously. But so I remember I just rang the hotel concierge and said, "Hey, can you get a hairdresser to come in for me tonight? And can you tell her to bring some hair dye in for me?" And she just happened to bring blue. I mean, it could have been green or purple or red or yellow. And I had a mate of mine, Paul, was staying in my room for the week. He was up here watching the Test match with me, and he was bringing a few crownies, and it took about 2.5 hours to get the hair done. And when I first took the towel off my head and the bright blue hair dropped out, and my mate just fell on the floor. He'd had probably 10 crownies, so it's probably fair enough. But I remember looking in the mirror thinking, my God, what have I done? I might have gone too far this time. But it was Brian Murgatroyd, our media manager, when he saw it, he nearly had a heart attack as well. So now he's got to think of a name for this blue hair. So it was Australia Blue. Federation Blue.
Federation Blue, that's right. It was the centenary of Federation Test match, was it, against the West Indies?
Yep, exactly.
Talking of reactions, what did you make of the man that was on strike? Because, of course, this was during the Test match. So you started the Test with your natural coloured hair, didn't you? And then you came out to bowl. You bowl the first over of whatever day it was, day 3 or day 4 or day 5.
Day 2.
Day 2,
yeah, what it was, yeah.
You take your cap off, hand it, and Courtney Walsh was the batsman, not out on strike. What did you make of his reaction?
I am lost for words. What is that?
Well, it suggests that he's saying, "I'm Colin Miller." Courtney Walsh is laughing. You can't believe it. I've never seen that in a Test match. He's coming down. I think he's appealing against the reflection off the head. The crowd are roaring here at the Sydney Cricket Ground, wanting to make sure it's Colin Miller.
It's Gilly. It's hysterical, and you probably get the same thing happen to you. I get sent that video of me probably once a week. Like from people that on my social media will say, "Hey, Funky, have you seen this video?" And I'm sure you get sent videos of your best 100 or your biggest sixes and stuff, and like you've never seen it before. And I remember very clearly, Rudy Kirsten was the umpire. I remember when I handed my hat to Rudy Kirsten, he looked at me and went, "What the hell have you done to your head?" and then Courtney was taking strike and not looking up, and taking strike and not looking up, and he eventually looked up, and that's when I gave my hat to Rudy. And Courtney just started laughing and said, "Who's that man bowling to me now?"
Yeah, he took a while to regather himself, didn't he? He didn't know what was going on, but
he did.
No, mate, it was a beautiful, pristine, crystal clear day. So it was electric blue, wasn't it? It was beaming nicely. But
it was electric blue,
mate. That wasn't the only time you did it, was it? I reckon you met the Queen. You had an interesting rinse, didn't you, on the Ashes tour?
I forgot we were meeting the Queen that day, and I'd had pink hair. Well, I'd had red hair, and it was sort of faded to a very floss colour. And I forgot that the Queen was coming in that next morning. And so I remember when, again, Steve Bernard said, "Okay, boys, the Queen's coming in today." And I thought, oh, my God, I've got freaking pink hair. It's one of my biggest regrets. Is there's a photo that I don't have it anymore, but I know there's a photo of me meeting the Queen, and I've got pink hair. Well, she's got purple hair, so I mean, it's not too bad, really.
She knows a good rinse, doesn't she? What'd she say? Do you remember what she said to you when she met you?
She looked at me and just said, "Nice hair." Because if you know the protocol, you're told before you can't talk to her, you can't do anything, don't even ask her a question. So I just said, "Nice to meet you, ma'am." And she looked at me and said, "Nice hair."
Well, there's been many a famous line from a cricketer to the Queen upon meeting. DK Lilly, the main one. But no, that's pretty conservative, given you had pink hair meeting her. That was very fun times, fun trip. Mate, just to go back to the start of that cricketing journey, obviously 18 test matches, 126 first class, but the test matches were right at the back end of your career, really, weren't you? You sort of did it in a reverse manner to many.
Yeah.
And that was sort of spawned primarily from changing from medium pace bowler to then incorporating off spin and being versatile enough to do it at will whenever needed to. What was the initial reasoning for turning to the spin?
Gilly, I'd always bowled a spin my entire, right from the time I was 10 years old. I have an older brother, Wayne, who's 4 years older than me, so we'd go to the nets every 2 days, and I was actually not a bad leggy when I was about 10 years old. But my dad bowled off spin and medium pace, so when I used to watch him play cricket, he did the same thing, so I thought that was pretty cool. And then when I played cricket for South Australia, when Tim May was our off-spin bowler, I just loved watching Maisie bowl on day 4 of a Shield match in Adelaide. He used to make batsmen look silly. I used to think that was a pretty cool thing to do as a spinner, to be able to make batsmen look like that. So I'd been practicing spin bowling for years. And then in Tasmania, got to the stage where we had 4 or 5 medium paces, but we just couldn't bowl teams out. We didn't have that extra variety. So I think 96, 97, I said to Booney, David Boone, I said, mate, look, we need some variety. I can bowl some spin if you want. And he sort of looked, gave me that funny David Boone glare. He said, look, bowl it in a few trial games pre-season. If they come out all right, I'll let you do it in a Shield game. And, the rest is history. Got 70 wickets that year.
70 wickets in a first-class season in Australia. That's across, 10, maybe 11 games? Did Shield
11, we played the Shield final that year, yeah.
Against us over at the Wacker, didn't you? Yeah.
You beat us in 3 days.
Extraordinary return. But it was a journey, wasn't it? Grew up in Victoria, a couple of games there, then to South Australia, a bulk of it in Tasmania. You ended up back at Victoria, but it was that season that sort of projected you up into the headlights of the selectors, and you toured Pakistan in '98, didn't you? And that was test debut over there?
Yeah, and people, just the other day I was talking to one of my clients over here, and they said to me, what's the favourite place you've been to? And I still have fond memories of being in Pakistan back in '98. What a great place it was for us. We're going up to the Khyber Pass and spending time with the riflemen up there and the local army people, and then the people in Pakistan, just, cricket passionate. It's such a shame that, no one's been back there for so many years now. But it was just great fun. And getting Salam Malik as my first test wicket. What a surprise.
Yeah. Oh, you got to work hard for his wicket, mate. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
I think you were part of a famous moment in that, Ian Healy passing the world record dismissals. Was that off your bowling?
Yeah, it was. Funny, I'm standing in my bar talking to you, and I think it was Akram.
Yeah.
Because I've got a picture of Heels. Yeah, Wasm Akram bowled, Colin Miller caught Ian Healy first test, 1998.
Yeah. Well, I mean, how did you find the elevation to test level from first class cricket? Because it as I say, you had a long journeyman career, for want of a better term, but it all happened in a rush by the end of it, didn't it?
It did, and I think the big advantage that I had was I'd been playing first-class cricket for 13 years already.
Yeah.
So I knew everyone in the Australian team, because back in those days, all the Australian players played Shield cricket all year as well. And so it was, if you played 10 Shield games a year, there's probably a good chance you played 8 Shield games against Test match cricketers. And then, being the age that I was, I'd played against Steve and Mark and a lot of other guys at Heels and a lot in Shield cricket, and known them from, in their mid to early 20s. So the transition from first-class cricketer to international cricketer for me was pretty comfortable. I think a lot of young guys, in our era, Gilly, if they were in there in the first 5 or 6 Shield games and play a test match, they almost had to introduce themselves to the rest of the team, which has got to be awkward.
Yeah.
But for me, it was pretty easy.
Yeah, well, 69 wickets at 26 across those 18 tests, mate. 10 wickets in a match against the West Indies, Adelaide Oval. You had a very good captain, I recall that particular game. I think that's...
Yes, you were.
I snuck in and burgled a win for us. But and picked up, as you say, it's not boasting. You slotted into Test cricket beautifully and picked up Test Cricketer of the Year at the AB medal, didn't you, for 2001. Mate, from the distance of the US and Vegas, the bright lights of Vegas, when you observe cricket from afar, what do you see now in the modern game compared to, say, when we were playing and maybe the eras before that?
Well, I think the obvious difference is the social media, the impact that has on players these days. I think that's got to be immense because we just didn't have that. You know, we travelled with a bunch of journalists who had to put their story into the press and then they'd get on the presses the next morning and be in the papers on the radio. So I think that's really different. 2020 changed the entire game. People like you, Gilly, changed the entire game. You know, wicketkeepers were wicketkeepers in the early 80s and then you came along and then made wicketkeepers batsmen. You had to be able to bat 7, make 100 and hit balls out of the ground, then go and open in one-day cricket the next day. And 2020 has just been an advancement of that. I think it's just made the game so hard. And then the wickets. The wickets are flat, and these giant logs of wood that they use for cricket bats these days, and then you bring the boundaries in 20 yards.
Yeah.
So do I sound like an old grumpy bowler yet?
Well, on the T20, I'm glad you mentioned that because I was going to say, and very nice of you to make those comments about me, but you would have been a perfect T20 player, but the fact that you can bowl, you know, you could take the new ball in the power play, swing it around, then maybe turn a couple of overs of off spin and you know, you scored 3 50s, first class 50s and knew how to absolutely clear the rope. So do you think that was a missed, well, not a missed opportunity, it wasn't around, but is that something you think you would have loved to crack at?
Gilly, you know my lifestyle. Imagine how good of a 2020 cricketer I would have been. Bowling 4 overs a day. Oh, my God. I would have been a superstar.
Yes, I reckon.
It would have been fun. You know, 2 overs of medium paces, 2 overs of spin, and then go and have a slog for 4 balls.
Perfect. That is right up Funky Miller's, right up his alley, mate. Hey, but on Funky,
and then go and have a cold beer.
Yeah, true. Where'd the nickname come from?
Darren Berry, Funky Colin Medina. A song by Tone Loke back in the mid-'80s. When you've had 20 Scotch and Cokes, Funky Colin Miller and Funky Colin Medina get pretty close together. So Darren Berry started calling me that back in the mid-'80s when I was playing in the Sackers, and it just stuck forever.
Yeah, it certainly did. It was a perfect nickname, I think. Very, very appropriate.
Cool and not a bore. And I'm looking for some action. But like Mick Jagger said, I can't get no satisfaction.
Sport is something that clearly has been very dear to your heart, and I know you are a passionate supporter of the Vegas Golden Knights, the NHL, the hockey team there in Vegas, the ice hockey team, to the point where I'll just recount the story to our listeners where I was, you mentioned I was in Vegas about 15, 16 months ago. I was messaging you feverishly trying to organise a catch-up, but I didn't realise I had an old number, so I was wondering why you weren't getting back to me. But so I went over there with the crew I was with. We go to the hockey for a night. It's my first ever ice hockey match. Brilliant night's entertainment. Unbelievable. Up there is some of the best entertainment you could go to. But go for a bathroom break with, you know, what's the stadium, about 16,000 or so? And
18,500 people, yeah.
18,500 people at, I think, T-Mobile Arena. Go to the toilet, walk out, bump into someone, turn around and lo and behold, it's you. And there we are, catching up, which was unbelievable. But the Vegas Golden Knights, mate, and American sport, is there anything that you see that cricket, be it domestically in Australia or globally, could pick up from American sport?
You saw that game, and it's funny that you say that you were here. You were here the last time that stadium was full. The next time it's going to be full is going to be Friday night. It's the first time it's going to be 18,500 people there. So we've been playing games this year with 3,000 people. First it was 1,500, 3,000, then 8,000. It was 12,000 there on Sunday night. So I can't wait to get there on Friday night in front of that crowd again. It's the most exciting sport in the world, and just the way that the Americans produce sport, the pre-game part of the singing of the national anthem, the hype they put behind the importance of every game that they play. Even though there's 82 games in a season, like every game feels important.
Yeah.
But I've watched you guys. I've watched you guys commentating on T20. I mean, you're on the right lines there exactly, because you've got that bit of a hype. You've got young guys who have played the game. I think it's really important that people who watch the game, the young fans, know who the guy is who's commentating. And that's what cricket, I think, is doing really well now with Channel 7 and Channel 10 over there now, and Fox. And I think that's the most important thing. You've got to get the kids engaged. And if you engage the kids, that's the future of your sport.
Yeah, without doubt there, the grassroots level is so important. Do you have any involvement in cricket in the US? Because that is a market that the ICC are desperately keen to tap into.
I had an offer about 6 years ago, maybe 7 years ago, to coach the US team. But it was honestly so corrupt over here at the time that it just wasn't even worth considering.
Really?
Now the US Cricket ICC have taken control. They've got it working well. There's regional sports being played now. There's 16 colleges that offer scholarships to play cricket. The US it just came second, I think, in a tournament recently. So they're in like Division 2 now, I think, in the ICC rankings. 2020 cricket eventually is going to just blow up over here. They've got a beautiful turf wicket arena over in Florida. So once it hits, it's going to hit here big, because there was a survey done. I introduced 2020 cricket here almost 19 years ago. We played. They brought us over here for 3 months, just after I retired.
Yeah.
And for 3 months, we travelled all around the US playing these 2020 games on old baseball fields. And I remember the 4th of July, we played in upstate New Jersey. And there was
SEN Test cricket, Trent Bridge, first test between England and India. And at the stroke of lunch, India lost their first wicket at last. The 97-run partnership between Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul was broken when the former was caught on the leg side trap, as it were, bounced out by Ollie Robinson, caught down at long leg by Sam Curran for 36. So Robinson, who has 1 for 19 from his 11.5 overs, has 3 balls left to complete his set. He's been the man most likely so far, the most potent of the England bowlers. Adam Collins and Isabel Westbury with you. It's Rahul on strike. 2 slips in the gully. First ball. Actually, it's Pujara on strike, I should say. They didn't cross, and Pujara facing his first delivery. Sure enough, it's fleshy. Whacked in the top part of the thigh, as is so often the case with Pujara. He becomes a bit of a target for fast bowlers, certainly those that can get it up around the ribs.
Yeah, human pinata or a pin cushion. He wears quite a few on his body, but as we know, he does stick around regardless. Big arm guard on him as well.
So Robinson again here to Pujara, who leaves alone outside the off stump. You're never going to get Pujara playing out there. Had the good fortune of watching Jiteshwar Pujara play some wonderful innings over the years, not least the centuries he made against Australia back in 2018-19 at Adelaide, Melbourne and Sydney, and then in more recent times those gutsy half centuries, a couple of them in Sydney, then at Brisbane as well. That final day at the Gabba, he was a massive part of that fine chase. To end Robinson's over, Pujara tries to beat cover and he will. Bit of a bobble there. Dan Lawrence moving to his left but can't quite drag it in. So Pujara retains the strike. The successful over is complete, spanning the first and second sessions. And I'll take it all back because, as was the case with Stuart Broad a couple of times, there's a no ball from the last ball. Michael Goff has had Richard Illingworth in his ear saying, I'm sorry, you're going to have to tell Ollie Robinson to bowl that ball again.
Ollie Robinson isn't the kind of person who I'd want to tell bad news to too often, to be honest.
No. We did a game with him last year, didn't we? The game out at Radlett between Middlesex and Sussex, where Robinson was giving everybody a piece of his mind throughout the 3 days, really.
And he's been doing that today with KL Rahul. I don't have the stump mic feed, but there has been a bit of chatter out there looking at some of the cameras. And yes, Robinson is being in his follow-through. Long as it is, he's been getting right up in the face of KL Rahul, currently on 48 not out, on the cusp of a half-century.
Deep square leg goes out. Last ball of the over. Robinson bowls it. Is short. Sways out of the way. Good batting. Now the successful over is complete. India 99 for 1. Izzy, we got some news at the lunch break. It's not good news either for England fans, or really for fans of the global game, to broaden it out. I'm afraid to say that Jofra Archer is out for the rest of the year, which means that there'll be no Archer for the T20, or this series, the T20 World Cup, or the Ashes in Australia. He's been ruled out of the entire Ashes series with that elbow injury. He's had further scans on the right elbow last week. He suffered a recurrence of the stress fracture in that part of the right elbow. And I'm afraid to say that's that for Jofra for the time being. A long layoff awaits for him. And England significantly depleted before completing, obviously, this year, but also the Ashes as well.
Yeah, and it looks as though it's a distinct, separate injury to the one that kept him out in the same elbow earlier this year. The operation is not related to the stress fracture that sidelined the player previously. He had an operation in May to remove a bone fragment of his elbow. So
yes.
This is more worrying, the fact that there seems to be multiple problems. And an extended break from cricket awaits. And to think that Ben Stokes is out as well, indefinitely. I mean, indefinitely is very... It covers a lot of ground. Ollie Robinson was suspended indefinitely by England and missed one test. But we don't know. I mean, it's a different kettle of fish here. Taking a mental health break, Ben Stokes.
Anderson starting his 10th over. Pujara defending. They've had some great battles over the years, Jay Anderson and C. Pujara. Yes, you go through it. England's plan A to win in Australia, and they weren't shy about discussing this last year, when of course they won 5 of the 6 test matches played in England last year, where Archer was part of that. But it was Archer, it was Stone, it was Wood. It was the 3 guys who can bowl above 90 mile an hour in old money. So up towards 150 or above 150 in Archer's case, and Woods for that matter. Here comes Anderson, delivers to Pujara, who's able to leave this alone well outside the off stump. But now, in the case of Archer, well, he's scratched. Ollie Stone has a stress fracture in his back. He played, of course, against New Zealand, but he's out for the foreseeable. Mark Wood is an injury-prone cricketer. I mean, at his best, he'll be a real handful in Australia, but there's a long way to go between now and the Gabba Test match for him.
Yeah, he's held up quite well so far this summer. He looks fit and he enjoys it.
Anderson to Pujara, who plays with soft hands, but only as far as Rory Burns at gully, no run.
But not much cricket under his belt.
Not much cricket, that's right. It's always that balancing act with Mark Wood. You need to get miles in the legs so he can bowl as quickly as you want to see him, but also that he's had so many injuries, certainly with his back over the journey, and his various hamstring injuries too with Mark Wood. So yeah, at least one of the quick 3 is gone. Another unclear with Ollie Stone, and Mark Wood historically has been the most injury prone of the 3. The last man standing. Anderson delivers here, and again it's outside the off stump, as Anderson's been throughout this inning so far. Pujara shouldering arms. So then you go back to, it's Anderson and Broad, isn't it? And of course Ollie Robinson. We'll come to Ollie Robinson in a moment.
Yeah,
but
Robinson will be a big feature, but he's not, as you say, a sort of 150 km/h bowler.
No.
And Ollie Stone, even just going back to him quickly, he's only played 3 test matches. I mean, to shoulder the burden of an Ashes test series, that's a lot to ask.
Yeah, 3 test matches across 3 series and 3 summers. Here's Anderson, finds the edge of Pujara. It spits out towards backward point. They take a single, good running. And that brings up the Indian 100. They're 100 for 1 to be precise, with Pujara 2, Rahul 48. They've been going for nearly 39 overs, and it's been a steady affair so far.
Yes, it has. You wouldn't expect anything less, really, from Pujara. It's the role that England wanted Dom Sibley to play. His strike rate said as much, but 18 in the end, I think he got from 70 deliveries. I think he'll need a few more before he becomes in the Pujara mould.
Yes, some of those half centuries that Pujara made in Australia took a lot longer than 125 balls, but he was playing his role. Rahul on strike, defending Anderson, well forward. End of the 39th over, India 100 for 1.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Adam Collins and Isabel Westbury with you. India have just brought up 3 figures. They're 100 for 1 after bowling out England for 183 yesterday. Ollie Robinson has the ball back in his hand, the man with the wicket in his column. Couple of slips of short leg, bowling here to Pujara. Oh, big shout for leg before shouldering arms, and it's given. Umpire Goff raises the finger. Will Pujara go upstairs on the basis of height? That's the only question here. It did come back off the seam, and he will send it upstairs. So, shouldn't be an issue with the trajectory of the ball as far as whether it's hitting the stumps or not on line. It's whether it's going over the top. Is that how you're seeing it, Izzy?
Yeah, I think so. And just looking as well, I mean, the pure numbers game here. India have 3 reviews left. England only have 1. Pujara, of course, we know what a foil that he can be. But once again, Ollie Robinson proving a handful. The best bowler of the 3 of them is contesting against Broad and Anderson in swinging England conditions. And Robinson is the hardest to face. This is good.
Straight through to DRS. It's hit him in line, and it is missing the stumps. Oh. Over the top of middle stump by about a ball width, which means that umpire Goff has to change his decision. It's overturned in favour of Cheteshwar Pujara, who will remain at the crease on 2 not out. It's 100 for 1.
It felt to me too full to be getting that much height. Now, I don't want to be sounding like a whinging pom here, but that Hawkeye has made the ball do a lot.
I thought on first blush, I didn't think he'd be given out.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I thought they would need to use DRS to send it upstairs. I mentioned earlier that on-field umpires are more conservative with those decisions in the DRS era. Robinson goes again, and Pujara gets forward and defends, and Robinson has a little word to the Indian number 3 as well, as is his prerogative after something like that. But yeah, on the basis that DRS shows a lot of these, because remember, for over 100 years, those were given routinely. There's no way that's not given out before DRS. But I think now we know that with ball tracking, we know that fewer balls are hitting the stumps than we used to think, certainly with shouldering arms.
I thought it might be umpire's call, but that gave it, 2 balls width, height over the wicket.
Robinson bowls and Pujara defends into the offside, no run. You were right in your analysis before the decision was overturned. Robinson is the best of the England bowlers at the moment.
Yeah, but he wasn't at Lord's in the first test against New Zealand, where he was player of the match before unceremoniously sitting out the next one for off-field reasons. But this is one of the few bright sparks in English red ball cricket, is the announcement onto the stage of Ollie Robinson, who I almost want to call him the cancelled Ollie Robinson every time he runs up.
He bowls here to Pujara, who defends, and Robinson does well moving to his left to cut it off in his follow-through.
And I'll explain to our listeners in Australia and New Zealand that when Ollie Robinson was suspended after the first test at Lord's earlier this summer against New Zealand, it was because it was found that he'd made some really quite racist, some sexist, some horrendously discriminatory tweets when he, about 7-8 years ago it was, and these had been found online as the test unfolded, and he was suspended.
Robinson to the crease to Pujara, who leaves alone again.
I should say suspended indefinitely. I used that word again, that's doing a lot of heavy lifting, pending an investigation. And a lot of say this politely, but non-cricket, non-sports media, political media, as no ball is called. Again, Robinson overstepping. And again, use of the television technology that we're happy to have with us, showing that he is once again bowling a no ball. Robinson, he was suspended, and in the end, I think it took 4 or 5 weeks for them to say that the outcome was a one-match ban.
Robinson back to the crease. He's got a short leg when bowling to Pujara, who pushes into the offside, no run.
Or at least a one-match test ban. I think there was possibly some other ODIs or other minor matches in between. Anyway, by the time
it was time served because of the one-day internationals. He wouldn't have played in because he was missing some time away from the game, in that stretch.
But basically, by the time that it was announced 5 weeks later from the incident, he was free to play cricket again. And considering that during that Lord's Test, a lot of the political media in England had kind of said, this is political correctness gone mad. How can you ban a player for life for some tweets he made 8 years ago?
Robinson bowls to Pujara, who squeezes this through the mid-wicket region. They should get a couple, and they do. That moves Pujara onto 4, but a little bit of a victory for Robinson there on the basis that he did hit the seam and find the inside portion of the blade. 40 overs gone. India move along to 103 for 1.
I mean, if you're in Australia particularly, you know what it's like when a Prime Minister prematurely wades into cricketing discussions. Boris Johnson duly had his say, and as did our Culture Secretary, I think, Yes. Oliver Dowden said that this was council culture gone mad, and poor old Robinson, when most of the cricket media were sitting here pointing out that actually he'd been suspended and probably was coming back within the next match.
Yeah, it was entirely prudent to behave in that way because they couldn't, sight unseen, declare Ollie Robinson nothing further to answer for. They needed to go through it.
Reformed man.
Well, they needed to make sure that they weren't going to find some horrendous comments from 6 months ago or something like that. It was only right that they went through that process. However, the political intervention from the usual suspects, and it ended up in a whole different sphere. But he was always coming back for this test match.
Of course. I mean, absolutely he was.
Here's James Anderson, 39 years of age, bowls here to KL Rahul, who turns him just into the onside, maybe off the thigh pad. Either way, they add 1 run to the tally, 104 for 1.
But when we probe into we joke about the cancellation, the cancelled Ollie Robinson, it is because of the furore that happened in the UK over the premature cancellation of a bowler that will probably be opening the bowling for England in the Ashes.
Probably opening the bowling for England for a decade, the way things are going. And and back to the Ashes, and it's not as though all roads lead to the Ashes, but with the Archer confirmation, we didn't expect to see him against India. In reality, it was at best T20 World Cup. Well, that's gone, and the Ashes are gone as well. So it's impossible not to frame the conversation around that. Oh, Anderson, brilliant from Jimmy Anderson. Finds the outside edge of Tateshwar Pujara. And a solid take there from Josh Buttler, moving to his right with the right glove. Had a bit of work to do in front of first slip. They're going to refer it on the basis that Richard Kettleborough wants to make sure the ball is carried. The soft signal is out. But that's what we've been waiting for from Anderson. A ball that started on about middle and off, shaped away, brought Pujara forward, had to play at that delivery. That's a beauty. And Buttler went low, and that was fine.
Yeah, you can hear the crowd in the effects mic, that little boo when the umpire went up for the review. But this wasn't even one of those where you're thinking, is it grass, is it not, is it a maybe? But a clear spike as it passes the outside edge of Pujara. It was low, it stayed low. That's perhaps what surprised Pujara. But Josh Buttler behind the stumps, easily getting gloves to it. And Pujara was a bit shifty out there. You've already seen an LBW decision overturned. He's gone for 4. He's faced 16 balls and a glint of hope. And actually, this is what we saw. A bit of a mirror in the England innings. Is that it's just before breaks, just after breaks. Almost as if these two sides haven't played that much red ball cricket, Adam.
Well put. Yes, wickets falling on 97 just before lunch and now 104 just after. So Pujara walking off for 4. And that will bring Virat Kohli, the Indian captain, to the middle. And James Anderson Now has 618 wickets, and boy, the contest that Anderson had with Kohli in this series 3 years ago was an absolute ripper. In the end, Anderson never got Kohli out across those 5 test matches, but gee, the respect the two of them have for each other, and all the backstory as well, going all the way to 2014 when Kohli really did struggle here against Jimmy. Well, he's a different player 7 years on, 93 test matches, over 7,500 runs, averages 52, 27 test hundreds. The best all-format player in the world over a long stretch of time now. How will he start this fresh campaign in the summer of 2021? Kohli facing up to his nemesis in Anderson. Oh, and he's got first ball! Anderson on a hat-trick! Kohli got for a golden duck. Outstanding from the veteran. Brought Kohli forward, made him play, just enough shape to kiss the outside edge, and Butler made no mistake. India, 104 for 3.
Is this real life? Or are we just dreaming? What a peach of a delivery. Bringing Kohli forwards, perhaps didn't have quite the stride, the kind of tentative step that you do, a batter does often make earlier in their innings. And Anderson, the line, the length, drawing him out, kissed the outside edge, and Virat Kohli, oh my goodness, a golden duck at Trent Bridge. He tucks his bat under his arm, and Jimmy Anderson, we saw how destructive he was earlier this summer, getting his 1,000th first-class wicket for Lancashire in county championship matches. And not that you wrote it off, but you kind of thought, oh yes, this is Jimmy Anderson doing his stuff in county cricket, his class above. But this is Jimmy Anderson doing it against one of the best batters in the world. This is what England like to see.
Just perfect from Anderson. What a response. He's bowled poorly so far in this innings. And back after lunch and goes bang, bang, dragging England back into this contest. Receives a big hug from his old teammate Stuart Broad. And James Anderson is on a hat-trick. Nottingham was the ground where Virat Kohli was player of the match 3 years ago. And now it'll be Ajinkya Rahane walking out to face the music.
Jimmy Anderson just applauding the crowd. He knows they're going to get behind him for this ball. You'll expect to build up in the effects mic. What a moment for the veteran bowler. Been such a servant for England. In recent years as well, often bowling so majestically at a time when the batting has fallen apart, almost carrying that burden on his shoulders.
James Anderson, he turned 39 last week. A packed cordon, 4 slips in a gully, a man around the corner at leg gully, a short leg as well, a catch in cover. James Anderson, the chance to join a very special club. On his way, on a hat-trick, here comes Anderson to Rahane, delivers here, Rahane down the leg side.
Oh no.
The second time that Anderson's been on a hat-trick this year, of course, against India. Likewise at Chennai when he bowled a quite outstanding over on the final day there. But here, that ball to Pujara was the same delivery when he's taken so many wickets from. Likewise, the delivery to Kohli, just phenomenal bowling, reinforcing that the veteran has plenty left in him.
And also, I think that means that he's one away now from becoming the second highest wicket taker in Test cricket.
Anderson. Oh, a shout for leg before. It came back off the seam, but it was going over the top.
He needs one more wicket to overtake Anil Kumble and become the third highest, behind Matai Muralitharan and Shane Warne.
Yeah, so he's pulled level on 619 with Anil Kumble, that double breakthrough. So just Warne on 708 and Murali on 800 ahead of him. Anil Kumble played 31 fewer test matches than Anderson, but of course playing a very different role in their respective sides. Anderson to complete this brilliant over down the leg side. But Anderson, a double wicket maiden. England back in this game. India, 104 for 3.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
Is your office overrun with documents? Make space with the Doc Shop. We'll store your documents and data, protecting them from the elements. Our purpose-built, environmentally compliant facility is clean, secure, dry, pest-free and fire-protected. The Doc Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
thedocshop.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. India have lost 3 wickets either side of lunch, 3 for 7. Robinson and Anderson doing the damage. It's the former bowling here. It's KL Rahul on 49, and now he moves to 50. We'll take a couple behind point. Rory Burns doing the tidying up, but KL Rahul raises his half-century from 128 deliveries. Opening the batting, a role he wouldn't have expected to have been playing until a couple of days ago when Mayank Agarwal copped a whack to the helmet. His 12th score above 50, in addition to 5 test tons. 8 boundaries along the way. KL Rahul, 51 not out.
It's remarkable to think at the beginning of that over, that was the narrative. You're looking at KL Rahul, the Ollie Robinson-Rahul face-off almost. It's a lovely contest between these two. He was there on 48 not out, and you kind of thought, right, see him to his half-century. But what an Anderson over, absolutely delicious.
Here is Robinson on middle stump, defended by KL Rahul. So just when we were talking about how depleted England's fast bowling stocks are, James Anderson issues just a timely reminder that he's very much there to be counted into his 40th year.
Amazing to think, though, so in 2018, that series was rather, it was defined by the prowess of Kohli, but also, as you say, between that contest between Anderson and Kohli. But that's the first time in Test since 2014 that Anderson has dismissed Kohli.
Yeah.
That's incredible, really.
It's been quite the ride, that pair. So Robinson, who has been the best of England's bowlers across the innings so far. The slow clap around Trent Bridge. Bowls here to KL Rahul. Defending into the onside. Short leg in the action there. So India trail by 77. And this is roughly where England were yesterday. When England lost their 3rd wicket, it was 66. But they did get it up to 138 for 3 at one stage. So on a seaming track, and a ball that continues to move around, it's worth noting as well. 41.5 overs in, but genuine swing there from Anderson in the previous over. Robinson bowls, leaving alone his Rahul. That's an outswinger as well. So they've made the incision. After this really was drifting away through that first session with Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul putting on 97 for the first wicket, but doing so in about 3rd gear at best. They were able to cruise along.
It's one of those Indian batting lineups as well, though, that it's good to remember that their tail is stronger than it normally is, with the addition of Ravindra Jadeja and Shardul Thakur as well.
Robinson to the crease to Rahul on leg stump. Through mid-wicket, well played. Could look for a second, but they're satisfied with the single out to Broad. Racing around from mid-on. 107 for 3 now. Rahul 52. Back to Rahane, who's yet to get off the mark. 1 ball left in this, the 42nd over. In some respects, I suppose Anderson will be frustrated by that. He would have liked to have seen Rahane, a bit of fresh meat next over. Now more likely that it'll be Rahul who he's bowling to.
A lot to do for these two in the middle. Talismanic captain. The man who's really framed the culture of this Test side. One for a golden duck. You feel as though that will also bring Robinson up and about. He's the kind of man that reacts to that. He'll want to level the scoreline with Anderson. 2-1 Anderson currently.
He's just popped a 3rd slip in for the last ball of this over with Rahane on strike. Robinson bowls and Rahane defends with soft hands into the offside. Quick single take and he's off the mark with a dive. They might come back for a second. They will. Overthrows. If they add a third here, they should have time for that. Brought all the way down to the rope. Eventually, it's an all-run 4, I think. End of 42. India move along to 111 for 3. Just waiting for a clarification on that score as the board updates. But yes, the throw was justified. Had it been a direct hit, Rahane was gone.
There's your jitters for you. Test match nerves. It befalls the best of them. Rahane included. Lawrence there throwing on the run, wrong-footed. No balance, but awfully close.
So an all-run 4 confirmed. 1-1-1 for 3, the score after 42. James Anderson, 2 for 12 from 11 his figures. Even when he doesn't bowl well, he just not give any runs away, does he, at this stage of his career? His economy rate, the older he's got, the better it's been. And he'll get the chance here. Rahane on strike. India's vice-captain. Sorry, Rahul back on strike, rather. And Anderson bowls to him, defended into the offside, no run.
So, James Anderson now 619 wickets. So, as you say, level with Anil Kumble. Jaya Muralitharan leads the pack. 800 wickets and 133 tests. Shane Warne, 708 and 145 tests. But Anderson, far and away the leading fast bowler, seam bowler if you like.
Yeah, test career that began some 18 years ago. Anderson still going strong down the leg side. Butler had plenty of work to do. And like a football goalkeeper, up and to his left. Taken well, big smile on his face as well. Wicket keepers like that.
We saw yesterday about how well Jasprit Bumrah bowled at Trent Bridge and how much he enjoys it. He got 5 wickets, or 5-wicket haul, and 7 wickets in the match in the 2018 test, the one test that India won more. Anderson, this is another happy hunting ground. 64 wickets at an average of just 20.
Anderson bowls and big in-swinger to Rahul, who plays it well into the offside, plays it late under his eyes. So that'll be now 66 at sort of 19 or 18 probably.
I reckon he's dipped under the 20 mark.
I think he was already under 20 before we started.
It was
19.7, yeah.
So it's one of those, do you round up? Of course you do.
But now it'll have a 1 in front of it, his average at Trent Bridge, over a long stretch of time.
Amazing stat. He was a leading wicket taker on that previous tour in 2018. 24 wickets at an average of 80, but not one of them was Kohli. Amazing.
Here he goes again, Anderson. Short of a length. Rahul from the crease, defending out to point, no run. And I think from Anderson's perspective, he feels genuinely that there's no reason he should retire. I mean, I think he has been retired off a couple of times by, circumstances, like last year, that test match at Manchester, where he didn't have a good week, and there were suggestions that he was going to retire there and then. Anderson bowls again. Big in-swinger to KL Rahul. Digs it out towards point. No run. Well bowled, well played. But he insists whenever he has a bad test match. No. I'm permitted to have a bad test match. Just I'm 38 or 39 now. Doesn't sort of preclude me the right to have a bad game from time to time. That's professional sport. He believes he's fit enough and good enough just to keep going.
I think it's fair to say that he's a man of a sort of sombre disposition at the best of times. But when you ask him about retirement and age, he gets even more grumpy if that's possible.
Anderson to complete his over. Radcliffe Road end. Bowls here wide of the crease and leaving alone is Rahul. Maiden over from Anderson. Yes, 2 for 12 from 12. India 1-1-1 for 3.
The Kogan Money credit card is full of value with no annual fees, amazing rewards and a complimentary Kogan First membership giving you cheaper deals and free shipping at Kogan.com. And right now you can earn up to $400 Kogan.com credit when you meet the spend requirements. Plus earn up to 2 cents worth of Kogan.com credit for every dollar of eligible spend. So make the switch to a better value credit card today at koganmoney.com.au/footy.
Offer ends September 30th, 2021. T's and C's credit criteria apply. Product issuer and credit provider Citigroup Pty Ltd.
Do it again, 7 foot. Remarkable record that James Anderson has against Cheteshwar Pujara in England. He's bowled 334 balls to Pujara in England. He's got him out 7 times, just 87 runs, an average of 11.4. Sorry, 12.4, sorry. Jared Kimber crunching numbers at the back of the box.
He's on you.
But the point remains, Anderson to Pujara, a good matchup for England. As is this, Robinson to the new man Rahane, the vice-captain. 3 slips in position. They're able to work him here off the hip down to long leg. That's not a good start for Robinson to the new over. 112 for 3, Rahane's 5.
It's almost Stuart Broad, David Warner areas.
Yes.
Absolutely horrendous. In your pocket.
Yep, something like that. So Anderson, 619 test wickets. And you look at the way that his average has dropped and dropped. Again, the longer he's played for. It took him until 2015 for his average to drop into the 20s. Of course, acknowledging that jumps around quite a bit at the start. But after he played a bit of test cricket, he used to take his wickets at about 30-odd. And since then, it's been... His last 100 have been at 20 or thereabouts. Here's Robinson to Rahul. Ooh, mix up to Rahane's end. The throw's got to be direct. It's hit. He's out. What is Ajinkya Rahane doing? Johnny Bairstow's the man to execute the run out. 112 for 4, the score. Rahane, for reasons best explained by the Indian vice-captain, started galloping down the track. Nothing but a prod from KL Rahul into the offside. But Johnny Bairstow racing in from point. Direct hit, outstanding. England go bang, bang, bang after lunch. Johnny Bairstow, one of the best fielders in the game, has executed the run out. Rahane's gone for 5. In India, they've lost 4 for 15.
And the funniest thing almost is that you can't say that we're surprised, considering that he would have been run out just a few balls before if there had been a direct hit. I don't know what you put it down to other than the nerves playing in this arena, knowing that Virat Kohli has just gone out for a golden duck before you. But twice in the space of 5-6 balls, Rahane there, a run-out candidate. And Johnny Bairstow, he doesn't miss those.
Pujara, Kohli and Rahane, for so long the engine room of this England team. It has backfired badly in this middle session. And it does give England the opportunity to turn the screws and apply some real pressure. I'm going to make way in the commentary chair after that event. A few further words from Isabel Westbury, then Nikesh Regani as Rishabh Pant makes his way to the middle.
Well, it means that India lose their 4th wicket with the score on 112. And at this stage, I'm afraid to say, England were far ahead. 138 for 4 after that partnership, that 72-run partnership between Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow. And a lot of pressure now on this new look, lower order for India. Their old look one, when you have the likes of Ishant Sharma in the side, and a very sort of a poor batting tail. Not that it should ever rest on the batting tail, but with Thakur, with Jadeja, of course we've got the excitement of Rishabh Pant now. Still work to do for England, but they're back in it, Nikesh.
Yes, which Rishabh Pant will we see? In comes Robinson to Rahul. It's a short delivery, just leans out of the way and lets it go through to Jos Buttler. Rishabh Pant at the non-striker's end, of course. That's where Rahane was run out. Getting some shots of the Indian head coach Ravi Shastri looking less than impressed on the Indian dressing room balcony, and no surprise really. 4 wickets falling for just 15 runs in that little period. 2 absolute beauties from Jimmy Anderson, it has to be said. A questionable shot by Rohit Sharma
to play that hook almost on the stroke of lunch, and then Rahane suicidal almost as Rahul lets another one go through to Butler. And as you say, could have been run out, should have been run out.
Yeah.
With a direct hit. He was gone before he was off the mark, actually. They eventually ran 4 as a result of some overthrows there. He looked quite nervous from the off, really. Rahane coming into this test match. There's some concerns over a hamstring injury. There was talk he might not be fit enough to play. Certainly pushing for runs, though. This one is shortened down the leg side. Rahul gets out of the way once again. 112 for 4. I mean, it doesn't seem as though he had a problem with his hamstring. He was looking for those quick singles all the time. You wouldn't be doing that if you've got any slight concerns over muscle injuries in your leg.
No, I just think it was nerves on the big stage that got the better of him. Certainly wasn't a run. Rahul absolutely within his rights to turn it down. His call as well, because it was just in front of point. It's never going to set off. Oh, poor man, you never mean it.
Robinson this time outside the off stump, once again left alone by KL Rahul. That brings to an end that over from Ollie Robinson. He's 15th with India 112 for 4. We've seen Rishabh Pant in recent times. Everybody talks about him as this explosive number 6, which he is, which of course he can be. He's one of the most dangerous cricketers in the world at the moment, but he has matured a little bit for his younger years in recent times, and you'll need to count on all of that maturity really in this kind of situation. Just bat sensibly. Time isn't an issue. KL Rahul's going really well at the other end as well. Just rotate the strike, stick it out, don't do anything silly.
Of course it was, yes, the test match at Trent Bridge this time last time around, the 2018 series, where it was his test debut. Was off the mark with a 6. Classic.
Yeah, in typical Rishabh Pant style. In the tradition of a former India blaster in the name of Virender Sehwag, used to like those kind of landmarks as well. Off the mark with a 6, centuries with a 6. Rishabh Pant very much of the same mould, and here he is about to take guard for his first delivery of this innings. Chance of Jimmy Anderson in the crowd from the Barmy Army.
Flashy player, flashy person. He's got a nice silver chain dangling, protruding from his shirt.
2 slips then and a gully. Anderson round the wicket to Pant, who leaves this one outside the off stump. I'd like to think it's platinum.
Right.
With those IPL salaries.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I think he's probably gone all out for a platinum one there. He's definitely one of the IPL generation. There's a lot of jewellery on show in the IPL for those who watch it. Tattoos as well are a favourite of this modern generation of Indian cricketers. KL Rahul with some up his left arm, as we see.
I've always thought if you sort of go all out and you're quite ostentatious in your presentation, you've either got to be really, really good or really, really bad.
Absolutely. Anderson is fuller, and Rishabh Pant drives, but straight to Zach Crawley at point. No run.
Oh, I think it's probably fair to say that Rishabh Pant falls into the former. He is an extraordinary player. Stats back him up. I mean, we saw what he could do in Australia over the winter, or at least the English winter, the Australian summer, in that test series win, that unlikely test series win.
And he was mature in that series as well. I mean, obviously he was aggressive at times when he needed to be. All he plays and misses at this one outside the off stump. Jimmy Anderson just getting one to go the other way, away from the left-hander after pitching. Rishabh Pant not quite to the pitch of the ball, and all of a sudden the clouds come over Trent Bridge, the floodlights are on.
And I think that's important. The clouds are coming, the rain possibly as well, and these are conditions that are really going to test Pant here. He performed quite admirably, I thought, in the World Test Championship final against New Zealand, especially in the second innings. He scored 41 in a very low-scoring match, really difficult to bat in.
Anderson again round the wicket. He's down the pitch. Rishabh Pant slices this one over the covers. It's trickling away towards the boundary. It's not going to quite make it. The chase is on, and they get back for 3 runs. Well, he's made his intentions clear. We saw in that test series in India the India-England Test series earlier this year. Him sort of reverse ramping Jimmy Anderson and looking to attack him once again. I'm not sure that was a shot that was needed in this current situation, but he got away with it.
Maybe that settles some nerves. We just saw the cameras pan to Ravi Shastri on the balcony, the Indian head coach, and it's just a wry smile, almost a giggle. Like, I mean, there's nothing you can do, really. This is the way that Pant bats, and, you know, so far so good. He's no Test wicketkeeper has more runs or centuries than Pant has at the age of 24.
He's off strike now. KL Rahul facing up to Jimmy Anderson, and Rahul just punches this to backward point for no run. 115 for 4 India. Well, we're talking about rotating the strike. I suppose that's one way to do it. Slice it over the covers, coming down the pitch to Jimmy Anderson. 3 runs, get down to the other end. They trail by 68 now, India.
Pant isn't even there yet. He's not even 24. 1,403 runs, 3 centuries. Quite the player, but he's decided to take Anderson on, so I feel as though it could be quite entertaining, this session and the next.
Let's see if Rishabh Pant sticks around long enough. 40 minutes into this afternoon session. Anderson over the wicket to Rahul again, who edges to slip, and he's dropped. Oh dear, oh dear. It was Sibley diving down towards his left. I think by the reactions on the faces of him and Joe Root next to him, that one did carry. It was a genuine edge. Lovely delivery from Jimmy Anderson, just in that corridor outside the off stump once again. Sibley diving low down to his left, got his fingers to it, should have held on at this level. Anderson can't quite believe it. Rahul survives. India 115 for 4.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Back with the action at Trent Bridge, and what a moment that was. Is he, KL Rahul, on 52, dropped at second slip by Dom Sibley. A difficult chance, low down to his left, one you'd expect him to take, though.
It actually reminds me when Jimmy Anderson was on the cusp of getting to his 600th wicket, Test wicket. It was last summer in 2020. And there are a few drops. This was a difficult chance, low to his left, Sibley, but he got quite a few balls dropped off his bowling. And you kind of feel now, just as he's on the cusp of passing Anil Kumble to become the 3rd highest wicket taker in Test history, whether that fate might befall him once again.
And the way he's bowling, given the conditions now at Trent Bridge, it's always going to be in the game. Stuart Broad back on at the other end. Floodlights on, as I mentioned before. Rishabh Pant taking strike, and Broad's going to come immediately round the wicket as well. He drives Pant through the covers, beats the man there. There's a chase on here as the ball trickles towards the boundary and gets there eventually. It was a good diving effort, but the ball just about made it across the rope there. Rishabh Pant on to 7, India 119 for 4.
Slightly over pitch there from Broad, almost as if he's just trying with a bit too much effort, too hard. He's quite a pugnacious character, doesn't like being scored freely off. And it'll be interesting to see the dynamic between Broad and between Robinson. I don't think Broad normally has somebody quite as mouthy perhaps as Robinson before in the squad. He's normally had the foil of Anderson, who's quiet.
This is on to the pads of Rishabh Pant. He flicks it backward of square on the leg side. Through for a run. I'm not sure if he got any bat on it. No, signalled as leg buys. India 120 for 4 now.
Anderson more sort of a moody, brooding character. Broad the one that has a lot to say. And he's been hit for runs, wicketless currently. He'll want to get into the mix. So this is promising as far as England are concerned. You know, they're short or diminished bowling stocks at present. I'll tell you what, they're of this quality and bowling this well, in the end it doesn't matter.
Indeed, India in a spot of bother here. At 1.97 without loss just before lunch. Rahul just guides this one past the slip cord and down towards the third man boundary for 4. That was quite deliberate there from KL Rahul. Lovely looking shot. He moves on to 56. India 124 for 4. And 97 without loss before that lunch interval, when Rohit Sharma just couldn't resist trying to play one of his hook shots, which he loves so much, but straight down the throat of fine leg. After that, a couple of absolute beauties from Jimmy Anderson to remove Jetheshwar Pujara, and Virat Kohli for a first ball duck. He was on a hat-trick, didn't get it, but Rahane didn't last too much longer. Run out, looking for a quick single, backing up at the non-strikers end. He was sent back, rightfully so, by KL Rahul. And a direct hit sending him back. This time Rahul flicks it backward of square on the leg side, and they jog through for another single. 125 for 4. I mean, Rishabh Pant 7 from 6. We've seen the intent. He's obviously not had any instructions to play any differently to what he normally does from the dressing room. It's just go and express yourself, play your game, do what you do best, and if it comes off, it comes off.
And you know what, I think that's so brave. I think it's also the way in which he should be allowed to play, because this is a man with a test average of 44, and if he gets out sort of not going to die trying kind of thing, he'll get ripped apart, won't he? Everyone will say, oh, he should have done this, he should have done that, but more often than not it does come off.
Brought round the wicket to Pant, who shoulders arms to this one, straight through to Butler, no run.
But I think to go in the mindset knowing that in playing that way there will be occasions where your sort of head will be on a platter and everybody under the sun will be having a go at you. That takes some guts.
Which up until the last sort of 12, maybe just over 12 months, Rishabh Pant has had. He's had a lot of criticism from the Indian public, some of his shot selections, and in that time has managed to build up a pretty decent test record so far as he defends this one outside the off stump. And there is no run, so the end of that Stuart Broad over. India 125 for 4. And Isabel Westbury is going to take a well-deserved break here in the commentary box, with India trailing England now by 57 runs. KL Rahul unbeaten on 56, of course sharing in that 97 partnership for the first wicket with Rohit Sharma. He was out on the stroke of lunch, and since then it's been all England. A couple of wickets for Jimmy Anderson, Ollie Robinson taking that earlier wicket of Rohit Sharma. Anderson with Pujara, and then Kohli in consecutive balls. Virat Kohli first ball duck today, edging one outside his off stump. Jimmy Anderson 13 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 14. And then Ajinkya Rahane unnecessarily really running himself out just a short while ago. So Rishabh Pant coming out to join Rahul at that point. Anderson to continue, as Jeremy Coney is back alongside me in the commentary box, and these are ideal conditions for England seamers. The lights are on, the clouds are over Trent Bridge, the ball is swinging.
That's English cricket, isn't it? And it's exactly what England wanted to get back into this game. The game's changed.
This is what we love about Test cricket. Anderson into Rahul, who defends into the offside, no run.
Yeah, you're just giving that summary about the wickets, of course. Don't forget Rahul was dropped a couple of last over, wasn't he, by Sibley, a second slip catch that was about sort of knee high, and he just got himself in a bad position and had to go with one hand, and sort of in the end, and it just wasn't really the best effort. They're coming and looking at light now, obviously, for these the umpires coming together, and they're going to go off at this stage. That won't be appreciated by the English players and neither the crowd, I think. But it's been a fascinating passage of play, though, hasn't it? 97 without loss just before lunch, and Robinson, good on him, had a crack, and I think probably the only bouncer this morning that I can remember, and very, very high. And Rohit Sharma, who had done all the hard work, he'd gone through that little session of 13 overs the night before, he'd restarted again the next morning and got through that so well and was starting to play a few little drives and so on. He likes the hook shot, but hadn't been tested until that moment, and Curran didn't even have to move. He just picked him out beautifully down there, and that would have, I think, put a little bit in the step of the English to say, well, at least we've got a wicket, because it would have been pretty devastating to go in at none for 100. And if they'd managed to do that, and then as you say, the change coming with the cloud banking up around Trent Bridge, the dark clouds coming in and that artificial light, and a change of ends for Anderson, thank heavens. Remember I mentioned earlier this morning he was having to work so hard. He bowled mainly in swingers actually in the one, and to get Kohli first ball, that's such a big wicket. So, it's like getting Tendulkar and it's like getting Lara, Crowe for New Zealand. I mean, all the key players in an order, you do that and suddenly everyone feels just so much better. And Rahane, as you mentioned, I don't know what Rahane was thinking of. He nearly ran himself out twice.
Absolutely. Yeah. Even just to get off the mark. He had to dive in at the non-strikers end, going through for a quick single. Eventually got 4 off that, thanks to the overthrows, but just looked very nervous from the off to Ajinkya Rahane, which to me seems a bit strange. Just before we analyse that a bit more, just to let you know the game situation, the players have gone off for bad light. It just looks as though the floodlights are sort of starting to take more effect than the natural light, and when they have too much of an effect, the umpires often decide to not even offer the light, really. They just said, look,
they don't now.
It's not natural.
No.
We're going off. So they called the players off, rightly so. I mean, it is quite dark cloud above Trent Bridge at the moment. There has been some rain forecast for later on this afternoon. Hopefully this delay isn't too long. The pitch is under cover at the moment. That might just be as a precaution. None of the covers on the side of the big hover cover that can spread over the rest of the square have been put out as of yet. There's no great urgency, in fact, to even get that cover on the strip itself. It's just standing by next to it as we speak. The umpires have taken that light meter reading as well, so that will be used as a barometer for the rest of the test match, the remaining time in this day and the rest of the 3 days as well, with some rain and bad light forecast over the next couple of days as well. Thunderstorms for tomorrow, perhaps into Friday and Saturday as well. India 125 for 4 then. KL Rahul 57 from 148 deliveries. Rishabh Pant with 7 not out. We mentioned that 97-run partnership with Rohit Sharma. He was eventually out playing that hook shot for 36 from 107. So as you say, Jeremy, all the hard work done, particularly last night, first hour this morning.
He must have been so disappointed, with himself, I guess, as you walk off after doing all that work. And surviving all that, and there were some good deliveries this morning. If you look back at the batting throughout this test match, there's only a brief period when I thought that batsmen were really held sway in the game, and that was when Bairstow and Root were batting, when the overhead conditions were much brighter. And suddenly, that's English conditions, and so as soon as these conditions started to occur, you could just see it was going to be a very difficult period of play for the batsmen as well, because not many have really always felt in, I don't think, on this surface.
And it's quite similar, I think, to the World Test Championship final. Of course, those conditions lasted almost the entire Test match.
Yes.
It was there, and it was cooler than it is in Trent Bridge today as well. I suppose the humid conditions at Trent Bridge might even assist the ball a bit more in terms of that swing, but we saw in that World Test Championship final, when there's a lot of cloud cover, when the ball is swinging, these typical English conditions, it's very difficult to sort of ever feel like you're in. And even KL Rahul at the moment, 57 and not out, doesn't, he looks more settled than some of the others, perhaps. He's done a lot of hard work, but every now and again he's getting beaten on his outside edge.
You feel that there is a ball coming, don't you? That has got your name on it a bit, and even though you're pushing forward and you're watching your off stump as much as you can, you just feel, particularly if Jimmy Anderson is a top top bowler and top swing bowler, and he's getting his length right now. He'll be feeling the spring will be back in his step. He's a difficult customer to left-handers as well, able to come around the wicket at them. He can bowl over the wicket and use his outswinger to come back into a left-hander. So he's got a number of options that he can use. He's got to be backed up by the field. They've got to hold their catches. Once you get the momentum going, you've got to keep it going. They've only got 180 runs, and you get an opportunity, you nail it. The good top sides nail it from that point. All the catching is done well, the run-outs and so on. So most of the things have just come right for England. They've had a bit of luck go their way with the weather, and they've had the good players and the right men on at the right ends, I think.
And as we speak, the hover cover has just been placed on top of the strip. Still no great urgency from the ground staff at Trent Bridge to cover the rest of the square. So hopefully this heavy rain, which is forecast for some parts of Nottingham, might just drift past Trent Bridge. Who knows with the wind. Jimmy Anderson, though, with those 2 wickets, going level at number 3 with Anil Kumble in the list of all-time leading Test wicket takers. Only Muttiah Muralitharan and Shane Warne ahead of him in the list. 619 Test wickets in his 163rd Test match. Stuart Broad just a couple down in terms of the list. 523 for him. A couple of years younger, of course, Stuart Broad than Jimmy Anderson.
Well, really, the interesting thing for me today, just prior to this last little spell here with the wickets for Anderson, I think I would say that Robinson was probably the pick of the bowlers today overall, which says quite a lot, doesn't it, when you've got 1,000 wickets resident in Broad and in Anderson in the match. So he I think has bowled, but still I think he's a bit short. The LBW on Pujara, was it, which was reviewed, yes, and again that was that bounce that we were seeing. And I don't know whether you saw something on the telly. I thought it showed sort of the balls to Rahul or something like that. 2% of the balls, were going to hit the stumps and 98 missing.
Indeed. So with the players off the field at the moment because of bad light, India 125 for 4. KL Rahul unbeaten on 57. Rishabh Pant on 7. And we'll wait and see how long this delay lasts. India 125 for 4.
Hey, it's Jordan Lewis here. You don't get to play in 4 AFL Premiership teams without starting somewhere. And as a rookie, I was mentored by some of the best footy brains around. In business, it's easy to find your gun rookie just by calling MEGT. As Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, MEGT is your local apprenticeship expert. Whether you're an employer wanting an apprentice or you're looking to kickstart your career as one, MEGT's got you covered. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 13MEGT.
Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you. This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
In Melbourne after coming back with a bit of a knee setback after the starting of the West Indies tour of the short form. The rest of the team gone on to Bangladesh. You've spoken to JL. How's he travelling over there in Bangladesh?
Just touched down last night in Bangladesh, in Dhaka. He said it was pouring rain. So, yeah, have to wait and see how many games they get in. But it's 5 T20 games against Bangladesh in pretty quick succession. But a man that played the T20s, missed the one-day internationals in the West Indies, as you mentioned, Goss, is the white ball captain, Aaron Finch. Finchy, thanks for joining us on Gilly and Goss. How have you settled into your little abode there in a hotel in Melbourne for the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, morning, boys. How are you? It's all good here in Melbourne. Obviously, coming back to 14 days quarantine is always a little bit daunting, but I've been looked after very well with a nice enough room that I can walk around and, just saddle up. Day 3 today, so 11 to go.
Yeah, good to hear that you can walk around. What's the situation with your knee? Requiring surgery?
Yeah, it's looking that way at the moment, mate. I had a little injury doing a fielding session just before I left. I've never had any knee problems, and it just started to get a bit sore. And the more that we trained and played, obviously stopping and starting, turning, that kind of thing was causing it some issues. So I had a couple of scans in the West Indies and a little bit of cartilage, a little bit of meniscus damage. So hopefully a quick clean out once I'm out of quarantine, and that'll have me back up and running in plenty of time for the T20 World Cup.
That's good news, mate. So you 4-1 went down in the T20s. The boys got the job done 2-1 in the one days. What are the positives and what are the negatives that you see have come out of that tour?
I think throughout the T20s, it's not a flattering scoreline, 4-1, but the way that the West Indies structure up, they've got a very experienced side. They've got, I think, 3 guys or 4 guys in their side with over 500 T20 games experience. Some brute power. But I think the fact that we were in 3 of those games was a real positive. We should have got across the line in the first one. That was a really ordinary batting display, chasing 140. Then we won the 4th game. We're in the 5th one for a fair amount of time. So with a really inexperienced group, the fact that we're able to match the West Indies for a lot of that series, and we just got blown away in a couple of different parts, which when you've got a group that is still developing, still finding their feet, playing with each other, that was a real positive. And then the fact that we come out the back, well, Mitch Marsh as well, obviously it was a huge positive in terms of his performance. The way that he imposed himself on the game, batting at number 3, he was ultra aggressive, had some really good starts in that series with the bat and contributed really well with the ball. So that was huge highlights. And then in the one days, on some wickets that had some real challenges to them. The West Indies rolling out a couple of good spinners to get over the line there in conditions where we've traditionally struggled, and that was highlighted throughout the T20 series with the spinners having such an impact. The fact that the guys kept chipping away at their plans and working at that to get across the line in that last game, chasing a modest total, but in conditions that were really challenging was very exciting.
Aaron Finch, our guest, he's currently into hotel quarantine in Melbourne and getting a clean out on that knee. Finch, you talk about 4-1 losing in that series. A strange question it might seem, but how did you captain? How do you reckon you captained? And can you captain really well and still lose a series 4-1?
Yeah, absolutely you can. I think the amount of planning and preparation that went in was key to that. I felt as though there's obviously some subjective decisions that you make out on the ground when you bowl guys, different roles that you use guys in, but I felt as though I did a reasonable job. There's not a huge amount that you can do sometimes in a T20. You can produce all the great moves, but if you come up against Chris Gale like we did in the third game, who's the all-time best T20 player or batter, if he has a day out, it's tough to stop regardless of what you do as a captain. And I think having some guys around with some senior heads was good to bounce some stuff off as well. But yeah, the answer is yes. You can do a lot of things right, but some individual brilliance can bring you undone as a side.
With that in mind, will Matt Wade captain in this series in Bangladesh?
I assume so, mate. Having done it in the T20 game that I missed in Sydney against India, I haven't spoken to the coach in the last couple of days, so but I imagine he will. Alex Carey did a fantastic job in the one-day series. Obviously very calm, played nicely with the bat and led the boys really well. So, yeah, but as far as I know, it'll be Wadey.
Aaron Finch, our guest. Finchy, there's a lot of speculation about the Ashes tour and if so, maybe, when, where, why, how can the players from England bring families and avoid the whole quarantine lockdown and all that sort of stuff, and there's a lot of murmurings going on and lots of conversations being had. Do you have an opinion? Do you think, if England don't get their way, they're not going to come? Do you have an opinion on that, or do you think they should be allowed to bring families down and not be sort of locked down and under the pump like the rest of the world has been?
Oh, it's becoming more and more difficult to tour, no doubt, and something that seems as small as having your family on tour can have a huge mental impact on players, negatively if they're not there but they need them, or really positively. So I think that you have to take everything into consideration when these decisions are being made. It's a long time away from home. The fact that you're going from bubble to bubble with not a real lot of downtime, no way to really escape the game or your teammates at times, because that's really important to be able to mentally recharge. So it has to be a case by case. I think that there's definitely an argument there to have families with them. I know that's a big talking point amongst our players as well, is even going to the T20 World Cup, tours going forward. What does it look like? There's been a lot of talk about if we're travelling on charter flights all the time, what's the issues there? So it's just something that's going to have to be, continually to be nutted out.
And, mate, you're about to move into that category of family or extended of your own family. We're on track. Got a baby coming soon, so it's probably a nice blessing in disguise to be home.
Yeah, just under 6 weeks to go, mate. So it's all about to get real. I think I've shirked a lot of responsibility in my marriage for the last couple of years, being able to travel around and get out and be pretty unaccountable, I guess. So that's all about to change. Amy's doing a fantastic job, though. She's just gone past 34 weeks. So, really excited about it. Can't wait to get out of quarantine and see her and embark on the next chapter, I guess.
Yeah.
Did you soak up Jess Fox yesterday, mate, like the rest of the country?
Oh, it was brilliant, wasn't it? I think having the Olympics on for the first couple of days has really helped me get through the start of quarantine. I think they've all done a fantastic job. The swimmers have been unbelievable. The rowers, like you said, Jess Fox yesterday, they're doing Australia very proud. It's outstanding to see.
Well, mate, thanks so much for joining us. You always make yourself available, Finch, and we really do appreciate it. All the best with the quarantine and the operation, and more importantly, the impending birth and new arrival. Take care, mate.
Thanks very much, guys. Have a good day.
Aaron Finch joining us from
I'm
his
very,
Melbourne
very
quarantine
pleased. I'm
hotel.
thrilled, in fact, and privileged to introduce to you folks now one of my great teammates, a great tourist. I spent a lot of my summers with this guy, admiring him and his dedication to the cause. I can't build him up any much more than that because he'll probably hang up. John Wright is with us, former New Zealand cricket captain, former New Zealand cricket coach, man of all parts, a fantastic rugby player as well in his own right. But it's cricket we're going to talk about mainly this morning. But first of all, Wrighty, thank you for joining me. Where are you and what are you up to these days?
Morning, Smithy. You've changed. You're very kind. I'm stuck in Christchurch or Canterbury. I'm on my 60 acres with my 50 cows waiting for a jab. It's not a bad place to be honest. Particularly with all this dreadful COVID going around. Normally... It's had, it's changed a lot of our lives, I think, in many ways.
And that's one of the subjects I wanted to talk to you about, because you have a great passion for cricket, and Indians have a great passion for cricket, and you have a great passion for India, and they are going through a really tough time, righty. And a lot of the people that you have come in contact with, who you know, have been greatly affected. Have you been able to have any contact with those people, and can you imagine what it's like in India?
Well, I still, for the last 7 years, I've worked for Mumbai Indians, and I've spent 3 months every year out there, trying to get our squads together and watching first-class cricket, and yes, I'm still engaged. But, for instance, the last auction we had, we did most of our planning by Zoom, and now we're faced with the decision of the back end of the IPL will probably be in Dubai, and then following after that there will be another big auction, and the various franchises will again have to scout the teams in India. But I mean, it has been tough. The realities of so many in India, it's pretty harsh, so it's greatly affected a lot of the people that I know, not directly, but directly with their families and things like that. And even during the first part of the IPL, I think it was quite difficult because there were a number of players on many of the franchises that had close family members affected with COVID, and for instance, Piyush Chawla, who we have, he's a leg spinner. He plays for Mumbai. His father succumbed to COVID during the competition, so that's the reality of life with this terrible virus. So it has an effect, and I suppose for my sins, I'm president of Derbyshire County Cricket Club, have been for the last 2 years, and I haven't managed to get to England or Derbyshire to see a ball bowled. So it's a little bit different.
Righty, one of the other things, of course, you have been in your illustrious career, both as a player and a coach, is the coach of India. I'm not sure in sport there are too many more high-pressure jobs with the expectations of what that Indian team is supposed to do. I hasten to add, supposed to do. Now, you're probably, for that reason, most qualified of anyone around here to talk about what cricket means to India and why they tried to play it as long as they possibly could before reality set in.
Well, it's very much part of Indian life. You go anywhere and you'll see a game of cricket. Sometimes it's played with sticks and a stone or a tennis ball. For instance, one of the villages we visited with a charity, the kids, they struggled to add, do arithmetic, or their reading wasn't strong, but they knew every one of the Indian players. And there was one television set in the village which was connected directly to the power lines, and that's where they watch their cricket. So it's very much, I suppose, in New Zealand terms, rugby comes to mind. In football, Brazil, in India, it's cricket. And it also, they love their team, they love their players, and it gives many of them a sense of pride and a sense of hope when they do well at it. And it's just, it's part of their culture, I suppose, and for some reason, Indians seem to love cricket. And of course, now they're very good at the business side of cricket, where they understand the dynamics of the finances of how to create a competition, a world-class competition, how to protect it. And so the IPL's evolved, which has been great for so many cricketers from all nations, from the point of view of particularly our country, Sri Lanka, South Africa, West Indies, where they can earn, good money and perhaps buy a house at the end of their career. So, it's just part of life in India.
Righty, one of your other roles, and you've had so many and done them all brilliantly well, is basically to be a scout, to look for talent, to go out into the nether regions and look for something special. Now, a lot of people may not realise this, some do, but you discovered Jasprit Bumrah. What did you see and what were your impressions when you first saw this guy running in with this unusual action, I think it's fair to say, and he has paid tribute to you, and certainly in 2 or 3 interviews I've heard, for giving him the opportunity. What did you see? What were your first impressions?
Well, I'd just been appointed the coach was Anil Kumble at Mumbai, so we were up there, and I attended the Western Zone T20 tournament, where there are 8 teams, because India has about 38 first-class provinces, and they're all playing zonally: Western, Southern, Central, Northern, Eastern. I was at the Western Zone in Ahmedabad, and I was watching the back end of a game, and Mumbai were playing Gujarat. And Mumbai was easily going to win the game. There was this kid that ran off quite a short run-up, and he bowled 2 overs of Yorkers at quite a strong pace. And all he did was try and bowl Yorkers, which is quite a valuable ball in T20 particularly. And one of those deliveries hit the other bowler's footmarks at the other end and went for 4 byes, way over Partha Patel's head. And he really interested me, because I think sometimes when you're looking at so many players, and you see it in different sports, you look for something that's a little bit different or something that's a little bit special, and what he had was pace. And the other thing was he was trying to bowl basically 12 Yorkers on the trot, and he did it quite well. So I had a chat with Partha Patel, who was the captain of Gujarat and who'd been in the Indian team I coached, and Partha was captain of Gujarat. And I said, well, who's that kid? And he said, oh, that's Boom. I said, who's Boom? He said, it's Jasprit. He's Jasprit Bumrah. He was 18 years of age. And I said, is he any good? And Partha's a guy that I really rate. He now works for our organisation. He's just retired, and he's joined us, and he's got a very sharp cricket mind, and he's a person that I trust. And so I rang our crowd, and that was before players had to go through the auction. Now they all have to go through the auction, but in those days you could just sign them if you saw someone promising. So I rang Rahul Sangvi in Mumbai and said, look, I've seen this kid. I think we should have a look at him. So we signed him overnight, and he joined it, and he was very young. And in those days, our first game in IPL, we played in Bangalore, and the squad came with us, including Jasprit. And so our players saw him for the first time, and he was very raw. But I asked him to bowl against Sachin Tendulkar. That was music to my ears, because at the end of the net, Sachin came up to me and said, John, that kid, he's really hard to pick up. So that's how it all started. But it's taken a long time. He was really with us for 4 or 5 years. And the great thing about IPL is that on all the staffs, we've got a fantastic physical conditioner, a guy called Paul Chapman, who comes from Australia. We have good physiotherapy. We have spent a lot of time in getting our players back to freshness for each game, so there's a lot of massage, there's those sorts of things. And Jasprit grew up in that environment where literally for the first 3 or 4 years with Mumbai, he spent most of the time in the gym just getting stronger, getting a little bit of confidence, and then interacting with players like Tim Southey was there for a year, Mitchell Johnson, and of course Malinga. Lassie had a huge influence on Jasper's career. And now, of course, Shane Bond's our bowling coach. So, when young players are placed in an environment, and they can come from many different countries, they've got a wonderful opportunity to interact and learn from each other predominantly, because I think that's the best type of coaching, when you're learning off your peers. And then, of course, from a conditioning point of view, that was the one thing that has probably moved on most in India since the early 2000s, is really the conditioning of the cricketers are much stronger, much fitter, they field a lot better, and also their fast bowling is a lot more dominant than it used to be.
Righty, can we just move to the New Zealand side now briefly? I look at this side, it's pretty complete to me. I believe it or not, if I was looking to strengthen this side, I'd add someone like John Bracewell into it because he's so competitive. But he's an aggressive off-spinner who genuinely turns the ball, and I think his type of player would be the beautiful complement to the squad that we've got at the moment. That achievement to win the World Test Championship over a very powerful Indian side, including Bumrah, where does it rate for you? Is it the best achievement we've had in the game?
Well, I think so. I mean, we were very fortunate in the teams leading up to it. I mean, Stephen Fleming's team won the Champions Trophy. We were lucky in that we toured England and New Zealand and never won in England or never won in Australia. So we had the opportunity to do some first things, things that hadn't been done before. And this team has done exactly that. And to be top of the pile, I think, we've never done really that ever. There wasn't the competition. The other thing that's very impressive about this side is they're very consistent. They string wins together. And that is a real sign of a good side. I think, I'm so pleased for them because I think they're an outstanding group of young cricketers and good lads, who've done remarkably well, and the consistency is and I went to see them train just before they left. They were training at Lincoln. And it was the first time I met Conway, for instance. I mean, he's going to add an enormous amount to this side. And with Kyle Jamieson coming in and just developing like he is, they're going to be a very, very strong side. And perhaps you're right with the spin area. But then again, they won in Dubai. They beat Pakistan a couple of years back at the start of Gary Stead's tenure with Ejaz. Patel, and he's done very well in the Sodhi and the off spinner, Sumfield there. So, I think it's really exciting, and it's great for New Zealand. Our cricket lovers to have a team that is genuine. Well, now world champions, and I think I saw you on the television, Smithy. Talking about, how exciting is it for this side to go over and have a crack at the Aussies or vice versa, then come here? I think that's what I'm really looking forward to too. So it's wonderful, and I hope that they're getting many people around the country, because it's a little bit after the event, going up and congratulating them because they really deserve it.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I'm right up there. I believe it's top of the ladder in terms of what we've been able to achieve. I believe we've got probably one of the better units that we've ever likely to assemble, and it looks like we can, even if we hold on to Ross Taylor a bit longer and Neil Wagner, we've got some good days ahead. Righty, just in reflection, we're of an age now where we're starting to lose teammates and adversaries, unfortunately. Bob Willis, one of our great adversaries and a man to be admired, sadly passed away not that long ago, and they're paying tribute to him over in England as we speak with a new foundation, etc. But you lost another good mate and a really fine bowler, a really fine teammate just recently in Mike Hendrick.
Yeah, Mike was my Derbyshire teammate. I first went to Derbyshire as a 22-year-old. I was really green. I roomed with Mike that first year, and in my first Test match for New Zealand, I was playing for New Zealand, and there was Bob Taylor and Jeff Miller and Mike Hendrick on the English side, and Mike had bowel cancer, and about three or 4 years ago he got it, and then had an operation and sort of got through it, but it came back, and it is a bit sobering. Bob Taylor sent me a wonderful video that just recently they got together about 10 days ago in a pub in Matlock, which is in Derbyshire, a lovely village, and there were 7 or 8 of Michael's English teammates there, and a lot of Derbyshire players, just to celebrate with them and say, g'day, and people like Ian both, and David Gower, Bob Taylor, John Lever, a number of them. You know all the names. It is, and it is quite sobering, Smithy, so I think we've got to enjoy life. And the other guy that closer to home too was Wes Armstrong. He was the groundsman at the Basin Reserve, and Wes died just recently. What a hell of a good bloke he was. I mean, what a ground. It was back in the day when you could go and have a chat to the groundsman and say, I think you need a bit of grass off this wicket, or this and that. He was a tremendous character. But, time moves on. It's just, I suppose it's life, isn't it?
It is. It's life. And life wouldn't have been the same. Cricketing life wouldn't have been the same without the legendary John Wright.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes delivering affordability. The news from Trent Bridge is that it's continuing to rain. Players have been off the field for 35 minutes, initially for bad light, but now all the covers are on. If you are just joining the broadcast, India are 125 for 4. They were 97 without loss at one stage before losing 4 wickets in a hurry. Just before lunch, Ollie Robinson had Rohit Sharma caught down at fine leg for 36. It was 97 for 1. Just after lunch, James Anderson went bang, bang with the score on 104 in the space of 2 deliveries. He was on a hat-trick. Cheteshwar Pujara and Virat Kohli were both caught behind. Kohli for a golden duck. And then Ajika Rahane, just 8 runs later, on 5, inexplicably came charging down the track, and Johnny Bairstow ran him out coming in from point. At that stage it was 112 for 4. Now it's 125 for 5. So the players, as I say, have been off the field for about 35 minutes. This delay will persist for at least a little bit longer. So for now on SEN Test Cricket, it'll be an interview that we have with Ian Healy, conducted by Sam Edmund.
For a decade, Ian Healy was the heartbeat of our national team, a highly skilled and hard-working wicketkeeper who more than had his moments with the bat. He played 119 tests and 168 one-day internationals from 1988 to 1999. Healy took 366 test catches, made 29 stumpings and sits third all-time for test dismissals with 395. He scored over 4,000 test runs and an average of 27.39, including 4 centuries and 22 half-centuries. He's been appointed an Officer of the Order of Australia, a Wisdom Cricketer of the Year, a member of the Sport Australia Hall of Fame, and he joins us now. Heels, thanks so much for your time.
Yeah, great to be with you.
Just for nostalgia, can we please get a bowling, Shane?
Bowled one in.
That was the soundtrack of summer for many people, Heels.
Well, it turned into that. It was not good. I felt sorry for a lot of people having to listen to that. But the worst one was in a South African tour. They even put that on the radio mics, so people would have been driving in their cars hearing it. That would have been no good.
For due to your father's work as a bank manager, I think it was, the family shift 600 kilometres north to the town of Biloela. Now, many people might not have heard of Biloela, but it's where you got your grounding in a number of sports, including cricket, of course.
Yes, I couldn't value that sort of growing up area highly enough. I really only noticed how much value was in my youth when my kids grew up in the city. And I then got a sense of how much they were missing out on because, it's so busy in the cities. You have to drive them to that practice whilst the other child's going to swimming, for example. And you can't do as much as I did in the country where I'd just get on the bike and go to the local fields. The sports complexes were good and I could play lots of different sports at my own pace and quite often against adults. And it was extremely valuable that city kids miss out on.
You obviously found cricket, or cricket found you, as we'll get to in a moment. But what else was the young Ian Healy into as a kid growing up in Biloela?
Well, when I went to Billow as a 7-year-old, so I'd already played soccer in Brisbane. But when I got to Billow, there was no soccer. So I took up rugby league. So I played league and very strong winter leaguey. I'd be the ball boy for the senior teams, and I'd hang out with a Biloela club that would travel and do bus trips for their games, their away games, So that was just a wonderful involvement that I had. They made me feel really special. Basketball was just taking off. That was in the early 70s, and basketball was starting to come into schools and those sorts of things. So we played a bit of that too. But generally, you'd go athletics, you'd go cross country, you'd go squash. We had a good squash centre in Billow. Basketball, volleyball, anything that the school was offering, Heelzo was into. And then, of course, and cricket. My older brother had already started to pave that way.
You're 11, Heels, and the Sheffield Shield team stopped by for a clinic, and it was conducted by the Queensland wicketkeeper John McLean, who many listeners will remember. This is a memory you cherish, isn't it? Because from the outside looking in, was this the first moment where the genuine seeds were sown, do you think, that desire to be a keeper at the highest level?
No, just before that, I sort of sowed them, and certainly I was right into it by then. I started at about a 9-year-old, and I think I'd seen the 10-year-old who was going to be the wicketkeeper in this team they were about to select. I saw the extra attention he was getting, I reckon. I can still vividly see him taking catches over with the coach. And from that time on, I said, I want to do that next year. So I was the wicketkeeper from that year on. And then what the hell were Queensland coming out to Biloela for? I still haven't got the answer to that, actually. I'm sitting here now in the Queensland Cricket boardroom doing this having this chat with you, and I still haven't asked the question, what the hell did they come out there for? But they played a 2-day game. I was on the scoreboard, and I got hives. The tree dropped something on me on the first day. I couldn't make the second day. I was up in welts everywhere, scratching around. But there was a clinic the day before, and that's what you talked about. Jeff Dimmick, John McLean, Malcolm Frankie. Greg Chappell was there coaching these country kids. It can never be underestimated forever the value of that and what it can produce. And that's the first hand that I've got. But Macca, who's a good mate of mine now and has helped me around town here in Brisbane corporately, John McLean, he gave me nothing, really. I asked him for his gloves and he wouldn't. He said, no, I can't give you my gloves, son. But the next month, I reckon, I had a pair of John McLean gauntlets from St. Peter. So it was, an unbelievable experience that we should do heaps more of these days.
Well, they very much helped that seed grow, didn't they? And if we skip forward, Heels, Australia had gone through, obviously, many people will recall a series of changes, experiments, if you like, with their keeping role in the years leading up to your debut, obviously in the wake of Rod Marsh's retirement. And some critics suggested at the time that your selection after just 6 first-class games was simply a continuation of those experiments. Looking back, were you ready? Was it a case of learning quickly on the new job? It must have been overwhelming at the time.
Yes. Was I ready? Probably not. But I sort of did get a sense of if I was just half decent at this, they were ready to be patient. I guess when you throw in a youngster, I wasn't that young. I think I was 24. They owe it to me to stick with me a bit. But I had the support of Alan Border from Queensland, so he played those 6 games with me. The Australian captain in your corner is a bit of a bonus. That form that in my 6 games, I was in quite good form, so it looked as if I was ready. But there's no way I was ready for the next step. It was always a dream of mine to play for Queensland when Peter Anderson, the number 1 wicketkeeper in Queensland, was picked for Australia. You know, so when I got to the Queensland team, you know, I'd been thinking about that for a long, long time. You know, that when Ando gets picked, I'll get 5 games a year for Queensland if I'm good enough. So I was ready for those, but certainly not to play for Australia so quickly. But McDermott was, you know, in my youth teams that I captained. Border was with me at practice and in those games year after year in the state squad. So they were able to influence Greg Chappell, and Greg Chappell was the only selector that knew me. He went around the country and watched every one of those games. I kept thinking, wow, how good's this? Greg Chappell's here again, you know. And I thought it was fantastic that he was watching our games, but he was there for me, you know. He even talked to me sometimes. He came and asked me questions, and geez, I was lucky I gave him the right answers because he was dead set sussing me out. And he then convinced Bobby Simpson and Laurie Saul, the other selectors, that this bloke could go all right, you know. But I knew none of it at the time. I was wide-eyed and having a go.
And when you did start to hold that spot down at test level, Heels, and it might have surprised a few, was there a particular test or an innings or even a moment that you recall where you felt, yeah, I belong here?
Yes, there is. And I was walking along a corridor in Sri Lanka, in Colombo, at the Taj Hotel, from the lift to my room, and I think I'd made 62 or something that day in a low-scoring match, and that was the moment that I felt quite valuable to the team for my contributions verbally and, you know, tactically, not just my batting or whatever, but that's the moment. And I reckon it was 91 or 92, which means I'd played for 2 to 3 years at the top level until I got that feeling. And that's why I always advocate for patience in selections or droppings. You know, we rush to select blokes too often for my liking, and then we don't give them enough time to, you know, even get close to that feeling of value in their own minds.
Heels, the collaboration with Warnie. First of all, what a joy he must have been to keep to, but your ability to read what he was doing was evidence you were both highly skilled but also on the same wavelength.
Yes, he was an absolute delight. When he was introduced into the system, it was off the back of a West Indies under-19 trip that he'd played on, and had impressed everyone with what was coming out of his hand. So he wasn't difficult to read at all. He was quite simple, which makes his 708 Test wickets even better than if he was deceptive out of the hand, you know, and tricky. But when I first saw him, Australian cricket used him in the Governors 11 or whatever it's called, Australian 11. We used to play the touring team in Hobart prior to the Test summer. And I was captain twice to have a look at this bloke, and Bobby Simpson was the coach, and he was there to really see this Shane Warne bloke and see what he was like. Anyway, he just bamboozled the West Indies one year, and he reminded me of an old legend, a country legend, a senior cricketer with real mature mannerisms. Some of the country legends I grew up watching in my little town in Biloela, and this was Shane Warne at about 21 years of age. He was incredible how mature all his mannerisms were.
Your partnership with him, I think we first saw that really blossom on the 93 Ashes Tour, and of course you had the best seat in the house for the now known Ball of the Century.
Yes, well, and we'd watched plenty too. I think just before that Ashes Tour, we went to New Zealand, and he was beating the bat with some unbelievable deliveries, and that's when we had to sort of say to him, well, we think you've got to pitch the ball outside leg. Can you do that? And he'd go, yeah. That was his greatest skill and attribute was his accuracy. And then his ability to adapt was the fastest, and probably been the fastest. I think he could change his line and his shape of his deliveries even quicker than Nathan Lyon as an off spinner. His ability to just say, yeah, I'll bowl one outside leg, then I'll bowl one outside off. I'd only ever worked with a leg spinner who took time to change lines and lengths, Trevor Holmes. But Warnie was unbelievable, adaptable. Some of the things he was bowling in New Zealand were spinning way too far for the batsman, and then bowling a wicket. He got Ken Rutherford bowled around his legs. Hansi Cronje was over there to the South Africa, India and New Zealand. We were playing a quadrangular series at one day. He bamboozled heaps right from the word go, and yet we could all pick him from the clubhouse. And so, we thought, oh, gee, if this bloke stays fit and on the field and we can bowl him a lot, we're in good shape here.
There's no doubt your influence behind the stumps loomed large with a lot of Warnie's dismissals. I mean, you were able to keep batsmen largely rooted to the crease rather than advancing down the pitch. And then when they did, eventually frustration boiling over and the temperament tested to a point when they did come down the pitch, there were some unbelievable stumpings. I think you hold the Graham Thorpe stumping of that year most closely to your heart, don't you, as your best ever?
It was. And I've stumped Thorpe the same way twice, I've found out. One was in Perth and one was in Birmingham. One that, they both bounced more than everyone expected. I was there and it slid, it didn't spin, slid on, so you can easily get distracted predicting what might happen, rather than just watch what does happen and be ready, be in great body position to react. And I got him twice that way. There's an amazing amount of energy going on around the bat there when Warne was bowling. It was a supreme challenge every delivery. And you think, as a batsman, you think to yourself, geez, there's another 180 of these for the day. He'll bowl 30 overs, this bloke, and every ball has just got his challenges and energy all over it and around the bat. The short leg fielders, the keeper, the slips, So Warnie did get a lot of confidence. We're all very confident that, our catches, whether it be me and Mark Taylor at first or Mark Waugh when he had to go in there, Steve Waugh was always in a silly point. And then we bring in a young Ricky Ponting and a Matthew Hayden diving everywhere from short leg. There were some challenges happening for the bats.
And your batting, while it was generally solid throughout the first half of your career or thereabouts, did you feel it really went to another level from that tour as well, right through to the end of your career?
Yes, definitely. And I think it's just the full-time nature of being in a career. So you get to practice a lot more, rather than Tuesday and Thursday afternoons at state practice, and you get a bat as it's getting dark, and sort of you're a bit scared. You see Jeff Thompson walking out, and you go, oh no, Tomo's not going to bowl at this time of night, is he? And so he wants to have a few overs to get ready for the weekend, and they all go, geez, he's not very good, this young bloke, because you can't see anything, and you're nervous and scared. And then when you get into practice in the Australian setup, and or when you get on tour, that's another way. When I went away with the Queensland team, you can do heaps more practice, and it was really good. So the batting was there. It did take a couple of years to emerge as it used to be playing for Queensland or my club side. So I was an interesting one. I was a clubby who was now playing for Australia and trying to do my best.
Oh, geez. Well, I don't know. Don't sell yourself too short. You paint a nasty visual there, Tomo in fading light. But Old Trafford plays host to the first, your maiden ton, obviously, at first-class level. Tell us about that moment. That must have been really special.
Yeah, it was a great day. And probably the fact that I didn't know that, I didn't even imagine there was enough time for me to make 100, let alone get there. But we were going into day 4 at Old Trafford. We needed to sort of build our lead and then get England in the afternoon session and try to get them out the next day, day 5. So in the morning, first up in the morning, I think we went bang bang, Boone and Border out, and I'm in. I've only just got my gear on, and I'm rushing out the bat, which is a good thing because I can overthink it. So I'm out there, and when I was about 20 not out, I was batting with Stephen Waugh. He said, I reckon this is going to be your day. And I said, what do you mean? You'll get a ton here. I said, you're joking, aren't you? Like, I wasn't even thinking of that. We were just knocking singles around and combining really well and running England quite ragged, So the lead was getting up there. And so he then started to feed me the strike a bit. And I got into my 90s and we went to another drink break. And I said, well, Pug, how do you do this? You know, what do you reckon I should do? And he said, bugger if I know, I've stuffed 10 of these up myself. So he gave me nothing. And I went bang, bang, I went 4-4 off Philip de Freitas and brought up my 100. And, the celebration was good. Mum and Dad were over there, and Dad had just recently retired from work, and it was great. It was really good. And then we went on, I think we got a wicket or two that night, and we went on and got England out in day 5. That was even the better scenario, that the match was won as well. We didn't waste time, so it was good. It was great.
I love the old stories. And while we're on the subject of hundreds, I can't imagine the level of satisfaction you got out of this. It was the summer of 96, 97 here in Australia, 161 not out. You do it at the Gabba. You do it against the West Indies, no less. That must have been a heck of a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was a good day. It was, and a couple of things had to go right. So quite often when you're batting at number 7, you don't get it. And the conditions are good and easy for batting. The top order make pigs of themselves, and they do their job, But on this type of day, I got out there in the afternoon of day 1, and I looked at the pitch and I went, holy hell, it's this. It was just beautifully consistent the whole way down. It looked like you just wanted to lie on it. It was so good. And we were 5 down, so our top order had failed in these perfect conditions. So that was a good feeling. And then when, throughout that last session of day 1, the West Indies felt like in slow motion. So something's, going right in my head. The messages are going from eyes to brain to muscles quite well. My shot selection was good for once, and everything just clicked. And then the next day it continued. So it was a great feeling. Any time when the West Indies don't feel super fast at you is a great time. And then even in the second innings, I think I got 45 not out in the quest for quick runs in the second dig too. So, nice times.
Well, speaking of chatting, Heels, were you always chatty behind the stumps?
Yes, I was. And probably stemming from that very early days as a 10, 11-year-old captain. So it's encouraging bowlers, trying to get these, the country bowlers from my small town bowling where I wanted them to do, enthusing and congratulating fielders because we'd roped them into play. We wanted to try to make it interesting and enjoyable for them. So I reckon it probably stemmed from those early captaincy days. But I always feel a chatty or definitely active, but I think a wicketkeeper needs more than silence and more than just beautiful skills. There needs to be a presence behind that the batsmen are feeling. For mine, and I think those type of keepers are more effective than very quiet ones. I feel sorry for keepers who aren't naturally chatty. They've either got to put something on or they'll be less effective anyway.
Our younger listeners, Heels, will know the mind games that Tim Payne plays with the opposition from time to time. I mean, how big a role does that play as a keeper? You speak of that presence. How important is that?
Well, I don't think it's important at all, and it's quite a new thing. And I don't really agree with it, that you're talking personally and to a batsman. It's not in the etiquette of the game. It's not in the standards set before the laws of the game. There's a thing called the preamble to the laws, and you are not to distract purposely a player of the opposition. So I don't really like it. Every now and then in our time, there'd be the chattiness would be bowler encouragement, fielder lift or encouragement. Every now and then there'd be a blow-up between a bowler and the batsman, or a wicketkeeper and the batsman. Desmond Haynes and I had a stoush in the West Indies, but that a blow-up's fine, but I'd like to see both players punished or the guilty party punished in the paper the next day for kids to read about. It just can't go on unchecked. So, there was never much personal chat, and I was, again, quite a good benchmark for this, because I went, as I said before, from club cricket really to test cricket in Pakistan as my debut. And there was a postcard I wrote back to a club mate of mine, and I stated how quiet it was out there. You know, it's much quieter than pub cricket. You know, when North used to play South was on this postcard. So the step up was marked compared to how we play in Australia. But I think that's been lost again. You know, India are quite an aggressive team. The tendency would be to sort of retaliate there, but I'd keep it, you know, minimal distractions to the opponent and not personal at all.
And there's no doubt the stump mic's probably changed it too, hasn't it? Because not much is kept in-house, or at least not as much as you would think would have been back in the day.
No, well, I mean, they've always been there in my time, but they got turned up and down. They were really there to capture the sound of the ball on the bat, the footmarks of a bowler, the scraping of the batsman's feet, and then they turned them down. But they came out last year, or it might have even been the year before now, and sort of said, no, the stump mics are now open for the whole time. So don't think that anything's going to be covered up.
But, Heels, the more humorous exchanges, and last one on this, have lived on over time. They've become, in fact, the stuff of cricketing legend. You had a humorous exchange, did you not, with Arjuna Ranatunga on a warm night at the SCG many years ago?
Oh, well, it wasn't humorous at the time, don't worry. You know, our team was under real pressure because we're in the final of the World Series Cup, best of three final series against Sri Lanka. I think we're 1-0 up. And we just wanted to get it done because then we were going to Sri Lanka. We were going to Colombo for our World Cup pre-tournament camp. That's how much we liked Sri Lanka. We chose to go to Sri Lanka for our camp. But Murali had been called for throwing in the Boxing Day test, and the animosity between the two countries, not the two teams, but the two countries was huge. I mean, we were getting threats from everywhere, and the federal police were involved in investigating a couple of them when we were to go to Sri Lanka. It was really a stressful time. Anyway, Arjuna, a great player. He could play Warnie as well as anyone, and knew it. We had a rain shortened target. We were on fire, going to make a huge total. It rained, and now it's 25 overs for 170 odd that they had to make, and all 10 wickets to do it with. And Arjuna was out there slapping Warnie around, and he called for a runner, and he was not many. And I look out to the dressing rooms, and Sanjay Surya was padded up. So the world's fastest player is about to replace the slowest, who just doesn't want to run. He wasn't injured or anything. And I said, mate, you can't have a runner for that fat, you know, which you can't. There's a fatigue element in cricket. And he said, I've got cramp. I said, you got cramp? Have a look at you. I know exactly why you got cramp. Anyway, well, they gave him the runner, and Warnie got him out, thankfully, that night, and we won. And they didn't even shake hands with us that night. That was a bit ordinary, which really upset their fans, got their fans riled. They got right behind their team, you know. And then we didn't go to Sri Lanka. We went and we got pushed around in India in bad conditions in the World Cup pre-tournament. We forfeited the game. The first game was to be against Sri Lanka in Colombo. We forfeited it because of death threats and stuff like that, security concerns. And then, as ironic as it gets, you know, we both met in the final, and they beat us. So it was a really tricky time. But no, that wasn't a very humorous one, but there's plenty. The humorous ones, the one Tim Payne was talking to, I think it was Shab Pant, wasn't it? That sort of come and babysit, that was pretty good, because Pant was in a nice frame of mind to go with it. But don't try to distract players consciously too often at all.
The 1995 tour of the West Indies, Heels, after obviously all the pain, physical as well as mental, they had caused in the years gone by, to finally get your hands on the Frank Worrell Trophy, the celebrations must have been large that night. And that was almost at the time, wasn't it, the final frontier for Australian touring teams?
Yes, it was. In our generation, that was the most difficult cricketing challenge. I think we still love the Ashes because of its tradition as the best cricketing experience. But, we had to get over the West Indies. We couldn't really do it until 95. We'd really like to have done it a little earlier, but their team had to change. They were that good. Their team changed. Vivid left, and I think Desi might have left, and Jeffrey Dujon. So their team changed a little bit, and then we were able to pounce. We had that series in 1993 in Australia where we lost by 1 run in the series. That was the time when we would have liked to have just sort of beat the cycle, if you like. But their team changed. Richie Rich took over, and we were able to beat them. It was still tough. It was really tough. But the celebrations, I can still vividly see Steve Waugh, late at night, walking down the corridor of the Jamaican hotel in his spikes, still in his spikes and whites, checking every room with a key card, just in case it was his. He had no idea where he was, and he was still fully dressed back at the hotel late at night. It was, we did know how to celebrate and reward ourselves. That's for sure.
Another great memory occurred the following year in Islamabad. I think it was October of 98. You become the most successful Test wicketkeeper ever, and you get past Rod Marsh, your idol's previous record. It was 356 number career dismissal, and it was him Akram, wasn't it? Caught behind off Colin Funky Miller.
Yeah, it was a good catch, so that makes it even better. It wasn't just a regulation nick off a fast bowler, so it took a bit of catching. That test, I got 2 in the first morning or the first half of the first day, and thinking, this is going to be done today. And then I had to wait till late in the second innings to get the third one, and so that was starting to get a little bit frustrating, and I was starting to, think too much, and, I hope I don't drop it when it does come, that type of negative thinking was creeping in. It was good to get it done. We didn't have much to do the next day. We had to play a little bit, maybe knock off a couple of runs or get 1 or 2 wickets, but then we could have a party. Rod Marsh, even in the middle of Pakistan, he found a way to get a bottle of champagne to me. That was an awesome gesture, and never to be forgotten by me.
Heels, you were incredibly resilient, but you'd never be a pianist, would you? How many fingers did you bust wicket-keeping over the journey?
Well, I probably just 2, because I got them X-rayed. So I can confirm 2 bad breaks. But there would have been, probably 40 others that weren't X-rayed. And if you don't X-ray them and you're going to play with them, you just need to play on as if they're bruised fingers. So ice, plenty of ice, plenty of strapping. You can either proactively strap to prevent something, but I generally would just strap a finger if it was sore. I wouldn't sort of take all my hands up every day to stop a break, because it wouldn't have worked anyway.
And you only missed, over your long career, 13-year career, you only missed once, didn't you? Pakistan, I think, and it was a broken thumb.
Yeah, a lot. And at that time, we were keen to get out of Pakistan on those tours. They were hard tours, so out I went. I got one on the end of my left thumb, and I went off. I couldn't get my glove back on. I took my glove off. That was a sign. Normally, I wouldn't. I'd wait till I was off the field to take your glove off. And this one, I couldn't get my glove back on. But my thumb itself, so anyway, I went off the field, and the physio could feel something cracking in there. But when he tested my thumb out, it was all good. And then he decided just to go up into my hand a bit, and went through the roof. So it was about like between the wrist and the thumb, just a broken bone there, and I couldn't function with it, so I couldn't play. So had it set in Pakistan and then flew out, and replaced by Phil Emery, and he smashed his thumb in the next test. I played the first Shield game against him, New South Wales, Queensland, and he snuck into our dressing room and just put his thumb out under my face. It was unbelievable. It was about twice the size of a normal thumb, and he didn't tell anyone. He did not tell anyone that he'd shattered it in the test, because in case I didn't come up, he wanted to play with it again. It was an amazing size thumb that sort of stuffed his career, I reckon, too.
Jeez. And what do your digits look like now? What do the fingers look like now, Heels, as you look down at them?
Oh, they're all right. They're pretty bony. I've got an artificial left index finger knuckle, And that was the bad break that our physiotherapist, Errol Alcott, wanted me to get x-rayed because I was going to the West Indies the next week. It was the Perth test against England. I'd done some real damage to this finger. And so he said, I need to know what I'm dealing with over in the West Indies. I need that x-rayed. And, the doctor wasn't going to let me go. And I said, no, I'm going. So you just tell me what I've got to do. And he basically gave me the x-rays back and sent me out of his office anyway. But he was the same doctor then that when I broke my thumb, I went to his office and he had a whiteboard already set up for the 4.5 weeks I had to be right for the England test for the Ashes. And he knew what he was dealing with then. He knew that I was going to want to play. So he had a 4-week program already mapped out on his whiteboard, this conservative surgeon, But little fingers and index fingers get hurt quite a bit, Little fingers get trapped on the ground, between the ball and the ground a lot, and index fingers just get taken in with the ball as it gets into your palms. Sometimes it can brush against your index finger, which gets a little far further forward of your middle finger, and so they get belted around a bit. But generally, pretty good. My hands are all right. I haven't got big, muscly, meaty hands like Rod Marsh. I've got sort of bony, skinny ones that probably had more damage than he did, but they all function.
Good to hear. There was the emergence then of a young swashbuckling West Australian by the name of Adam Gilchrist. And, Heels, you suddenly found yourself out of the ODI team, and selectors actually opted to split the two squads, which, as we know, is par for the course now. But it was a pretty big story at the time, wasn't it?
Yes, it was extremely big. I wasn't happy. My form in the one-day game was going pretty good, but I had no problem with Gilly coming in there. He wasn't anywhere near as good with the gloves then than he became even 2 years later. So I think it worked very well. The 2-year apprenticeship when that he was playing for Australia in the one-day team and I was still playing tests was extremely valuable for him as a keeper. To get Warney in short, sharp bursts in one-day cricket, and it sort of allowed him to be ready for long spells in tests. And he really developed as a wicket-keeper too, not just his unbelievable batting. I think he's the best batsman in the team. If I was the coach, I would have asked Gilly, where do you want to bat? And make sure he got the position he wanted, and then even put the others around him. I think Gilly could have batted 4 right behind Ricky Ponting.
And in the lead up to the 99-2000 Aussie summer of cricket, the selectors made it clear that they wanted Gilly to keep for the test team as well as the one-day team. Now, you asked to be given the chance to go out on your terms, and I think it was at the Gabba for the first test of that summer, as was tradition, but the selectors said no. Is it, all these years on, is that something that still frustrates you a bit? Because we've seen in more recent times some of the greats, they got the richly deserved farewells that they should have got.
Oh yeah, didn't they? But no, I got permission. I got permission to have that, and that's why in what turned out to be my last test, which was a test in Harare, I didn't make any announcement that this was going to be my last test. So because I'd been given, I thought I'd been given the Brisbane test, and then I was going to retire. But my question to them was is that possible that I do that, or is it going to upset the rhythm of the team and Gilly's start to his career, starting in the second test of a series? And anyway, I got the thumbs up from someone, and then when I got home from Zimbabwe, I went to talk to Trevor Holmes and how are we going to do this type stuff, and he sort of said, "No, do what?" That the goalposts had changed big time. Like it was no, we didn't agree to that. You're out, and righto. So my first response was, "Oh, beauty! I don't have to go to training today." So I was cooked. But I knew I'd get through Brisbane, being my home test, and the last 2 years I'd made 100, and it was my batting that was going pretty average. So I'd made 100 in the last 2 years at the Brisbane test. It was something I'd cover off pretty. It would get done okay. But anyway, I was done. It didn't annoy me as much as it annoyed my father. You should have seen him. He would go to the cricket. he'd go to the cricket and just keep an eye out for any selector he could. He was ready to give him a gobful every day.
That's a father's prerogative.
That's right. No. So it was. Brisbane provided unbelievable support for me, and in that moment, and I certainly was farewelled very well from Brisbane at a testimonial game later on, and a bit of a trip around the ground in that first test.
And as you were in the twilight of your career, as you mentioned there, was commentary what you wanted to do, Heels? I mean, thanks to obviously to Billy Birmingham and the 12th man, the Channel 9 commentary team for a time there became almost as big as the team itself. What was that transition like?
Well, it was extremely smooth. And, 2 years, if you had have asked me 2 years before that, would I be a commentator, I would have said no. I don't want to do that. But then, Channel 7 Brisbane, it wasn't even Queensland Channel 7, it was just Brisbane News, put a handy cam in my hand at the 96 World Cup, and I did a weekly report back for the news. I like Street Beat, and they liked it. And Channel 9, the boss of Channel 9 saw it. He was on holidays up in the Whitsundays and saw it on Channel 7 News, He says, what the hell's he over there for? And so Channel 9 then threw a blanket over a couple of us. Warney was already with 9, and Tubby and I got brought into the Channel 9 stable, and that's where it started from. So then on the day when I went into the commentary box, it was extremely smooth. Tony Gregg tried to make it out as if we were on trial. Well, boy, you're not in yet, so you better behave. And Richie was perfect, Chappelli great, Bill was giggling away. Oh, you blokes are hopeless. So it was really, really fun right from the day one.
Your part of the world's about to be introduced to Breakfast with Pat and Heels. You're about to slide into the world of breakfast radio with Pat Welsh out of Brisbane up there on SEN track.
Yeah, it's about time SEN came to Brisbane and Queensland. So we're extremely fortunate to be the chosen ones to do a couple of hours of sport talk in the morning. Pat Welsh and I, so we're very much looking forward to it. Because of COVID, it got pushed back to a little bit. We were supposed to start maybe 2 weeks ago, actually, early July, I think, and it's early September now, so football will be hotting up and cricket will be starting, so we'll have plenty to talk about. And, of course, where's that Melbourne Cup going to be held? Wouldn't that be funny if the Melbourne Cup got run in Sydney?
No, it wouldn't be funny at all. I wouldn't have thought, Ian, and this might be where our conversation ends. But it has been a real pleasure to talk to you. You brought an energy, an optimism, and an insatiable work ethic to the Australian cricket team. I mean, you were the key to the revival, and then you're emblematic of a golden era, and you set a new standard for professionalism behind the stumps. Thanks so much for joining us today.
You're more than welcome, mate. It was my pleasure, and it was all good fun. I've been well looked after.
Ian Healy there with Sam Edmund. This is SEN Test Cricket, the Henley Homes delivering affordability. I'm afraid to say that no news is bad news. It continues to rain at Trent Bridge with India still 58 runs in arrears. They bowled out England for 183 yesterday, and they were going ever so nicely. Just before lunch, they were 97 without loss, but they lost wickets at 97, 104, 104 and 112, and they're currently 125 for 4 when rain stopped play about 75 minutes ago at Nottingham. And they've taken a tea break, and the news isn't particularly good, though, looking at the radar. So time will tell. Hopefully the rain does clear. In the meantime, on SEN Test Cricket, we're going to move next to an interview that Jason Stevens did with Australia's former opening batsman and current coach, Justin Langer.
JL, welcome to the Spirit of Sport.
Hey, Jace, great to speak to you, mate. Thanks for the invitation.
Oh, mate, I really, really appreciate it. Been a huge fan as a player, but now as a coach as well. And before we get into it, I'm just going to ask you some getting to know you type questions. So whatever comes to mind, just quick fire back. First concert?
Dire Straits.
Where was that?
In Perth, and I was quite young actually. And I went to Dire Straits and Kiss, if you can believe the Kiss concert. Mate, they bring back some great memories. That.
Oh, mate, I remember because I used to do the footy show in Sydney, and we always had Kiss on. Always, it was just amazing, mate. I used to have his cards, Ace Frehley, and the bubble gum.
Oh yeah, and the makeup. I got birthday. One of my favourite birthday presents ever growing up was the Kiss makeup. So actually now I've thought about it, I train most days, so I might crank up the Kiss in the gym this afternoon, I reckon.
Oh, go for it, mate. The boys won't know who they are. They need a bit of enlightening, mate. Why not? First job.
I, like so many young Australians, I reckon I packed shelves in a supermarket. I still remember, and every time, it's funny, because every time I walk into a supermarket now, you know the smell of a supermarket?
Yeah.
And because I used to work and pack shelves, I sort of get a bit of not my favourite, but packing shelves in the supermarket, number one job.
Were you out the back or you were in the store itself?
No, it was always after our next door neighbours owned an IGA or whatever it was at the time. We're talking about a long time ago.
Yeah.
And it was always the after hours. So when the shop was shut, I used to go in and repack the shelves for them.
Nice, mate. Nice. I used to do the remember the cash of cans, and you used to drop them to the
oh yeah,
the
of course,
server.
Of course. Yeah. I think it's back in now. It's back in now, isn't it? With recycling in the world, yeah.
It is, but it was different then, mate. We had to put them on a scale, and we were bees everywhere. We were getting stung, mate. I would have taken yours. I would have taken yours any day.
My two other jobs were one trying to get some pocket money. I had to install air conditioners, and in Perth, we used to start at 5 o'clock in the morning and have to get up in the roofs and put in ducted air conditioning. My gosh, it was dusty and rubbish job. And then after that, my best mate had a huge pool company in Perth, and we had to go with the big grinders and grind paint off the old swimming pools. Mate, no wonder I got strong arms. I mean, that was, we had to we're talking about face masks now with COVID. We had to wear these big face masks, and it was literally one of the toughest jobs of all time. Big, heavy electric grinders taking all the old paint off the swimming pool. So, good grounding.
I feel for your kids now, because have you put them to work at all? No,
I got 4 daughters. They're all princesses. Seriously, although they all do work in different capacity, and they've all got very good work ethics, so that's a good, but princesses, they're not doing any of that tough work.
Because, mate, if they would have went to work and ever complained, you're just going to shut them down in flames with what you had to do, mate.
Dry your eyes, princesses. But I love my daughters more than anything in the world. Dry your eyes, princesses, like seriously.
Do you have a most embarrassing moment?
I did one of my very first speaking engagements, and I literally do hundreds of speaking gigs, and one of my first ones, I got asked to go to Thailand to speak for Mitsubishi, and it was my first ever paid speaking gig. So I'm getting paid good money for it, and they're flying me and my wife and I literally forgot my lines on stage. There's no word. I see a lot of people ask me about the speaking, and I say now it actually replaces batting for me, because I get really well prepared, I get really nervous, and then I go up on stage and I perform. Right? I love it. I love to speak about leadership or talking about culture or whatever. So,
you're a very good corporate speaker. I've heard you actually. Yeah.
But going back, my very first one, I'm literally up on stage and I was well prepared, and I forgot what I was talking about. And whilst when you've got the audience captive, there's no better feeling. It's like this silence in the room. But this time I was literally drowning on the stage. It probably only lasted about 20 seconds, but it felt like about 20 days. And I'm up on the stage and talk about embarrassing moments. My gosh, it was not only embarrassing, it was actually one of the worst moments of my life. And another key reminder to always be organised and always be ready.
It's hard to explain freezing, but I've been watching a lot of that comedians in cars having coffee, and with Jerry Seinfeld, a lot of them talk about that, where they just go blank, and as hard as you can as hard as they try to pull back the information, it's gone. It's just gone.
It's literally like you're drowning on the stage. It's the worst feeling ever.
I think I'm going to know the answer to this next question, but favourite movie?
Well, I've got to say all the Rockies, because I love the Rocky movies, but I also Braveheart. Like Braveheart, number one for me, I think.
We're talking with the man they called Alfie, the great Justin Langer, our very own special guest on The Spirit of Sport. Do you have a pet hate?
Yeah, dishonesty. Nice. Dishonesty and political correctness.
Ooh, that's a tough one in this day and age.
Well, that's the point. I mean, the problem is the Australian way, as I know it, is to look someone in the eyes and tell them the truth. And often, my gosh, you know, and with a lot of with social media now, if anyone has any opinion contrary to the populist opinion, then they get smashed. You know, it's really sad. It's really, really sad. So, dishonesty is my number one pet hate.
Because I reckon we've elevated feelings beyond, you know, the value of telling someone the truth. So if you're going to tell the truth and maybe their feelings hurt, we've elevated that to be more important than actually telling the truth.
People are allowed to have an opinion, and people who don't, and it's so cruel. I mean, the social media now, and even mainstream media can be so cruel. I felt that. I actually did a board meeting at Cricket Australia on Friday, and one of the directors asked me what's been the biggest challenge, and I said, well, the biggest challenge has been my own mental and personal physical health, because the job is relentless, and if you haven't got the thickest skin in the world with media, then you know it's really hard work.
If you ask the average Aussie, who's the treasurer, they wouldn't have a clue. But if you say who's the coach of the Aussie cricket team, everybody knows. Everybody has an opinion because it's at the heart of Australia, this game. And
well, I actually realised that when Australia, the sandpaper on the ball 2.5 years ago in South Africa, the day after, I went down to the Fremantle market. And for 5 years, no one's ever bugged us. Everyone's really polite and happy and says hello. But the day after sandpaper, my gosh, there's people coming from like bees to honey. Mate, JL, what's happened? What's happened to our cricket team? What have you done? Da-da-da. And I went, wow. And then the following day, I went down to, I'm on the board of the West Coast Eagles Footy Club, AFL Club. There was about 300 Aussie workers on the construction site, hard hats and, the high-vis shirts and their steel cap boots, and they're coming up and they're, Justin, what's happened? What has happened to our cricket team? You know, we cheated. And that was the moment I realised, wow, I mean, how important the Australian cricket team and Australian sport is to our community.
Something you wish you were better at?
Two things. One is singing, but the other one is losing. I wish I was better at losing. I hate losing. My gosh, I hate losing. But, yeah, I wish I was better at it because I get very introverted and very quiet and my mind goes a million miles an hour on how we find solutions and we lose. But, yeah, I'm not great at losing.
Because I remember during the test, your daughter said, Dad, I've never seen you, angry like this.
Oh, it's so funny. So's my third daughter. We got to watch the episodes before it was the final cut. She loves the cricket and she said... she got this look on her face. She goes, Dad, it's the first time in my life I've ever seen you angry.
Yeah, I remember that.
And that was classic. So in one way it's nice because she's hopefully pretty cool at home with the kids. But yeah, I mean, that's so, and it's interesting. And we will talk about it, no doubt. But the test documentary was incredible because I had a cameraman, Andre, with us literally every time from the moment I walked out of my hotel room, every minute of the day for 18 months. Now, that's hard. You know, he was a great guy and he did a really good job of it. But that's really quite confronting when you got a camera in your face every moment you're out of your hotel room.
You know, for me, when someone loses it, I actually feel a bit better because I do too, and I'm I actually could relate to rather than. And I thought, far out, especially that bit where you kicked the bin and then picked up every single bit of paper.
Oh, there's two things there. The funny thing is that I kicked the bin, and when they did the final cut, we were allowed to make any changes. And I remember saying to the director, I said, mate, you cannot put that bit of me kicking the bin. He goes, what do you mean? I said, mate, the people think I'm a psycho. You can't show me kicking the bin. And he said, yeah, but do you see what you did next? I said, what do you mean what I did next? Nathan Lyons just dropped the easiest run out in the world, and we're about to lose. Yeah, what do you mean what I did next? He goes, mate, you picked up all the bottles. I said, what do you mean I picked up all the bottles? He goes, well, look, watch it again. You picked up all those. One of the team's values is humility, and there's humility right there. So, mate, don't worry about it. And how many people... It's been incredible how many people have mentioned to me about the kicking the bin incident and then picking up the bottles after.
Yeah. It was amazing footage, I've got to say.
Well, the other funny thing that very night, because we'd lost the Ashes, Ben Stokes had played the innings of a lifetime. Like I explained to people in other codes, it was like we were in AFL or rugby or NRL. It's like three-quarter time in AFL. You're kicking with the wind. You're 12 goals up. The grand final is all yours. And then someone kicks 13 goals by himself against the wind to win the grand final for you. That's actually what happened on that day. But I was going to say the funny thing was, talking about kick the bin, and then I'm home that night, and it is literally the worst day of my coaching career. I mean, the Ashes could be gone, and my mind was just about losing before. And I was on FaceTime. I was in a little hotel in Leeds, and I'm on FaceTime to my wife. And she goes, "What are you doing?" A bit like the director saying, "Yeah, picked up." I said, "What do you mean? What am I doing?" She goes, "Well, what are you doing, mate?" She said, "What are you drinking?" I said, "I'm drinking scotch." She goes, "You don't even drink." So I go, "I do tonight, baby. I'm drinking scotch." I was sitting in my room by myself, drinking a glass of scotch, trying to, oh my gosh, that's how sad. But then 10 days later, it probably ended up being the 10 best days of my coaching career. In terms of how we went about our business, and then we ended up retaining the Ashes 10 days later. So, it's amazing. It's amazing how things work out.
The thing you did growing up that made your parents most upset?
Yeah, I think, the ball in the sock, when you're a kid, and I've just finished right